I'll see Splyce leave it open, try and take it for themselves.
Well, seems to be the case thus far. Couple bans left, one for each team. No junglers removed from the pool just yet.
And that's exactly what I was about to say. Very rare at this point. The Rek'Sai is still available. The Gragas is still up. We've seen the priority on that. Nidalee as well. Started to see Move branch out a little bit, but yesterday Fnatic tried to target Move in game 1, and it did not really work for the game holistically. Sure, it put Move behind a little bit when you look at the very early game, but it didn't phase the Unicorns overall.
No, it really didn't. The UOL laners showing up here in the regional qualifier in Europe, and the last ban from Splyce, it will be the Kassadin.
Okay.
So once again, Kassadin being removed, not allowing Exile to get his hands on the pick, and in the instant, Sivir first pick.
Sivir picked up, that means Rek'Sai possibly coming out from Trashy. He used it a lot in the regular split before playoffs. We have seen Trashy, however, tend more towards the Gragas in playoffs, so that could also be another pickup for themselves. But looking at what left is available that is usually banned, as we said, a couple of other junglers still up as well. The Elise is in the mix, and the Ryze that we've seen time and time again out of Exile. So it's on Splyce now to figure out what exactly are their high priority picks, whether it's a flex pick, potentially a Trundle coming out here as well. We have seen that a couple of times into the Sivir. It's good too.
A lot of pressure, and it will be the Rek'Sai locked in, as you mentioned. Lucian safe ADC here for Kobbe. Real pinches on that AC pool, obviously with Sivir. It's just safe, right? You don't reveal anything more. Nobody's too surprised by this. Where does Move go with his jungle choice, and does it even come in this rotation?
Could very well be the Gragas. You can pick it up at this rotation. The only other option Unicorns would have would be to lock either their bot lane or both of their solo laners, and that instantly gives so much over to Splyce. So it'll be jungle and likely a flex mid like a Karma coming out here. Either that or a flex top with a Trundle would be the other option here, but of course then Splyce can build their bottom lane around what is potentially a Sivir Trundle matchup and look to last pick their support out of this. So a lot of options still available. Unicorns, we've seen Exile play the Karma a couple of times, has been pretty effective, but obviously that Ryze is available as well. I'm not too keen on locking both bottom lane and mid lane right here. That would be a little bit risky.
And tell me why, because it is now locked in. What options does Splyce have?
Well, at this point, Splyce now can play pretty much whatever they want for the 2v2. The difficulty is, of course, Braum does kind of compensate a little bit for Sivir here. You've got good wave clear. Very difficult now to kill this matchup, but if we look into a double melee, double ranged lane against the likes of a Braum Sivir, they could look to push them back out. And we know Mickey has played the likes of a Bard. We've seen these other big supports coming out from him. That's one direction they can take it. Of course, looking at mid lane as well, we want to get some roam potential in there to try and beat out that Ryze too.
Yeah, of course, Mickey's Bard, famous, infamous here in Europe in summer. Trundle has been sort of the more traditional pick into Sivir, and it will be locked in, so not going to see Mickey's Bard just yet. Technically, this Taliyah is somewhat of a flex. Both Wunder and Senkux have run it in summer, though I am expecting it in Senkux's hands once we see what UOL decide to lock in their last rotation.
And this is the thing about this Trundle. If it does end up going into the bottom lane, Splyce have constructed themselves a bottom lane that will do very well into the Sivir, specifically post level 6. Once you have the culling, you've got the pillar as well to kind of disrupt. So Unicorns kind of have already conceded some of that. Of course, Braum can block a lot of that damage as well, give them some disengage. So it's not like a crippling blow to have this bottom lane setup if it is exactly the direction they take. But I think Unicorns seemingly wanting to hide their jungle matchup for some reason. Where if they end up going the Gragas, that I guess doesn't really affect too much. But now if you pick the Elise and go for some stronger early lanes, it is a possibility that we'll see some early stuff come out.
Well, a few seconds left on the clock.
Whoa,
Unicorns, if there is a team, it's locked! We've got the Croc.
Okay.
We've got the Croc.
So we were going for early game. Renekton screams early game. Now, I've been expecting Renekton to come out into picks that are looking to scale and need a lot more time. But this is a potentially blind-picked Renekton here. If the Trundle goes down into the bottom lane, it means we end up in a matchup where Renekton is basically just going to face something that can sit back in the lane, not really try and duel him in the early game, and then just completely outscale. However, dominant early game here from the top lane. Pair that with the Elise, potentially looking to snowball Vizicsacsi super hard against Wunder.
And that's something that UOL have used to win multiple games in the regional qualifier. What other options does Wunder have in his toolkit to play with? It's tough going up against Renekton, but obviously ranged or a ranged top laner in Kennen going to help out your team fights, going to give you some TP power. Irelia into Renekton, that's something that was years and years and years ago pretty standard. And Irelia is in Wonder's kit, but he's going to decide to lock in the Kennen this time around.
Okay, so with the Kennen, he's saying, I'll see your lane presence as a melee champion, and I will raise your lane presence as a ranged champion now. And Wonder is basically going to try and bully out Chachi. The difference between these two, bullies in lane, Kennen will have infinitely more presence in the later game fights. Just any team fight, Kennen is going to be able to get into, get himself set up with a good flank, and get multiple people locked down. Renekton's drawback has always been his lack of ability to actually play out fights. If you're not so far ahead, you're snowballing, killing everybody. So Unicorns have to watch that, but they'll be favoring this top side by the looks of it with this Elise Renekton combo.
Oh, such a lot of pressure in the Unicorns' hands because they need to get ahead early, need to make this Ryze pick and this Renekton pick work out. In actual fact, the last king of Renekton in Europe was Freddy. That was the last time we saw it played last year, I believe. So it is a long, long time away. The only catch for me, I think Senkux, if he can get off a good roam with that Weaver's Wall early, that can be turning.
Very possible, and that's what Splyce have. Rek'Sai, Taliyah, they got the teleports in there as well. They're looking to close the distance around the map and turn it in their favor.
Well, we'll find out if they can. Europe's Roads to World has come to this. The final qualifying spot. It is on the horizon, but only one team can emerge victorious.
I think we did a lot on our way to Worlds, that we cannot just lose to Splyce and not go to Worlds. I think we have to.
I feel like we should be able to beat any team, and that's why we are also the final boss coming into the gauntlet.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the final qualifying round of the European LCS, it is the Unicorns of Love running the rambunctious Renekton in the top lane. Not since spring, not since Freddy, have we seen the Crocodile. Now we need to see whether or not Wonder can contain this pick.
Oh, we get to see a bit of a roll of the dice in game one. Renekton is sure to dominate most matchups, but not really a Kennen, unfortunately. Unless Wonder makes a mistake. If you tread too close to the Renekton, he will lock you down and try and take you out. But Wonder should be okay on the Kennen and should be okay to hold himself through. But obviously it's going to be Move, it's going to be Trashy getting themselves into the mix and getting themselves into the lanes as a big effect. So for Splyce, it's a matchup that certainly is going to basically dictate this whole early game.
Yeah, and we have to follow both Move's pathing and keep our eyes on him as a jungler throughout the series, really, because I think he's been one of the most criticized players throughout the postseason. And in my opinion, has progressively gotten better as each series has gone on, finding a way to impact the game. I mean, you mentioned in Picks and Bans how there was some focus on Move in earlier qualifying rounds. Didn't really impact him all that much. And the reason I really want to track this is just this, how important and pivotal this Renekton matchup will be. If Chachi can get ahead, if Chachi can get that tower or get some pressure in the lane, the entire game plan from Splyce has to revolve around containing this Renekton.
Yeah, and honestly, that is the way you beat Renekton, is you never let him get a kill. You don't really let him farm for as much as you can. It's tough to push him out in the early game, but Kennen may very well have that edge. And then suddenly you get past the 20 to 25 minute mark and Renekton goes, okay, I can stun one person in a team fight and last a little bit longer, and that's kind of it. We have seen a couple of successful Renektons recently, one or two in the LPL. Ooh, Mickey's just going to go straight aggressive here.
Well, gets away with a little bit of damage. Taking a look at the race for level 2, I think Kobbe a couple CS ahead here. Veritas and Hilly, they're also going to back away. So that aggressive play, getting some control in lane.
Yep. Just the extra minion in the wave that they got for Splyce allows them to get level 2, push back the Unicorns. And we spoke about how kind of picking up the duo lane early puts a lot of pressure now on this bottom lane from the Unicorns. Senkux, however.
Oh, a lot of damage. Flash away. Flash forward from Exile.
He's on
Solo
wait,
kill.
Exile.
Tower shot comes down. First blood picked up by Senkux.
Exile gets the flash early, tries to go aggressive and goes under the tower for 2 tower shots this early on. That is a critical mistake. They need this Ryze to be able to skirmish, and suddenly he's on the back foot, going to be down CS, doesn't have any summoners. He's going to end up getting camped by Trashy now.
Oh, such a good play from Trash. You'd be in the right place at the right time. Red buff. Was that actually picked up? No.
Nearly stolen.
Move managed to secure it. Trashy comes in just a little too late, but oh man, just chaos all over. Initial trading and first blood to Splice.
First blood to Splice transitions into Double Doran's ring. Don't see that too often on a lot of mid laners, but you can see the early lead. You don't have enough gold to pick up too much else. This is going to make the laning very difficult for Exile now. Double Doran's on Senkux is going to put damage out, have a lot of presence in that lane.
Yeah, look how aggressive Mickey's playing. On the front foot of this Trundle over and over. Kobby's able to sidestep the Boomerang Blade, and as you mentioned, no summoner spells for either mid laner. So move on this Elise with a lot of tools to tower dive if the opportunity presents itself. He has a replay of the outplay.
Exile gets such good damage down early here because Senkux gets locked down and doesn't have access to everything. He doesn't have the pushback.
Seismic shove.
Until there, level 3 for that seismic shove. Exile goes under tower, takes 2 tower shots. I mean, a lot of players will talk about first game of the day, warming up to it. That's a big mistake out of Exile. No excuses on that one. Goes straight under tower. Tower range is always the same, no matter what game you're in.
Yeah, of course. It looked like Senkux was just trying to shove the wave out, it felt like. Got caught down by that Rune Prison. But he had the support of Trashy, and that allows him to get first blood. We caught a quick glimpse there of Vizichachi. Already, he was pressured out of lane and teleported back up top. Minion wave gonna get shoved in here as Slice is used. Dice available, and time's out a moment ago. And Vizichachi and Wonder about to get access to level 6, level 5 for Chachi, almost level 6, great combo.
Exile. Oh man, this is going to be a horribly painful lane because look, Senkux, with that blue buff now as well, was given over by Trashy. It looked like they invaded into the enemy jungle, but hang on, here comes Move.
No flash, the Cocoon connects, this is an easy kill. Rune Prison comes out and there, you were mentioning blue buff on Senkux?
Yeah, now it's on Exile. It works out pretty nicely that way. Exile picks that one up for himself, and after what should have perhaps been Trashy coming around for another gank, it's actually Move that instantly makes his presence felt in the middle lane, turns that around. Senkux was in such a good spot in his own mind, just going aggressive, didn't have his cleanse, wasn't available from the last trade. That means that's a dead Talia.
Yeah, very well played by Move. No summoner spells, easy kill. As the game was loading up, I was actually messaging production to say that the featured matchup of this has to be this Kennen versus Renekton.
Yeah.
And I couldn't have been more wrong. I couldn't have been more wrong because of all the action in the mid lane.
Let me explain why it would seem that this would be a super hype matchup, but in fact it isn't in the end of all things. So Renekton typically wants to bully his lane in a melee range matchup and is able to just go aggressive constantly. That's why typically you'll see them start something like a Doran's Blade, because when you start getting the double swing out and getting all the damage down, you can take somebody's health away so incredibly effectively, but you can never get on the Kennen. That's forced out not only a Doran Shield start, but now Null Magic Mantle as well on top of that. So this is now a game for Chachi, where somehow he's going to try and get side lane control, but he's in a matchup that is constantly having to be defensive. Unless he can get a jungler up here, Wonder now has to face off against Move as well.
Slicing Maelstrom and Flash is available. Wonder's going to need to use it. There's the Maelstrom, gets a double stun after eating a Cocoon, sinking the fangs from Move. Now in the mid lane, Senkux and Trashy, they're going on Exile. Wonder gets caught out again. Move's looking for the repel. He's under the tower.
He got him.
Takes the shot. Gonna trade 1-for-1. In the mid lane, Exile's able to ghost to safety. But that's a second kill on the board for UOL.
Oh, this has been a bit of a messy game so far on this one. Some mistakes from Exile, Wonder pushing up fairly far, but was able to just get enough out of that situation, picking up a kill for himself. And this is actually a little uncharacteristic of Trashy in this early game, is that typically Trashy is tracking his enemy jungler every minute of the game, is in the same place as them, but now Trashy has defaulted to farming a lot more. He's been in the lanes a couple of times and has been very impactful on it, but look at the farm difference already, 40 to 16 as we check out what Move was doing. You can see Wonder actually did have a ward there, so he could see this coming. Lasted just long enough as he got out the slicing Maelstrom. Unfortunate, but you know, 1-for-1, Wonder will take that every single day.
Yeah, not too bad. Got a couple summoner spells. More importantly, I think, you know, that you have to question the flash. Could Wonder have flashed earlier? Maybe got away from the Cocoon, you know, because kind of you want to flash off the Cocoon to dodge it. But either way, Wonder gets that. Still marginally ahead. Chachi's going to come back to lane. Teleports will be available for Chachi sooner than it will be for Wonder. And I want to see whether or not he can do anything with that on the Renekton.
Without a good flank, I'm going to
Yeah.
have to say no. But then again, the same for Wonder. If Wonder can't get a flank when his TP is available, it's all going to be about that bot lane, though. That is where these TPs are likely to be used. The same with Senkux and the wall, because we haven't seen it come out yet. Now level 7, so Senkux could be looking to get out of that lane. Of course, wow, actually, hang on. Exile has ranked his ult. That is interesting. We saw a lot of Ryze delay until like past level 10. 10 would be the first time you picked it up. There were a
they
couple
can
of
get 10 and
adjustments to
11.
Ryze, which increased some of his ult potential. Don't believe that was on 6.15 though. I may very well be mistaken.
For future
I believe
patches,
it's
I believe.
the patches we're playing on live.
Future
so.
patches. I think for Exile, though, we have seen him take a couple of points before 11 and 10 in that ulti. It's just such a short range. It's not going to have anywhere near the impact of the Weaver's Wall. And Trashy, every time the observers are highlighting him, he's kind of camping out that red buff, has finally decided to back away, trying to steal a buff away from Move, but the opportunity simply didn't present itself.
But the one thing that Splice have managed to get over the last few minutes is just this vision control over the river. If you look at this, exactly where Move is coming through now, it's the same path that Exile is going to have to track to be able to get himself down to the bottom lane, but he's not able to do that without being on wards. They ping them, and suddenly the bot lane moves back in the lane, takes a step away. And they've taken a step away and recalled here, Trevor. They're looking for this push onto the top side. No Gangplank in this game is not going to be able to deny a push like this. Oh, and Unicorns are backing away at the same time. This is kind of a rough timing here. They're looking to defend the push up at top, but it depends how much Splice can get done first.
Chachi's going in so early. He's going to realize he's in trouble. There could be a flash pillar
here's
from Mickey,
Mickey.
not even going to get needed. Subjugate and culling. It's a 3-on-1, and Kobbe gets the kill.
I think, however, Unicorns can come up with their bottom lane and move just in time to defend the turret off the first push. So it's not going to result in a turret, but inevitably it's another kill going over to Splice here in this early game. And you can see Splice know the bot lane recalled. They backed away. But look, again, bottom side, Trashy, who's gone all the way down, shoved the wave out into the tower. So now when Chachi actually comes up, there's no experience to be gained for him in the bottom side either. So again, it's a double win for Splice. May not be turret first blood, but they don't really mind about that right now.
Get the kill. They deny CS. They deny experience. Now they potentially are ahead of the push. However, Veritas Hilly, with a supportive move, are going to get onto this top outer turret. It looks like Kobbe and Mickey, they literally just backed off, spent some of the gold, and are now returning to defend their own tower. Chachi's making his way up and now will teleport. Okay, I thought maybe there could have been a dive being set up, but Chachi uses a TP to lane.
Hang on, whoa, Chachi just TP to lane. This is not something you see all that often when we're looking against a comp that has like Taliyah, Kennen, who has his teleport available. Matching that TP is going to be so important, and this is Unicorns basically saying, well, Chachi, we just need somehow to get him extra farm, somehow to get him some kind of presence. He's maybe 11 CS up right now, but that's not going to win them the game. The problem is this Renekton, to actually win this game, needs to put in so much work. And I don't know whether that TP usage there by Chachi is going to backfire, because Splice can force an engage up in the top side with the Taliyah and suddenly bring 5 people up there. And that just means Unicorns have to 3v5, and that's not a fight they want. Exile does have his ultimate available, as we said, though.
All right, 3.5 minutes for teleport. If Exile decides to realm warp, or in this little situation, realm hop, I think is more appropriate, into the potential dive. Obviously, Wonder should be able to reply. Only catches he's under tower, and Senkux and Trashy may have read this because they are in the river as well. So the moment Move was getting in, you know, even any sort of range, instantly there was a response.
Oh, hang on, Exile's moving for this. Is he actually looking to ult? Again, he's nowhere near his range. That was zoning ult, I guess.
Optimistic?
yeah, that one, not really sure hitting a Lucian that has flash and dash without any crowd control hitting first is really what you're looking for on that Braum ult. But some jitters to begin the first
Little
game,
bit of
perhaps.
jitters. Game 1
Wills is on the line.
in the best of 5. This is the closest Splice has ever been, and obviously the second time that the Unicorns have been in the regional qualifier finals. We'll continue that story time in a moment.
Ooh, Wonder.
Move is hanging out. Wonder, Flash and
Careful.
Maelstrom.
Oh, if he takes one step further forward.
He's done so. He's done so. They're going to get him. The Cocoon's going to come up, but not after the Ruthless Predator. Chain CC, and Wonder is eaten alive.
Patiently, the spider waits in the bush. and gets the kill. Second kill for Move in this game. And man, that's a fairly important turnaround. They use that TP, remember, to get Chachi down into this bottom lane. So now the two-man push here is going to try and get it with this cannon wave. Trashy actually just ulted to the top side. Talia is coming across. This is going to be a tower race purely based on this. But look at how further ahead Unicorns are. They're going to have the Elise skittering frenzy as well.
Well, can
it's done.
Splice get anything more? Tower First Blood has been secured by Unicorns, but Veritas and Hylissang are the targets. They're now in a 4-on-2.
And here's the TP
Exile's
coming
as well. TP from Wonder. Slicing Maelstrom was not used in the previous fight. It is used this time. Veritas is getting run down. Exile's dropped on the back foot. Wonder gets another kill, and it looks like they're going to take Hilly's life and the tower as well. The Winions will finish him off. Not just yet. And Senkuk should be able to run him down shortly. Move will at least get a reply, but hang on. While all of this is going on, take a look at Vizicachi. He pushed all the way to the inner turret. Is he going to get that turret as well?
Well, he's pushing past it now to grab the wave that's coming to it because his wave just expired. So he has to play this carefully. Splice have just recalled from this, and they can close this distance fairly effectively as Wonder does have that lightning rush to get him close enough. If he can catch up to Vizicachi, this is potentially a bit of a backfire here. It's all going to be on Move's Cocoon to try and hold him in place.
Protobalt has just been used by Wonder.
Okay,
very good Cocoon. Here comes Kobe. A very good dash away from Chachi and from the tower. Defensive flash from Move. Didn't want to get caught by that seismic shove. Right, step back. 15 minutes on the clock. Splice have got a kill advantage. They're even on towers and 1,500 gold up. But the cost of all that pressure in the top lane is a nearly dead inner turret, and they lost the first dragon. But Splice saw it was a mountain as well, which is obviously going to be very important later.
Yeah, gonna assist out in pushing any of those turrets down. You can see Unicorns, oh, don't feel phased. They got Senkuks.
Well, Cleanse and Flash already used. The rest of Splice there on the bottom turret. And Stress, it's just getting a bit messy here because on the mini-map, while the tower's going down bottom...
Trashy's going in.
Oh, is he going in? Is he really
he's gone in.
To a fight? Yes, he has indeed. Trashy's on the front line. Senkuks, no Weaver's Wall available. Throwing out those volleys. Very good route. Flash knockup. Kobe's looking to squash the spider.
Got him.
But I think the Subjugate did it while in the air. What goes up doesn't always come down. But Vizicachi might go down. Slices forward, dices backwards. Ruthless Predator. Small stun, but it's not enough. Dominus gives you some HP. Chachi's trying to walk away. The help of Hylissang. Glacial Fissure slowing Trashy and Wonder's escape. The slice! He manages to get in. Spins for the win. And Wonder's running for his life. Vizicachi plus Hilly, they win the 2v2.
This is a very messy game, Trevor. There are so many ridiculous fights on this, and a lot of it is Unicorns recognizing where they can push up to a tower and getting it, but on the other side of the map, suddenly they're pushed up in mid lane, they don't quite have the civs on the top side, Vizicachi's not with them. So this has been a weird passage of play overall. So this was the initial engage onto Kobe. I say initial because there's a second one going on down in the bottom side of the jungle here. This is where Chachi would have ultimately turned this back around, get onto Trashy, take them out. And, you know, Chachi has a Titanic Hydra in this one, which makes him fairly tanky to deal with. The route that we've seen players like Marin recently, a couple of weeks back, playing Renekton, a little bit more towards Black Cleaver, Spirit Visage, that kind of build. So this is somewhat different, but we're having a bit of a bloodthirsty game here, Trev.
Oh, yes.
We've got a Renekton.
12 kills, 18 minutes. Protobelt Elise, no less. Second item there for Move. Very squishy spider, but very venomous fangs. If Move can ever get his hands on anybody on the Splice lineup, because there's no real... I was going to say there's no real tank, but I'm looking at a Rek'Sai, so ignore me. Getting a bit too excited in all the action here, Stress.
Just a little. I mean, Titanic Hydra Rek'Sai is less tanky than the typical, like, Aegis, you know, full kind of build into the tank zone, but still does take a while to kill. Trashy will, you know, regen a bit of health. Now wants to go on to Move. As the rest of the team.
Move is caught off behind the wall. Hilly's just dropped down. That Weaver's Wall from Senkuk's doing a lot of work. Does it open up the tower? Not a lot of minions to work with and Sivir to deal with, so I don't think so.
Look at bottom lane, though. That's the one that we need to watch. You saw the damage down from Chachi earlier. Now Chachi wants to maybe go aggressive, but they've spotted out Wonder. And Wonder does have enough damage just to push Chachi back on his own. good path of wards up through to that bottom side tower from the Unicorns. You can see that Trashy has tracked through and placed a couple of his own as well, but it's out behind Trashy is where the important wards. The ones that track Splyce on the way to that tower defensively.
And I think you have to keep talking about this jungle matchup. 58 CS on Move. Yes, he's got a couple of kills and assists to his name. Trashy, 106. Really, really power farming his way up. In terms of gold, only equates to about 500 difference. So not a huge amount just yet. No kills in his back pocket is part of that reasoning. Obviously, we need to see what sort of impact the Rek'Sai will have versus the Elise as the game progresses. They're going to fulfill slightly different roles, really. Elise a lot more about getting the damage down, especially with this build.
Yeah, that Proto Bell. Just got to get in there, get the damage, try and hit somebody as hard as you can. For Unicorns, though, this is a bit of a slowing down period for them. Chachi is going to try and edge towards the bottom side. You can see a little skirmish over the Gromp from Wonder and Chachi. But Unicorns are going to try and, they want to try and get that bot lane tower. Problem is, without really pushing mid at the same time and getting a lot of this control, it becomes very difficult because as good as their vision control has been through the jungle, they haven't actually cut off those jungle paths. And that's where you start restricting areas of the map that Splyce can or can't go towards. And Splyce, yes, they have a gold lead on this, but honestly, they're the ones kind of playing reactively. It's kind of what Freeze was talking about on the analyst test, where it was like, well, you know, Splyce don't beat you, but if you make a mistake against Splyce, they're going to punish you very hard.
Yeah. You lose against Splyce, not Splyce beat you. And I like that concept. And it's going to be a very good test for the Unicorns of Love, because they've had two incredibly dominant victories over Giants and Fnatic in the last 2 days. Momentum and confidence is definitely going to be on their side. But their opponent is a different beast, as you can see now. Trashy going to be jumping in here. Glacial Fissure comes down. Senkax delivers the wall, cuts it just a little short, and Hylissang's able to escape with his life. That Unbreakable managing to block so much damage, and Wonder cancel his TP.
Yes, Chachi TP'd in as well by the looks of it. Ended up in mid lane, and they've pushed Splyce back away for now. Problem is, you can see Hilly was so low, they had to back themselves away. Unicorns look like they'll just drop down now and look for perhaps this dragon. It's not exactly the best prize right now for them, but they've already got one dragon, so maybe building later on to have as many different shades of dragon that you can have.
Different avenues of victory. I think for a team like Unicorns, they're going to need to try to get their hands on this one if they can. Remember, scaling, not necessarily 100% with that Chachi top lane. Flash away, though, from Mickey. He's not going to be able to get a chance. Does in the end! Flash forward from Visit Chachi to follow it out. And actually, Unicorns able to brute force their way onto the dragon. And I think that's important for the Unicorns because that Elder Dragon buff and having all of those additional potential tools is what Unicorns may need as the game plays out.
Chachi's pushing bottom lane. Splyce had their recall stopped. Chachi's getting this tower on this push. Yeah. There's no way he doesn't. That's gone. So Unicorns suddenly have turned this game back around, and this is what we've seen from them over the last few days, is anytime they have fallen behind, they've been able to just push. Senkax has to flash.
Oh, Senkax is in trouble. Insta-cleanse, though, but it doesn't matter. The damage follows through. Very good timing after the W stun from Chachi. But Splyce, they lose 2 towers. They lose 2 deaths and a dragon in the last minute and a half.
And you know what? I was talking about how Renekton, after the laning phase, doesn't typically have too much out of a single person stun, but Chachi has proved sometimes that's all you need in these kind of setups. So this was the fight over the dragon. 2 teams fighting over Cloudbreak, so Splyce back themselves away. Don't really think it's worth dying. Nice flash from Mickey, but Chachi matches it with one of his own. Follows up with a slice and dice. Gets the kill. Then Chachi goes and gets a tower, comes over to the mid lane, because finally they have control of those jungle paths, and they can get into mid lane and pick up a kill.
Yeah, and with the kill, with the gold, Visit Chachi's extending that lead. So he's plus 40 CS, plus 1,300 gold, and his second item is Black Cleaver. So we're going Titanic into Cleaver versus Hourglass Proto Belts. I think Chachi never wants to be in a team fight. That's what this build is telling me.
He just wants to be in a side lane the entire time.
Hopefully with Move waiting in the shadows.
Yeah.
That is, I believe, the game plan. Try to let Veritas and Exile, maybe Wave Clear, join in later if they can. But that's what those builds kind of scream to me.
Yeah, he's been set on Spectre's Cowl for a while as well, so just getting some magic resist. Exile's dead.
Oh, that's a little bit of trouble. Round Warp comes out. Is going to
Wait.
maybe get away. Where
What?
did he go? How did he get out?
Wait.
He juked the observers.
He juked all of us. He like spot ulted to
I
like the
actually
point
think-
next to it
I
and then
actually
flashed
think
away.
We have to see that again with Vision Toggle. Because I think Exile stepped in and out of the bush, so Splice couldn't hit it.
Yeah, he did, and then stepped back into the portal, which was taking him about like a quarter of a screen away, and then he flashed. Like that. Exile.
That was amazing. Wonder
was
gets
fun.
caught out, goes golden with hourglasses. Blue buff is picked up by Veritas in the back end, but just an easy kill thanks to some good vision.
Yep.
Hold that thought stress move, gonna proto belt to safety.
We talked about these jungle paths. As soon as those outer towers are down, that is when Chachi can push up, and it suddenly becomes not Splice jungle anymore. They cannot take the step in there. Wonder tries to, can't really survive when there are 3 people from the Unicorns in there, and Unicorns have fully turned this game around. So, with the Vision Toggle, so Exile, where does he actually do it? Because I think he appears like right next to it. So he's
Just below
dead
the
in
inner
it.
turret.
Yeah, it's just here.
Vision!
Oh man,
That is amazing.
that was so good.
That is the definition of a hashtag LCS big play.
Oh dear. It's like Harry Houdini. I was trying to think of a funny one, but with Exile, but I haven't got it. I'm just gonna let that play.
Go
stand
with
for
classic.
itself.
Go with
Yeah,
classic.
exactly.
Harry Houdini's good. I was gonna go with Dynamo, but I don't know how many people know him, so we'll move on from that one. You don't even know who he is. Exactly. I rest my case. Television magician who was famous a couple of years back. Showing my age, maybe. At this point in time, Unicorns are in charge. They've clawed back some of the early game deficit. They're ahead in gold. They're ahead in towers. And now they're trying to set up some vision around Baron. I actually like how Unicorns have used vision this game. When Chachi was very heavily extended earlier, he had a ton of wards and a ton of vision to play with. And now the obvious objective is Baron. So that's where the vision game is being set up.
Yeah, Unicorns are gonna back themselves away with that and try. They've got such good vision around mid, around the enemy jungle. Just Unicorns making sure they can keep track of Splice, so Splice is struggling to punish all the time. Finally, Splice will get a little bit of control over the Baron Pit. You can see they got some in Unicorn's jungle as well. They've been spotted out by the Rift Spirit. Chachi and Wonder going head-to-head again, but Chachi doesn't really want this for now. But all he wants is a Grom.
Well, nobody would want to. Even with Hourglass, I don't think Wonder could still win that fight. Hourglass plus Dominus HP from
Chachi
Chachi.
down, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we'll see. I doubt they'll go toe-to-toe. There's too much at stake. It's a spot at Worlds on the line.
Hang on, watch mid lane though.
All right, watching. Reaper's
uh,
wall. Gonna cut off Hillisung. Very good
cut off the
job.
wave clear is the
Hilly
other
puts
thing.
down the Glacial Fissure, flashes over the wall. No follow-up.
Ooh, hang
from
on, here comes
Splice,
Chachi.
but there is a round. Teleport's been channeled. Wonders come in. Remember, this is a teleport and a flash.
Oh,
Stand
he's
behind me. Harry Houdini, but it's the whole Unicorns. 2 of them have got away. Trashy flashes forward. Chachi's cut down where he stands. There's no front line for UOL. This is messy. Move Daft is away with the
Veritas.
belt. Veritas is locked in by a pillar of junk. And Splice say get dunked. They get themselves 3 kills and turn for Baron.
3 kills. Splice managed to turn that around from what looked a little rough from Chachi TPing into the backline, but that's where Renekton struggles. He locks one person down, and then Splice turn all the way around for a move. He's going to look to try and steal this. Let's see if he can get in there. Still 6,000 health on the Baron, so not really an easy steal, and he's dead.
Oh, Senkax just cuts him down, and Splice will stamp an authoritative control on game 1.
Stamp that control. They turn this one back around, so let's take another look at the initial engage. This is cutting off the wave clear from Veritas and also trapping out Hillisang, as we were talking about. TP starts coming in, but this is Hilly making his miraculous escape. He said Harry Houdini. How about Hilly Houdini in this scenario? Jumping out onto Veritas, getting himself out alive. And look, here's the turn back onto Chachi. Get the knock up, lock him down. Even with Dominus running, he can't keep himself alive for the majority of this team fight, and suddenly Veritas gets pillared. Spell Shield does nothing to that, I'm sorry. That's why you pick Trundle into Sivir. And Splice, after what was looking so good from the Unicorns, controlled play, finally Splice have been able to punish the Unicorns as it turns back around, and now Splice are in full control of the game.
Yeah, beyond a shadow of a doubt, Trashy secures that dragon with the help of Kobby. That's their first of the game. There'll be one more Mountain Drake before Elder spawns. And Trashy takes a lot of damage, got caught out by those concussive blows. Small stun. Outside turret is still standing for Unicorns of Love. Wonder for how much longer against the Baron empowered minions. I'm so disappointed I didn't get the Hilly Houdini. Oh, such a good line. But look at the damage difference in that last fight. I mean,
some sick Renekton damage.
but he's not a team fighter.
No, I know,
Not with
exactly.
a Black Cleaver
Exactly.
and a Titanic. Like,
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, is like Renekton has very specific things that he's good at. Always has been a difficult champion to balance because he was either incredibly good in the laning phase and just crushed and won before you could have a team fight against him, or you would drag it to the team fighting stage and suddenly you lose everything that Renekton is good at. And that's the position that we're starting to find ourselves here for Vizicsacsi, is he still has presence in the side, but Splyce are forcing fights.
and you have to loop back to the original discussion as keep an eye on Trashy. Unicorns are very proactive. Unicorns are an aggressive team. Mithy said it yesterday on the desk, how the first time they played against UOL in the semifinals, they got surprised. You know, they had to adapt their playstyle. Wonder's going to go toe-to-toe with Exile. Proto Belt
know whether Wonder
forward.
wants
Hourglass
this.
is available. Wonder's going to go golden. Really does not want that fight, but luckily the help of the minions will get him the survive, at least.
I think Exile was just panicking because Splyce were coming down through the jungle. Didn't want to get led on a chase to try and kill Wonder, so just decided that was enough. That was what he needed from that exchange.
Wonder not having the same level of control, maybe, on Cannon that he would have liked. Using that 1v1.
It's funny because we see the cannon come out of Chachi normally. He's the one that plays it into
Yes.
the Gnar. So it must be a little weird being, I've got this cannon pocket pick, I've got this for certain matchups, and suddenly you have to play against it. I mean, Chachi clearly is going to be fairly well versed because he was talking yesterday about the matchups against Kikis, where they keep playing these weird matchups top lane in solo queue. So I do wonder whether this is actually one that Chachi has played, because he said it in the interview yesterday.
I would not be surprised. In the current meta, 1v1s, I'd be highly surprised if there were no Renekton's being played. But to just loop back again to the original story, the Unicorns playstyle are very aggressive, very proactive. If Splyce are able to punish a proactive call, that's what leads them to Baron. And that's what I think Splyce are good at. They're a reactive team. They're a strong, sort of strategic, smart team. And by making a play with vision, by punishing a Renekton pick, by forcing team fights, that's how Splyce have got themselves this 4,000 gold lead, have got themselves now map control, and have slowed the tempo down just a little.
And that's such a big departure from even the Splyce last split. To use the word that Splyce are a strategic, macro, like slower paced, reactive team that are smart at it. I mean, you look a year ago when they were qualifying into the LCS and their series against Maus was based over who was going to kill Dragon. This is such a far departure. That knockup!
Because this time round, it's who's going to kill the Unicorns. Trashy flash forward for the knockup. Here comes Wonder. He flashes in for the Maelstrom, but Exhaust was good. That'll block a lot of the damage. Move drops down from the Repel, and Chachi's out in the wings. Splyce remain grouped up as Senkax goes toe-to-toe with Veritas. Flashes away, gets the kill. 2 Unicorns are down, and Splyce, they've got the numbers advantage in the mid lane.
You can see how much damage Veritas has this late in the game, but it didn't matter because he was 1 versus 1 against Senkax at this point, and that is going to be another set of towers going down for Splyce. They're looking to do critical damage to the Unicorns base here in game 1.
The primary wave clear from the Unicorns is down, and Chachi, he's going to get in so close if he wants to stop any damage. Kobe sidesteps the cocoon as the rest of Splyce turn onto the inhibitor, and the base is broken open after a very confident team fight with Trashy and Senkax starting it all.
Beautiful flash knockup from Trashy. Like, this is the kind of thing that you want to see from a Rek'Sai, because typically you have trouble starting a fight if you're just Rek'Sai on your own, but managing to catch 3 people in one single knockup. Good pillar to start it off, actually forces the jump out from Hilly, so credit to Mickey on this one as well. You can see Senkax tries to go in and drops the wall immediately. Wonder has his flash available, so that means Kennen can go aggressive. And suddenly, like, Unicorns look maybe to be turning, but Senkax on the bottom side, Veritas flashes into him to try and bypass some of the damage that was there, and Senkax just shrugs it off, instantly hits him back.
And important to note, Senkax has also hit a lot of those shoves this game. The reason I say that, the last time we saw Senkax playing Taliyah, didn't hit as many combos, you know, and it's looking a lot more practiced, a lot more comfortable on this champion, because the first team that had Taliyah bans against them was Splyce.
Yeah.
When Taliyah was available in, what was it, week 7, week 8, that week, almost every team banned Taliyah against Senkux.
I loved that week because we were wondering what the hell was going on because they were drawing Sion bans the same week. It was like Taliyah Sion.
It tells you something funky was happening in scrims.
We were thinking, is this real? Is this actually? And then we did get to see both.
And you know, Stress, you mentioned it, like strategic play, intelligent play, reactive play in the game. Splice of Spring were not that at all. Splice of Spring were, let's hope Senkux does something okay, and then see what happens from there. Because Wunder and Kobbe, I mean, Wunder was one of the worst top laners in the Spring split.
It's like, oh, well, we'll get there. We'll get there in a sec. I was going to say it's like a light version of Smeb, where, you know, they always talk in the LCK about the Long Panda Award and that kind of thing. Same kind of thing for Wunder. And his growth within our region has been so good. I want to see what he can do internationally, but we'll see that, maybe.
If they win this series and with aggressive plays like that from UOL, if they go punished, just like that, Kobbe goes godlike, 7-0-4. Senkux isn't done yet. Keeps throwing out those threaded volleys as Exile should easily get run down. Is that a failed flash? I think it was for Mickey. Doesn't really matter though, as Kobbe gets his 8th kill of the game. The rest of Unicorns are running for their lives and gigantic smiles from Coach Yamato Cannon and substitute Tifa. As Chachi's gonna really not have the level of impact he was hoping for this game. Despite some strong side lane pushes, it didn't lead to the control that Unicorns wanted.
And that's fair. The other side of that is the Renekton hasn't been a negative factor in the game. Like, okay, so with the team composition, it's difficult to do things, but Chachi's performance himself on this champion has actually been fairly good, especially into a bad matchup. So
one exception.
Okay.
That teleports in the mid lane.
That's fair.
I think that is unforgivable when you're on a champion like this.
But I would say that's fair, but I think almost every player would have made that same play. I don't think there's too much that he could have done differently that wasn't restricted.
The Chachi does not care about the wall. Oh, he slices over it, but only to find his own death. Gets turned into a pair of spliced crocodile skin boots. Glacial Fissure comes down from Hylissang. One last-ditch effort. Protobell forward from Wunder. Nobody's stunned just yet as Hilly finally goes down. Mickey's sticking on the front line. Throws down the Pillar of Ice, and the rest of Splice back away. A lot of good damage from the Unicorns of Love. It's at least stalled and slowed down the Baron, but not long enough as Splice just simply re-engage right now.
And Kobbe is having the time of his life on this first rotation Lucian in response to the Sivir. Oh, Exile.
Exile's in so much trouble.
Nothing up his sleeve on that one.
Not this time around. Who's next to the slaughter? Splice are calling. Turn their attention back to the Baron. Super minions from 2 lanes pouring through Unicorn's base. And Baron number 2 secured safely.
Well, this one's going to just be a slow end to it for Splice. They'll march into the base, but this is only game 1. But look, Senkux cuts off Chachi. Chachi goes over, thinks he can kill Senkux. Sorry, Chachi. You've got some damage, but you haven't got that much at this point in the game. The Titanic Hydra Black Cleaver Steric stage is not enough to take this out. Wunder, Zhonya's just in time to keep himself alive in this fight as well. And again, Splice just fighting in these enclosed spaces allows Kobbe to get so much damage off. Senkux gets so much damage. Wunder is able to get multi-person stuns. Splice just looking like they're, you know, picking up where they left off from the semi-finals. Not so much from the finals, perhaps, but
at least not the last 2 games of the finals.
That's game 1, about halfway through.
Game 1 and 2 were pretty good. But if you just look at like the kill participation, 11 out of 20 kills for top lane, 14 out of 20 for Trash in the jungle, 12 out of 20, like Splice just scream team play. They just scream togetherness, holding hands, the power of friendship. Maybe that's a bit too far, but
I mean, it's kind of funny though. Kobbe's got the highest kill participation in the game.
Yeah.
He's 15 out of the 20.
I mean, get around him, stick things on the front line, and Kobbe will kill whatever's left.
He will. Got to be careful because the Sivir does still have some bite. You can see Mickey loses half of his health, but it's all about the super minions pushing in through the top side. Now the mid inhibitor is back up as well, so Splice have to kind of edge in carefully at this point.
Well, safety with their 12,000 gold lead. It is theoretically just a matter of time. This is a team that really has played very controlled and calculated for the last few weeks. Move just about gets away with his life as the inhibitor drops.
And Vizicachi now is playing crocodile-sized distraction with a GA. Oh, Wonder's gone in.
Wonder's going to find at least Hylissang for now. Veritas gets knocked out to the side by the pillar. Here comes Mickey on the back line. In the middle of 4, Chachi's GA is popped. Kobe gets yet another kill as Move drops down. Trashy's going to hunt him. The whole team gets wiped. Unicorns are ace. Unicorns have lost their base, and Splyce have put 1 foot forward, and they're this much closer to San Francisco.
Game 1 for Splyce. They've broken the hot streak, broken the win streak of the Unicorns. A little bit of a rough game for the Unicorns. Some periods of play in the early game, though. The early moves into mid lane, trying to get the turret down. Move.
Already a pivot, and the Rek'Sai's removed.
And already I'm wrong. So, I mean, at this point, it could be like the Elise if they are looking for jungle, or the Gragas if they want to take it away from Trashy. So specifically, we'll see how the jungle matchup progresses throughout the Unicorns pick and ban phase, but obviously this means they're dropping either the Tahm Kench or the Gangplank, so take away 1 global, 2 more shall remain.
And Shen's still up as well.
Yeah.
You know, talking about those globals, Splyce banned it in the previous game.
It'll likely be the last ban from Splyce. So Tahm Kench coming out, Shen's probably going to come out here as the ban, which would leave us as UOL either picking up the GP or going for the Sivir that they went with in the last game.
Let's find out what they decide. Gangplank obviously still up and available. Splyce taking their time, discussing what the options are. If they don't go Shen, what are one of the other considerations they could have, though I do expect it to be Shen.
The Ryze they could take away if they want to take away all of the mid lane picks, but with Shen available, UOL, I mean, it's either first pick Shen or let it go to Splyce, and they definitely will pick that up, because with Gnar off the table, suddenly there aren't so many matchups for Chachi. So Sivir is the first pick. That means it's instantly going to be a Shen. And if you pick Gragas here, it leaves Move on the Nidalee, potentially. And suddenly you just run out of options. The other option is if Splyce delay their jungle pick and just go for the Lucian, they can look for Hecarim later into the Gragas.
All right, so a lot of options. I remember the last time Shen was left open for UOL. It was actually K that did that. And okay, so now we're surprised. Why do you think we've seen the Nidalee change now from Splyce?
Well, this is a wildly different jungle than what Trashy wants, and picking up the Lucian is not a high priority pick right here. Yes, it worked incredibly well for them in the last game, but you just gave Chachi his best champion. This is a pick that he loves to play, and the Unicorns look way different when they're playing with this Shen compared to everything else. So, I mean, I'm not scared. I wouldn't be scared of Move's Nidalee if I were on Splyce.
But what does this do to the rest of the gameplay? If Trashy's able to power farm and get into Move's jungle, maybe read him, maybe track him. In the previous game, the Rek'Sai into Elise, Trashy had nearly double CS by 10 and 15 minutes.
Sure.
As well as having, you know, a couple of ganks under his belt.
And that is one thing that Splyce have secured for themselves, is a good jungle matchup, because right now the 2 that you would look at, potentially 3, is the Gragas, the Hecarim, or the Graves that we have seen a couple of times, and none of them particularly fare all that well into the Nidalee at all in the early game. So there is the potential now for Splyce to pick up winning lanes and go, well, we'll win lane, we'll win this game. But now they have to kind of deal with the presence from the Shen. We've got the Gangplank available too if Splyce want to pick that up this rotation. It allows them to have Wonder on a matchup in the top lane. And actually, I think that explains why they don't pick up the Shen. They actually aren't going win lane, win game. They're saying, well, we'll have the Gangplank against the Shen anyway. We will match the global presence by having the ultimate. And that is how they'll win the game. So Splyce do actually have a game plan. That's why they've let the Shen go.
And now we can find out how good Wonder can perform on this Gangplank, what sort of impact he will have, and what those barrel mechanics look like, and whether or not that will be enough to overcome the mid to late game impact that Shen will on his Stand United. So jungle picks for Move. Hecarim is one of them, as you can see Hilly currently hovering. And then obviously locking in either a support or a mid lane here. Exile has the option of picking a different mid laner, though has run the combo in the past as well.
Yeah, he has, and we've seen it recently as well. We haven't seen a whole lot of Gangplank coming out from Wonder. Hasn't actually played it in playoffs. But when we have seen it, it's been decent from what we've seen. So Wonder will have his hands on that. Now it's a mid lane counter unless they do something fancy here, but it's going to be likely be the Taliyah with it available into the Ryze. Ryze tends to have a fair amount of 1v1 in the middle lane presence, but Taliyah roams better earlier, so you can snowball other lanes better than Ryze can earlier. Ryze is a little bit more of a skirmisher right now with the way you do that. Wants smaller fights, doesn't necessarily want the big 5-man fights all the time.
Yeah, I really like the options that Unicorns have drafted. They've got some side lane presence, they've got some global presence, good front line as well. Front line is something that Splyce are not in plenty of supply. Only the Trundle, and even that is optimistic.
Yeah.
That is optimistic at best. So for Splyce, they've drafted what I think is a fairly complex team composition to pull off. But they do have the ability to lead with Trashy. If Trashy can get ahead, if he can put move behind, then Unicorns will never get the chance to set up 1-3-1. They'll never get a chance to use this sort of death ball if they want to.
Exactly, and Unicorns are less looking for 1-3-1. They're looking more for team fighting with the Sivir, with the Shen, the Gragas, like these kind of picks all together. Start a fight, take somebody out before the fight really can progress too long, and at that point Unicorns will have the advantage. Problem is, Splyce have a fair amount of damage when it comes to it. Like, we saw Cobby go huge in the last game on the Lucian. Unless this game goes super late and he's going the Black Cleaver build, Splyce is going to be able to take a lot of these small fights too.
Now we get to see who's mechanically going to pull them off. The coaches are just about to shake hands. Only 2 Nexuses remain for Splyce to qualify for the World Championship. Sheepy, however, needs to secure 3 victories, needs to bounce back from that loss. Tracking where some of the support is, you know, Kikis, Mithy, they're in support of the Unicorns of Love. Freeze, Crepo, Perks, and Vander, however, feel that Splyce have it. I feel that coming into the series, Splyce, if both teams played their best, had the ability to outplay Unicorns.
It's easier to say that when Splyce are 1 game up, Trevor.
Have
If
to throw
only
me
you
under
had
the
said
bus.
that before the series. Not like you said that to me earlier.
No, luckily I have some social media proof, but it's one of those things where it's like, you look at the strengths of both teams. A proactive team that is messy can be beaten by a reactive team that is playing smart.
Yeah.
However, as the crowd is chanting and yelling, the Unicorns are incredibly strong in the early stages of the game. And if Exile can get another good early 1v1, this time Flash Ghost for Syntax, no Flash Cleanse, that could be a solo kill. That could be a way to open up this game here for UOL.
May very well be the case. We'll have to see whether Exile goes aggressive and takes 2 tower shots again. Keep in mind, this is for the last spot for Worlds from the European region. You can see down in the bottom left of your screen, the group draw show will determine exactly where everybody goes in the groups for Worlds. Will take place on Saturday, 10th of September. So either Splyce or the Unicorns will be in that mix.
Yeah, last European spot, and also the second last team worldwide. All 16 teams will be concluded today, as both teams just trading a couple of love taps. Nothing really gained from this, because of course it'll be either Immortals or Cloud9 that'll qualify from NA, and that'll round out the top 16 teams in the world going into the World Championship. And even though Unicorns have appeared on the international stage before at IEM, this will be a World Championship debut for both of the organizations, as well as for G2, of course.
Yeah, there's a lot of young talent going to Worlds from the European region right now.
The changing of the guard, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, for Europe, if you take a look last year and this year, shades different on what has happened. Very different region. A new era, you might say, Trevor.
A new era, indeed. Find out whether or not Unicorns or Splyce will be etching their names onto
The Summoners Cup?
2016. Well, I was going to say the 2016 team list. The 2016
I was going to
team
say,
list.
I think you might be reaching a little
2016 team
farther.
list. I can be hopeful. I can be hopeful.
That's true, that's true.
Between now and Worlds, still a lot of time, and regardless of who qualifies, my eyes are on Unicorns now. They had a good lead in Game 1 of the series. They had a optimistic pick in Renekton, which kind of ran out of steam, ran out of gas.
Yeah.
But this time around, the Ryze, the Shen, the Gragas, they won't have that sort of cap when it comes to their impact in the mid to late stages of the game. So let's find out just how much of it they can actually use, as Chachi already stamping some control against Wonder.
Yep, this tends to happen in this matchup. Shen GP early goes Shen's way. It will end up being GP. Will take A lot more of the presence in this setup. But the real thing, honestly, that is the difference between these two is that when you look at it, Chachi is basically everything that the Unicorns wants and needs in a player. Like, he is the one that they put so much behind. Wonder has grown into that.
Yeah.
Like, Wonder was there from the start, but at the same time, it's just they didn't rely on him for a very long time.
I think it's important to note, though, despite the fact that Chachi's had this great ability and this great performance, he has choked several times. And he has faltered when the pressure's got the better of him. And that's something that UOL as a team is somewhat guilty of, because they've made every single playoffs they've ever attended. They were regional qualified final boss last year. They're in the finals this year. This is an organization that has had medium levels of success, but doesn't have a title to their name just yet.
And I think that's the funniest thing, because so many people always downplay the Unicorns, whether it's their play style, the players that are on the team. This team has never been in a position where they've had to be in relegations. As you said, they've always made playoffs. Like, this is an organization, whether you like it or not, that is consistently performed now over 4 splits to the point where they are still here and with multiple different lineups have been very, consistent throughout the why, Unicorns consistent? You'd never have thought that initially, but they have done it.
They are consistently good while being inconsistent in their playstyle. I think that's kind of a fair thing. And what's also great is, like, the organization and the players, they've also got a lot of personality, which is why the guys on the ground here in Berlin, why everyone always screams their name and screams "Fear Our Horns," because they've built up this loyal fan base and this great level. Now we're at a pretty standard laning phase here, no advantages anywhere. CS is even. Sivir and Karma obviously getting the better of Lucian Trundle for the time being.
Yep. There's a couple extra CS in the wave down there. We'll end up picked up. Ooh, Exile here, but maybe this is the advantage we were looking for.
Well, Exile's on the wrong side of the rift, running away from Senkux to Senkux's tower, but he's going to be able to escape with his life.
Rashi's got a ward here, though.
Javelin toss.
Ooh, Exile's got a mouse.
Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. Exile's able to just sidestep.
Well, as long as
Sven would be happy, right?
Yeah, he would. He would. And Wonder may be happy if he can get some damage down on Chachi, but Chachi's gone back anyway. He's going to force out the TP. But what this does now do is, as kind of always tends to happen, Chachi has been forced back pre-6 now, so it's just delaying that 6 spike for the Shen. So bottom lane, they already get the flash.
Respect flash there from Veritas. Does not want to go toe-to-toe after he was kind of pinched between the wall and the lane by that tower. And important to note that Trashy is having his jungle invaded by Moon. Let me repeat. Nidalee is being invaded by Gragas, but there's a flash forward in the bottom lane.
Here's Talia as
Cannon
well.
Barrage comes down. Here comes Senkux, but
Can't actually get anything.
doesn't actually equate. So flash, heal, and exhaust down for the UOL bottom lane in exchange for a flash exhaust from Splyce.
And 2 ultimates. They used both the GP and the Talia ultimate, and that was an important timing window. As Trashy does not check that bush. An important timing window, as now he'll know it's there, because the Shen ultimate is now available. The GP ultimate is not, and that was the advantage that they had. Splyce will pick up that ward out of the jungle, but as you said, Move had gone aggressive into Trashy's jungle. Is still a level behind though, so can't really do too much with regards to fighting this early on, so has to go back into his own jungle. But we're back up to this top lane. Chachi and Wonder go toe-to-toe.
Trying to, but Chachi didn't connect with any of Wonder's toes, so that taunt did not land. Wonder's going to have some more support. Another early back. This time, Cobby's changing up his item build. When Ghost played previous game, picked up a BF sword this game.
And I like this. This is going to build towards the Essence Reaver build that people have started to go back towards. Here's the turn as well, because look, same thing, 2 games in a row. Splyce are now bailing out into the top side. Unicorns are doing the same. Typically, it's the team with the winning top matchup that will do that first.
Or
Wonder,
the pushing it.
Or the pushing is the other one. That's what I was going to say. Wonder has been able to use the barrels to push it out. I wasn't going to say pushing it, but
I'm going to make that word. Mickey's able to sidestep that taunt by actually walking forward. Chachi caught a little bit by surprise.
you know they can't see you yet, Trevor. You
Oh,
make
touche.
pushing
Touche.
motions.
The Facebook Live thing will go live in about 8 minutes. But 7 minutes rather. Visit Chachi holds onto his tower. And it looks like Wonder's backed away. So Wonder's moving down bottom. And Mickey, once again, being bullied out by the double ranged of the UOL duo.
Yeah, and this is the difference now with Unicorns picking up that Karma a little bit later on. You saw the Sivir Karma locked in, and it's a difficult kind of situation where, you know, you're playing double range, then now Splyce end up with the Trundle because they wanted to flex it, but it kind of ends up in a tough spot where Splyce are like, okay, well, I guess we're just not going to win the laning phase at all, but we're going to have this presence later on in the game once again, and that's kind of what Splyce did in the last game too.
Yeah, and taking a look at some of the presence, move on screen down 20 CS to Trashy, but Kobbe, who's being forced away, is down 20 CS to Veritas. A gigantic fight is breaking out in the top lane. Hylissang's going to flash away. Stand United will finish its channel, and that's a barrel knocking away. Senkux is in trouble, trying to clear out the wave, getting the help of the tower. The seismic shove knocks Chachi backwards. Senkux getting away with his life. First blood not secured yet. Move throws out the barrel as Splyce are running away. Not done yet. First blood not secured, but first tower blood is on the cards. And UOL, they're knocking on Splyce's door.
Yeah, but Splyce still are trying to just deter them as much as possible. Wonder's pushing in the bottom lane, but look, the push top is going to be stronger, but the minions are dying. That is the key thing for Splyce here, is they used the GPL to take away the minions at first, and now the second wave has pushed up. I think this is barely going to be in favor of the Unicorns because Wonder had to back away. In fact, that bot tower is still so much healthier. It's going to be in the Unicorns' favor here.
Strong play from Unicorns. They don't get the kill, but they should get tower first blood. Yes, Wonder's not even hitting the UOL tower. And Veritas knocks it over. Plus 1,000 gold, plus 1 tower. And the UOL squad are in the lead. Those are the plays that Unicorns do and have done throughout all of the postseason to get these advantages and put pressure on their opponents.
Yeah, and a lot of the teams that they played against have kind of crumbled under that. And Chachi takes a little damage. But, you know, Unicorns making that active play into the top side. Wonder used his ultimate. And I didn't see how many minions were in the wave at first, but the wave was just joining. Like, a couple of seconds later, and the wave would have joined, they would have cut the second wave off as well, and Unicorns would have been completely deterred. So if we do end up seeing that sequence again, it would be interesting to see how many minions were in that wave, but certainly Splyce coming out on the bad side of that. Despite not using their teleport on Wonder to join the fight, they were relying just on the GPL, which we've seen work for teams time and time again. This time, it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, not this time around. And both teleports available for Wonder and Vizichachi. Stand United will be up in the not too distant future. Looking down through some of the itemization, BF Sword and Long Swords for Veritas, as well as Berserker's Greaves. When you've got a CS advantage of 25, obviously going to give you the item advantage. No real surprises everywhere else. Runic Echoes with green, Smite for both Trashy and Move. And Kobbe, this game in comparison to the previous game, has not been able to get ahead and punish that Renekton. Because, of course, what allowed Kobbe to do so well in the early game previous was pushing Renekton away. And this time around, the fights in the engages have forced Kobbe to fall behind.
Trashy coming into the enemy jungle, and you can see one of the other pickups here without the cleanse now. Senkux getting himself the Mercury Treads, wants a little bit more MR and a little bit resistance to some crowd control effects. But
of which there are plenty.
Of which there are a lot, so good luck with that. Exactly. Cleanse, I guess, on its own, probably not going to do a lot in this game with just the one. Yeah. Maybe, but nevertheless, opting for that Ghost, trying to roam faster, trying to get out onto side lanes, perhaps, for Senkux and the rest of Splyce.
We need to see what is the impact of that tower being down top have, because Kobbe and Mickey were covering, but they backed away. This time around, Chachi connects with a taunt and throws on a couple of auto attacks. Really gets the better of that trade.
Blocks out all of the return damage as well from Wonder. But this top lane is going to be a bit more of a farm game for a while. Wonder does have his ultimate, as you said. The top laners, both of them are up with both of the TPs, so they can have influence elsewhere. But Wonder needs more time. He's still not at that Triforce. Looks like we're going for a mid play here on the tower.
There's the support. There's a potential dive from behind on the hunt used by Veritas. His move actually waddled his way in, able to get away. So Senkux's wave clear was strong enough to at least deter the tower push, but also, to be fair, UOL didn't truly fully commit to that.
But look at this. Splyce didn't really commit to a defense either. They pushed up in the top side with Kobbe. He's looking to farm up further and further, but he's still behind in that CS, keep in mind. So is looking for that build to build later into the game, so Kobbe's not in too much of a hurry.
Yeah.
Not going for that Black Cleaver build that gives you the earlier spike, looking for later on in the game.
Thing is, he's chasing an ADC that is always, in my mind, going to have a better headroom. You know, like, even though, yes, he's going to spike later, Sivir, I think, is still going to do more. Especially if big, messy team fights break out, which is what Shen, Gragas, Ryze really want to set up.
Yes, certainly in those team fights where there are a lot of members, Chachi TP's in, taunts away, gets himself out. That's the tower going down. But bottom side, look, there's the reaction coming out from the Unicorn. Veritas and Hylissang are pushing down as well. But the GPL, this is the one that they needed from Wunder. He TP's up to the top side, uses the ult on the bottom side, and this gives Splyce the ability now to push back Chachi from the top side as well, and maybe look for more.
Oh, they definitely can. Javelin Toss comes in from Trashy. Actually does a surprising amount of damage to Chachi. They're looking at his items. He doesn't have MR. And Exile could get cut off. Weaver's wall comes down, locking Exile in. He flashes over, but Trashy follows suit.
Ooh, the Channel.
Stand United has been channeled. They traded a couple of flashes for that. So, flashes for Stand United, and now Splyce, they're turning the pressure on the tower.
Splyce want to go on this mid lane tower. You can see they're constantly throwing out spears, constantly throwing out damage, but at this point, the wave is gone.
Yeah, very, very good taunt away by Chachi. Looked like he was going to get caught by the shove. And Splyce, even though they don't get the tower, they get chip damage on the top inner and the middle outer, both of them down to about 50 or so %.
And again, now it's Splyce's turn to step back in this game. The GP, Wunder can't actually do anything in the top side, so he probably should have just recalled out earlier anyway. But they just need more time. Like, Wunder is ahead in this matchup. He is going to be able to have more presence the later this one goes. So all they need to do is take a step back. They got some objectives. They can reset and look for another one again.
And of course, looking at the itemization, Essence Reaver picked up for Veritas, Trinity Force completed for Wunder. Wunder's got a pink ward in that bush just to his side. I want to see how long it survives before he goes to chip.
A long time.
There we go.
Oh, oh the barrel.
Okay. I got excited. I thought he was gonna ignore it for a little bit.
That's a weird one, because people are going to be like, oh, Wunder could hear. But no, that's not the fact. We're actually in...
It's actually a super common barrel placement for GP's top because it gives you an exit path.
It does.
So you can run out, pop a barrel, get that movement speed, and run away. Actually, last weekend, semi-finals, Hornsa had some amazing barrel mechanics in the NALCS to escape those exact gangs with some good usage of flash. Something that I do not have in my repertoire, barrel mechanics. We'll get back to that in a second as Blue Buff is being channeled. Okay.
Move gets the Blue Buff. We're going out. Look,
Right,
okay, Unicorns are going to try and take themselves to 90. But Wunder now up in the... Exploded both barrels, and neither of them hit Chachi. Now has to ult himself, but...
Taking a lot of damage, but Cannon Barrage will help out. And Visit Chachi recognizing the threat of Senkux coming up, or leaving lane rather. So either walking across the water, more likely just good communication. The moment Senkux left, you can see Chachi kind of bailed out of that fight.
And the fact that, you know, it started telling them that Senkux was moving to the top side allows Move to get down into the Dragon Pit, look to take out this Mountain Drake, look to take out another objective. So Unicorns, at this point, it's a roughly even game when it comes to gold, but the objective game is in their favor. 2 towers already, now they got a Mountain Drake on top of it.
Yeah, and it's just something that the Unicorns team composition does a lot better now with proactive plays. If they want to set up a tower dive with a Gragas or a Ryze, hey, add Shen and Sivir to the combo. If you want to run somebody down, Sivir, Karma, Shen, they destroy anybody. You know, so like, from a gameplay perspective, the Unicorns team composition, it complements their style. It works well with how, as a team, they play. And I want to see how they try to punish what effectively is a no frontline team comp from Splyce.
Well, the way that they're going to punish that is by catching them out in these small skirmishes, and that's exactly what you can see the lower jungle now for Splyce, littered with blue wards. So much vision control down there. You can see Trashy's now trying to fight some of it back away, trying to push back the Unicorns line, but you can see just how much vision they have over the entire area, and that's going to allow them to catch out anybody from Splyce that's looking to move between lanes.
I'm really a fan of that vision toggle from our observers, just highlighting how much information the Unicorns have to work with. But if you take a look right now, you can see the entire group up here from the Splyce members setting up for... This is for the tower. If a dive opportunity presents, great, but you're not going to do that into Gragas or Shen.
They're looking for the siege, exactly. They're trying to push back with the Nidalee Spears, try and get as much as they can, get some pillars out. It allows you to hit crowd control, hit damage effects like skill shots a lot easier once you get that pillar because of the slow. And then suddenly, you can half-health someone, push them back away from the tower, but it's not enough when there are 4 members of the Unicorns sitting there.
So you can feel the tension building. We're approaching 20 minutes in game time. Even game. Yes, there's a tower and a dragon to UOL, but neither team has control, and neither team is dictating what is happening. I'm taking a look down summoner spells. Only a flash is missing for Exile, and Unicorns start themselves off. There was the on the hunt blown. It's just for the Scuttle Crab. They really wanted Stress.
They wanted that Scuttle Crab, but it also now has forced Splyce to run up the river, and that allows Unicorns to cut into the mid lane again. Now they can look to push that one back out. They can push Splyce further and further away and then try and get some damage, but the problem is Senkux is sat behind that tower. He can clear it out and make sure that they can get themselves into the mix again.
We'll find out what happens. We're almost at 19 minutes. Still no first blood secured. And over on Facebook.com/LOL Esports, we have a behind-the-scenes caster look. Hello. That's for Facebook viewers. For everyone else that's watching the actual stream, Seismic Shove, that was very close. Move almost got knocked into the middle lane.
Just doesn't quite have enough lift for a Gragas.
No. You need way more power to lift that man. But Stress, 30 seconds.
Bot lane, hang on. Watch out, Trevor. There's 4 people heading down there. Although they have backed away. I'm sorry, I'll let you go.
I think Exile is going to be able to pull the Houdini move once again. Got access to level 2 on that Realm Warp. And it just feels like some decision making. Very good flash. Exile not going to need it.
Fight in mid and in bot though. You can see, look, Senkux had to ghost.
Okay, Cannon Barrage will try to clear out the wave this time round. Senkux, no cleanse, remember. He sidesteps and dances around the Shadow Dash taunt, but Unicorns, they've got themselves a tower.
Though. Look at Splyce, they're coming up the river now, and if Unicorns can't back themselves away, which they just barely do, Splyce could maybe have turned that around, but Splyce are getting run around the map. Again, Unicorns having a tower game.
We're approaching the slowest first blood in summer. 21:51 is the timer. That's what we're looking for. And after Splyce, they group up. They push themselves down to the bottom lane. Yes, they get Exile's flash, but they do not get the tower. And Unicorn's response easily secures that mid-outer tower, gives them the third of the game, and they are taking advantage and pushing forwards.
Unicorns, again, are doing a good job of getting residual vision control after they've moved into an area, leaving wards down, and it kind of gives you an idea of where Splyce are on the map. This time it's in the top side. That's where they were kind of angling around towards Rift Herald. Now, of course, it is the Baron that has spawned, so Unicorns are now going to go into the bottom side, try and get themselves vision down there, but they have to be careful because Trashy is here. Senkux is around as well, has his ultimate.
Well, a lot of damage put down into
Illy. Hang on, look, they're caught bot.
Taking a look down bottom, Cobby's in trouble.
They got him
against the wall. That's first blood, picked up by the Unicorns of Blood. Now Mickey's in trouble. He's been surrounded by the Unicorns. There's no support from Splyce. Splyce are peeling away to the mid lane, and Mickey's going down. Shadow Dash does not connect, but the big barrel does. Move gets the second kill.
Senkux used his ultimate from this. Wonder didn't have his available. They've managed to deter in mid as well.
It's not done yet. Teleport's coming in, but the taunt doesn't connect. Vizichachi's trying to look for Wonder, looking at the supports in the minimap, and the rest of Unicorns, they're running the way up the river. Wonder's going to be able to escape with his life, but it's Unicorns. They get the tower, they get the kills, and they get out.
It's all about the Unicorns being able to collapse with the Sivir, with the Karma. So many people that are able to just start this fight. Everybody has some kind of effect to get it started. Unicorns want another tower.
They're not done yet. Cannon Barrage is buying some time. The pounce forward from Trashy, and the exhaust comes out. Culling is way too short, son. You can't get Exile. He's running for his life. Wonder's on the back line, flashes away. He ain't no tank, and he gets dropped where he stands. A pounce forward from Trashy. He's farmed up the damage. Now Chachi's running for his life. Seismic Shove finds nobody, but Trashy's looking for more. Javelin toss from human form. Not going to be thrown out, and it's a 1-for-1 trade in the back end of the fight.
But now Splyce are going to look to push down mid-tower, so even up the objective control that came from it. Veritas can't handle this on his own here, gets pillared back, but Splyce are going to retreat, lick their wounds a little bit, and hold this game roughly even. There is a Mountain Drake on the Unicorns, so they will look to maybe build on that with a Cloud Drake that has spawned, but Splyce, will be at least kind of content with that last minute of play after eventually getting the next step. So this was the collapse. Veritas gets some damage down over the wall. A lot of damage came from Move actually there.
Yeah.
A lot of AD carries will tell you just how painful it is to get E-R comboed by Gragas.
Plus auto, plus
Yeah. Plus everything. Hit him with a W, hit him with a barrel. Hang on, Baron is being taken already. We need to go full screen.
Well, we have just gone full
It's
screen.
gone.
Secured. Unicorns did it. We were in a replay, and Baron is just secured. Stress, early game, proactive, aggressive. We said at the beginning, this is exactly what Unicorns need to do if they want to pick up games, and maybe the series against Splyce.
It looked like Splyce just backed away after getting mid tower, which normally would be the right thing, but Unicorns seem to have already made the decision to go for the Baron. They were already running out there, and of course, keep in mind they have a fair amount of mobility. Did they use any TPs or anything? Like, Ryze is still available on his ult. Didn't use anything like
No,
Silver Ultimate,
they
like
just
they
snuck
just
it.
Karma, and just ended up there taking down the Baron. We didn't see the build to it, though.
And if you step back though, game one and most of this game, the vision control that Unicorns have had has been great. The vision control in terms of playing the map, in terms of, you know, controlling the proactive
Uh-oh,
plays.
what-
Ground Warp, Wonder's in
Oh,
trouble. He's just gonna get run down. Exile pops up and says, hello. Picks up a very easy kill.
And for as good as the transition time for Splyce to move lane to lane typically would be when you look at it, GP with teleport, you've got a Taliyah, you've got a Nidalee that's fairly mobile. Unicorns with the Ryze, with the Shen, they're able to bring people over very, very quickly, and Move came along for the ride that time.
Yeah, but what does this mean looking forward now? Baron secured, a couple of kills, complete control for UOL, an easily secured Baron. They've got a team comp that can use Baron, but is it all on Shen?
It means Wonder's got to put in some work, and the fact that he just died makes for a very tough set of next few minutes through this Baron buff, because Wonder is going to be the late game presence that Splyce actually need here. Taliyah, for this game, really hasn't done much at all. There's been a little bit of wave clear, there's been some times where, you know, using the wall to block people off, but when it comes to actually carrying, that hasn't been too much. So Wonder now is really the only one that's in a position that is going to be able to do too much. Kobe can do damage, but it's not going to match up to Veritas in the late game.
It's going to be so tough. And again, no real front line here for Splyce. How do they start fights? That's what we got to figure out. Well, it helps if you can catch Exile with the shove in a 2-on-1.
Oh, he went
Exile,
back!
they're going to throw everything at him. Cannon Barrage as well.
Shen.
Stand United's being channeled, but Trashy's been left
Trashy.
for dead. The taunt comes out. Splyce bailed. They just bailed out. They lose Trashy. They lose the inner turret. And now Unicorns can take even more.
Yeah, it looks like they might be on the brink of losing game 2 of this series. Veritas has to be careful here if he's on Warpath with Wonder still around.
All right, so Baron buff slowly wearing off. About a quarter of the time is left. Tower number 5 falling to Vizicachi in exile. And the rest of Splyce, again, this team composition, no engage, no front line. Now they're behind 5,000 gold. You can have all the scaling in the world you want. If you can't make something happen, it's never going to work. Veritas just gets out of range.
Didn't quite catch Veritas out with the shove. Senkux even now takes damage. And, you know, for as good as his Taliyah was in the last game, Senkux actually hasn't just offered much at all in this game.
It's 0-0-0?
Exactly. But the thing is, like, it's not like he's playing bad. There's just nothing coming from it. It's not really doing much for Splyce because they're being beaten around the map by the Unicorns. The Unicorns are getting there faster. They're using the Ryze, the Shen, everything to group around faster. And you can see they're going to do it again here. So initially, this is great by Senkux. Shoves Exile under the, under towards the turret. They're able to get good damage down, but here's the Shen ult coming, moves coming in from the side. Senkux sees this.
So
Trashy
afraid.
can't bail out yet. And Senkux is saying, well, I'm not going to go 2 versus 3 because we're going to lose that.
Yep, do not want at all. So Nidalee, first rotation plus Lucian. That Nidalee's not really working out for Trashy. Despite some positive plays on Taliyah, has no impact because, as you've mentioned, Stress, the game is collapsed from the side lanes. You know, the weight of the Shen Gangplank and Exile playing that mid to late game, Ryze in the side lane is just collapsing, and now all these item thresholds are being hit. UOL are just substantially in the lead.
And this was the risk of allowing the Shen through. And not only allowing it through the draft, but then allowing it in past the first rotation for the Unicorns to pick up after they'd already got the Civet. You're basically handing them a composition that is very good at fighting. I can see what Splyce wanted to do with the Gangplank and say, well, we can match you later, but yeah, it hasn't got to that point for Wonder yet. He still needs even more time as the Unicorns are going to keep pushing forward in this, looking for top tower, but they've been denied for now.
So Exile really just playing on the front line. Got an interesting stat from our stats benders, which I'll deliver in a second. Chachi's going to get run down.
As an Earthbender.
Try to anyway. Flashes up. Everything misses. Senkux finds nothing. And that is just a good summary of the game. Exile's been playing on the front line so much. He's received 11,000 damage this game. Now that does include minions. On the other hand, Senkux has received 5,000. Now, when you have a player champion that's 3-0-1 and has been fighting the whole game, I think that does work. Thank you, Stats Benders, for that piece of information. But for now, Unicorns need to bend that advantage, bend that lead, and break Splice's base. They're on the inhibitor turrets.
They're trying to, but snakes aren't exactly like, you know, you can bend them, but they'll just move back. That's exactly what like the bone structure is made to do. So you can't really do that too much. But maybe like tie it in a knot so that it can only like bite itself. I don't know.
Hey, that's what Splice did this game. Tied their team composition into a knot after falling behind. Now Visit Chachi, full Uber Mega Tank. Spirit Visage, Sunfire Cape, Randuins. Ain't nobody taking him down. There is not enough time left in this game for Visit Chachi to go down without making a monumental error
Yeah.
and overcommitting.
Oh, it's just not really been a game that Splice have come out of the gates on. Like,
Yeah.
they knew that they needed time for the GP, and they tried to make that play up into the top side early on, but this has been a fairly slow pace from Splice outside of that. They tried to force a couple of plays in the enemy jungle, but never were getting the results time and time again. Unicorns escaping on tiny amounts of health. Even in game one, that was happening too.
And you know, we got very excited about the style in which Unicorns earn their lead, but it is not a surprise. You know, it is something that everybody should expect coming into Unicorns games. That in the first 10 to 20 minutes of gameplay, they will find ways to create opportunities. They will find ways to either pressure a tower or pressure a player, for better or worse. Unicorns will do it. That is what matters. And then, of course, that fantastic Baron call. Good hit.
Oh, gets another one just on the way out. And I don't really feel like Trashy's Nidalee is one that is fitting stylistically for Splice.
Yep.
I think he's had a decent game. I think the pick has worked for a lot of junglers. But when you look at what Trashy is typically doing, he's, you know, engaging fights. He's able to track the enemy jungler and neutralize them in the early game. It's less about carrying himself, more about setting his team up to carry.
And also being on that front line, being an initiator. Like, Trashy is one of the biggest fight starters for the team. Weaver's Wall comes up, but it's simply too late. It does nothing but highlight the problem that Splice are in. Mickey is going to sidestep away. Spirit Refuge comes out as well as the Cannon Barrage. That's a bunch of ultimates thrown down from Splice. They've lost another Baron at 31 minutes. And with this Baron, Unicorns can just look to play those side lanes, knock over an inhibitor turret, and then make those first steps towards putting a win on the board.
Yep, making ever so many steps of the Unicorns. I'm very impressed with how they've played this week. I mean, we were having the discussion coming into this week in this series of where the other teams were, and it's undoubtable that Unicorns have got to today's match through good play themselves and their enemies not showing.
Yep.
A combination of the both. But to get past Splice, who have shown us in game one, they are at least, you know, close to the top of their game. Unicorns are going to have to pull out more. And this game is a good example of the Unicorns doing well, while Splice are kind of on the back foot and don't have any answers to it.
And I also think you have to give some credit to Unicorns' pick and ban phase, changing things up from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah.
And then also now punishing the Splice composition. At 10 minutes, UOL committed a 5-man dive to a tower, basically. And it led to them eventually getting that tower first blood. Now the inhibitor turret is under pressure. Stand United being used on Veritas. Culling goes down. Mickey's in trouble. Subjugate comes out. That will buy some time, but the tower still stands. Veritas took a lot of damage early on and was forced to back away. And the rest of Unicorns, they peeled away. Top is pushing towards Splice as well, as Wonder gets taunted up by Visit Chachi. I think he went for a flash taunt there. and Wonder's going to flash away with his life. This will result in the tower. No kill onto Wonder, but knocks him away with the explosive cast. Seismic Shove finds no targets, but the inhibitor is being hammered away on. Veritas gets the ricochet down. That'll clear out the wave. That'll open up the base, and now there's super minions as well.
Oh, Trashy, hang on. Whoa, Trashy nearly gets ricocheted to death. Wonder's in behind them. But the minions are always going to push because of the level advantage that Unicorns have. Look at it, Exiles 18 to 15, Veritas 17 to 14. What this is going to do is with the minion empowerment on the level advantage, they're always flooding forward for the Unicorns towards Splyce. So Splyce have no room to make plays around. This maybe is the last ditch for them.
It is going to be with Baron and levels and minions and everything in Unicorn's favor.
Ooh.
Exile's looking for Trashy. Kobe's running for his life. Chachi's dashing into the front line. Inhibitors dropped as now Senkux is the target. Overload after overload is being thrown down.
Scary.
Defensive flash away from Senkux. Nexus towers are going down. The crowd erupts in cheers. Move finds no one at the body slam, but he's zoning them away. Chachi is looking at the Nexus. The rest of the team of Splyce are falling. It's a double kill for Veritas and Unicorns. They tie up the series.
Unicorns basically just won the game with all 5 members of Splyce still alive in their base. If it weren't for the last few autos onto the
question is, what goes next? Unicorns have decided Sivir. We know Rek'Sai is up, Elise is up, Shen is up, so one of those has been removed with Elise.
Well, it's Rek'Sai Shen right now is going to be the remaining ban, and then the first pick out by Splyce. So Unicorns, the other option here is if they leave both of them available, they will get one of the two. So if they want to look somewhere else, they could maybe ban the Gnar here, anticipate Splyce going for the Rek'Sai and giving away the Shen like last game. GP is available again, so Splyce may want to attempt that strategy again if they want to just ban out the Gnar.
And it looks like that is exactly what's going to happen. So, Rek'Sai and Shen is up.
Yeah.
What is more important to Splyce?
Rek'Sai, Shen is going to get locked in for the Unicorns, and at this point, the Tahm Kench is available as well. Oof. That's a lot of global presence already.
And Ryze is still up as well, so UOL could even get a slightly better version of what they had in the previous game. So what does Splyce... What do they have to reply with? They know Gnar's not there. Gangplank didn't work in the previous game, but that was comboed with a Nidalee. This time there is some frontline in Rek'Sai that can help.
Well, let's see whether Splyce take the Ryze away. That is one of the key questions here. We may see the Echo come out from Wonder if he wants to play it into the Shen. The GP is the other option that we already saw, so it could very well be GP in this rotation. Depends. Do they want the Jhin? They've hovered it for a while. I don't really know about blind picking the Jhin, but they are going to.
So Jhin is locked in. Where does Mickey go with his support then? We know that the ranged champions are possible, viable, though Mickey has trended more to melees throughout postseason. Gangplank, obviously, similar matchup to the Shen.
He's going to play Scion.
No.
Not really. No.
It would be amazing, though.
The Jhin Scion is the one that they play, but not in this game. Not in a game of this importance. So they leave the Ryze available. So that has now been passed over. So likely Gragas Ryze here as this rotation, which will leave us with what Splyce want, which is support and mid lane. So blind, well, not blind pickable anymore because the Ryze is already in the lane. So we may see something that has the roaming potential, which would be the likes of like a TF or something like that if Senkux wants to play the similar style, or something that has lane dominance, the likes of a Syndra, trying to actually control the laning phase against the Ryze.
Cassio has also been something we've seen a few times, and Senkux has played that. It's in his playbook for the time being in summer. A lot of questions available. There's globals here from GP from Rek'Sai, as well as a lot of range from that curtain call on the Jhin. Does Splyce keep playing the range game? That will be the question. A few seconds left before Splyce decide. And I mean, Black Shield, I guess, into Rune Prison if this is a mid Morgana, but I don't want to get too excited with it.
Malzahar, of course, is available. I was thinking what other picks are up for Splyce. Malzahar is a pick that Senkux has used to great effect. Typically one of the mid laners that runs it with the teleport. So is able to take control of the side lane, push it back out, get himself in time for fights, and now they've got Mickey in time to set up fights as well.
But you're picking a Malzahar into Tahm Kench, Shen, and Gragas. if somebody can't get eaten by a Tahm Kench, they can get stand united by a Shen, or the Malzahar could get knocked away by the Gragas. So there are tools for Unicorns to deal with Malzahar already. So that is one of my concerns. I want to see whether or not Unicorns can get coordinated enough to make that work, of course. And then we get Mickey's Bard. I'm exceptionally happy about that. It's been a very, very long time since we've seen Mickey on that champion. And we get to see if he's kept up his mechanics in Sonic.
We shall see that. So as the Ezreal gets locked in, Unicorns are going to go for the play where they kind of back away in the bottom lane and try and just take time, build for later in the game. Now what that does, however, mean the Unicorns have got a lot of tankiness and not a lot of damage for a while. They got an Ezreal, they got a Ryze. Shen will obviously have damage in the top lane. Gragas will bring some out of the jungle, but comparatively to Jhin, to Malzahar, to Gangplank, like these are high damage champions, but that's what Splyce had last time. It's like it didn't work.
Double threat comp, basically, is what it looks like. Prolonged team fights is what Unicorns are looking for. It becomes problematic if Mickey's on form. Last time he played Bard was week 9 of the LCS, and if he can land those Tempered Fates, lock somebody up, or cut off half of a team fight, allow that CC to then kill the front line or take somebody out from the back line. Execution is what Splyce are looking for.
That's what they're looking for. See if it's better than the last game where they tried to go aggressive early and then just kind of filtered back and went very defensively. Unicorns have got a fairly defensive setup as well. Both offense and defense. But, they got disengage, they've got shields, they've got Tahm Kench. They can cross lanes very, very quickly. So Unicorns, if they can catch Splyce out, may very well be able to drag him around the map once again.
We'll find out whether or not Splyce can bounce back from that defeat. I think both of these teams have got execution with regards to their team compositions. If Splyce can negate all of these tools that you all have for the Malzahar and the GP lockdown, well, maybe they'll be able to pick up that win. Jump on Twitter and let us know. Hashtag SPYWin or hashtag UOLWin. We are loading up for Game 3 of the European LCS Regional Qualifier, and for the first time in 3 days, it will not be a clean 3-0. Let's find out who's going to dig deep and get the advantage in this best of 5.
Well, I think we finally... I was going to say...
We may have to get security in there. Crowd is getting rowdy. Good to hear the Splyce chants, though.
Yeah.
Splyce boys bringing sexy back like it's the 90s.
That's
Deficio
different 90s.
Deficio made fun of me for trying to pull the age card,
but
so I'm going to embrace it.
I'm from the 90s as well, and bringing sexy back is not... I'm just... you so many things wrong with what you tried to reference there, Trevor. I want to be somewhere else.
Maybe
I don't.
Maybe I make my co-casters disappointed, because now I've got disappointed stress. We'll explore that thought in a moment, because Mickey's already in a little bit of trouble. Cosmic Binding found nobody. Hilly's hungry, trying to move forward. Tongue Lash was already used. Flash for the stars. Exhaust comes out. First blood picked up by Hylissang.
Oh, the Q start from Hylissang. We've seen this a couple of times. Oh, man. Reckless talked about this a few weeks ago. He was saying the damage plus the stun, if it ever lands, is almost impossible to deal with. The thing is, it almost never lands, but if Splyce face check bottom lane, have to flash, exhaust, and heal, and you still get stunned, you're never getting away.
Gobble, gobble, gobble. Unicorns are hungry, and Hilly with the Tahm Kench, showing why he can make it work, and it all starts with this Cosmic Binding.
Mickey checks.
He thinks
Tries
he checks.
to. Yeah, he thinks he checks. 3 stacks lined up. Oh, predicts the flash as well. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful stun on that to get that kill. Credit to Hylissang. We've talked about whether he's had an up and down split or season. That was the start they really needed for this duo lane.
Definitely the case. And you know, I saw some complaints on socials about First Blood taking a long time. 19 minutes, 35 seconds quicker in Game 3. The players heard your calls, ladies and gentlemen. And this was a gift in the regional qualifier finals.
It was a gift from Mickey.
Now remember, no flashes for a bunch of this bottom lane. Trashy smells blood in the water. He's hungry for fish for dinner. Hylissang's gonna try get away, rooted in place and locked against the wall. But Move may fancy a shot. Trashy's in trouble, down to 150.
Ooh.
The body slam barrel drops him.
hit.
Veritas is in trouble. Here comes Chachi.
Chachi's here.
Chachi's teleported in. Unicorns are everywhere, and they've got themselves 3 more kills.
Unicorns just powering everybody down into the bottom lane, and Unicorns have taken full control. 5 kills in the first 3.5 minutes. Unicorns have set themselves up for what should be a fairly straightforward game now. You've got to kill onto the Gragas, you've got to kill onto your Ezreal. This is a good reaction by Trashy, but Move had read this play. He's a little late to it, but still ends up in exactly the right place that he needs to be. As Healy got taken down, watch this flash body slam, or body slam flash in this case, onto all 3 people. This game has been less about strategy and more about mechanics in the beginning of this game. You saw it at the bottom of your screen. Wonder cancelled his TP there. Couldn't feel like he could react in time to Chachi. It does give him a farm lead, however, but that kill, of course, will leaving that up.
So, Splice come away. They're down 1,000 gold. Unicorns have got kills on everybody except Exile. And a major advantage very, very early on. Yesterday, Crepper was ranting about focusing the supports. And you should be focusing the ADCs. Now, admittedly, it's an Ezreal. It makes things way more complicated. But because Veritas was untouched, he was able to help clean up that fight with Move.
But at the same time, the caveat to that is with Tahm Kench, you basically always have to focus the Tahm Kench. So if he has Devour available...
I believe he was still level 1 in that fight, only had Tongue Lash, so...
You are correct.
Wasn't able to actually make use of that play. But either way, what it boils down to, Trashy feeling like there's a punish opportunity, and Move is even going to steal the jungle.
He had the ward down, and he was just waiting, and Trashy felt like something was up. And suddenly a Gragas rolls over the wall. Body slam into the smite, gets the blue steal. This has gone horribly wrong for Splice. When you're 1,200 gold down at 5 minutes, not a great start.
No, not at all. Ghost from Exile. Moon Prison comes down to Senkax. I don't think there's enough damage as Exile runs out of mana.
But doesn't run into the turret this time.
No.
Like game 1. That was a rough start for him in game 1. Move again on the counter jungle. Always just going aggressively in, getting vision down. He's looking for bottom lane, but you can see the reaction already coming out from Splice.
And again, the story of Move throughout the postseason. Arguably the guy who's considered the weakest of all the junglers in the top 6 teams in playoffs and looking towards regional qualifiers. And with every series, with every game on this patch, Move seems to be just getting better. He seems to be integrating with the Unicorns. And in this game, he's stealing away buffs. He helped get a couple of kills. Great body slam flash. And it's definitely something that, you know, somebody that people need to think about more, need to consider keeping an eye on him, because up until recently had not been a big threat.
To some extent, I think his early game in most games that aren't the one we are currently in has been fairly suspect. This game, credit where it's due. He's been in the right place in the bottom lane to get the knock-up, but a lot of that is kind of made by the Unicorns' early game and the way they've played it out as a team. But Move has struggled. Like, even in this series, he's been down heavily against Trashy in multiple games, so it's not like he's suddenly kind of become consistent at all times in the game. That's the real difference. But we'll see if he can get into the mid lane now. It's actually Trashy here, moves a little late.
Well, Exile's going to get Stand United flash to safety. It's Trashy that's in trouble. Chachi gets the taunt. Exile sends him packing. Unicorns, they're looking at San Francisco, and they're in a great position to get an advantage in the series.
I thought Move was a little late. Turns out Trashy was just a bit early and ended up with the Shen ultimate coming from Chachi to keep Exile alive in there. And that was enough to turn it around. Unicorns, this game, if they just play it out as they need to, they're already stacking tiers, they're already kind of taking control of the pace of the game early on. This should be a fairly clean-cut game for them. As long as they never let Wonder and Senkax take control of the side lanes, this game is Unicorn's game to lose.
Yeah, with the advantage they have, the ability to push the lanes, I concur. Double tiers on the side of Exile and Veritas. Gonna slowly be impacted once Senkax and Kobe get some itemization picked up. Wonder running for his life.
That's the thing is, like, this game shouldn't be unicorns at this point.
Yeah.
This should be a little bit more towards Splice when you kind of take into account how Jin should have, you know, a fair amount of presence bottom lane. He's now 21 CS down in that lane because he's unable to put damage down because of the Tahm Kench. They've been forced back, didn't have summoners from so long early on in the game. And suddenly Unicorns have gone, okay, well, I guess we got this comp that should be later, but we don't really care because we'll get first blood and just snowball.
Any scaling comp that can get an early advantage is obviously a monumental advantage. Exile making his way up top. It's only rank 1 in Realm Warp, so not the longest of range, but if Wonder decides to stick around, could be in trouble, and I think wisely Wonder backs away. Some information to work with. As you are well pushed forward.
Chachi's actually, whatever you want to call it, proxy farming, dirty farming, some people call it, behind the tower. Pushing back Wonder, but he's getting punished for it. I mean, you do have to tank the full minion wave.
Trashy's actually nearby. So is Move. Feral gets taken down.
Is he getting away with this?
200 hit points.
Oh.
Yes, he is. Move is going to save the life. Netherbrass comes out, and Trashy's going to look forward. Flash forward into the knockup. Exile's ghosting away. Kill on the board for Splice. They're not out of it yet.
Okay, Unicorns, you got yourself a lead. Let's not be greedy with it at this point. Don't go behind the tower early, lose half your health, force out a Gragas ultimate to keep you alive. Now get, you know, back into the lane, taunt Wonder, and apparently turn it all around anyway.
Well, Chachi with the instantaneous Shadow Dash. What's the cooldown? That will come back up. Let's find out. 100. Oh, very, very close. If that had come up just a moment or two earlier, may have resulted in another kill. But Chachi is just terrifying already.
So Trashy has got himself back into this game, though. Move with the 1 kill is down, though, in CS against Trashy. A little bit of an advantage, but Move looking to come bottom lane. Kills the tunnel, and that means that Splice will know there is somebody down in that bush. Hadn't been spotted on wards on the way down.
Okay, so 10 minutes has crested. Still 1,500 gold for UOL. They're up 3 kills. Looking at CS, it's only a sizable advantage for Veritas. Yes, there is 10 CS in the top lane, but Chachi's only 200 gold down, thanks to the kill and the assist to his name. And it's still up to Kobbe to try catch up. He's got himself BF sword, a couple of long swords as well. Whereas Veritas still working his way towards that mana mune, an eventual Mura mana. No real surprises here, itemization-wise.
Nope, nothing particularly out of the ordinary when you take a quick scan of it. Veritas going for one of the most annoying builds ever, paired with one of the most annoying champions with that Abyssal Void. They may be going for this. Look at how far Hylissang sat back. They're going in on Kobbe.
Mickey, Tempered Fate needs to be perfect.
Ooh.
He's locked up 2
I don't think
flashes
it's enough,
available. Let's find out. Body slam connects, and Mickey's knocked backwards, gets devoured by Hylissang, and the kill is donated to Veritas.
Nice ult out of Mickey, but they were too far up in the lane. They did not respect the Tahm Kench ultimate. Even at rank 1, you can get in there beneath them in that lane, bring the jungle. Move suddenly sets the bot lane alight. And that is the Unicorns again extending their lead.
Tower First Blood is available, but Cannon Barrage could interrupt. Looking at cooldowns, Wonder is just used down the bottom lane. Yes, thank you, observers. And Wonder is busy dealing with some wave pressure up top as Chachi's doing great work of killing those powder kegs. Getting in range.
Last game as well.
Yeah, really, really good timing and ability. As Splice are, once again, they're just falling slightly further behind. Nearly a 2,000 gold deficit. There is something to speak of, is the fact that Wonder has been kind of gifted a laning phase. With all that action very early on, Wonder's Gangplank has not been punished as heavily
And
as it was in the previous game.
That's because Wonder, when everything was going on in the early game and cancelled his TP, they got enough out of the situation to get Wonder Sheen. So he had this weird early back timing despite using his TP that kind of granted him a slightly more favorable phase, but Wonder's going to have some favorable help here because Senkirk's coming top lane.
It's a 3-on-1.
with Trashy.
Move isn't even going to make his way up here. Chachi's just trying to waste as much time as possible, and Exile's pushing into the middle lane. I think Chachi will go down eventually, but
Yeah,
what can
Senkirk's got them
Unicorns
off.
take in the time? Nethergrass comes down. Kill is still not secured. One more parlay. And Wonder takes him out. But will this cost Tower first blood? No, not enough.
Nope, not with that little minion wave and that little amount of damage onto that mid tower. But move again. Going to try and go aggressive. Doesn't really find anything on the bottom side. Although red buff is coming up very shortly. Unicorn's pushing bottom lane, but I think they're going to be hard pressed to push out the Jhin. But Kobbe is really struggling. Keep in mind, this Jhin was first picked into this lane.
Well, Stand United's available for Vizicsacsi and move.
Ooh, it's going to sit there. They're going to wait.
If he fancies the shots, teleport and Stand United, there could be a dive.
And Exile actually is pushing out the top lane to open up for that dive. This is trying to punish Wonder because he doesn't have his ult or his teleport available.
Trashy's nearby. This could be a 4v3. Deadly Flourish roots move in place, and that will at least thwart any further attempt. Chachi's still not going top lane, pushing towards the middle. And Unicorns, they're dissuaded. They decide against it, back out. And this will reset the game ever so slightly. That lead that the Unicorns had built up has set them up for a strong mid-game. You know, got over that power trough or hump that the Ezreal, the Ryze have with those tiers. But now they're going up against a Trinity Force, Lucy Boots, Gangplank. You cannot deny the fact that with Rek'Sai, with Bard, Malzahar, it's a much scarier game.
It is. And, you know, Splyce, this is kind of the quintessential comp they wanted. I like this comp out of Splyce a little bit more than the last one because the Nidalee, I just didn't feel like played Trashy's strengths, especially in these kind of compositions. But as Wonder and Chachi go together in the top lane.
Oh, good taunt coming out, but the minions are in favor of Vizicsacsi. Cannon Barrage comes down, but here comes Exile. He's round warped in. The barrel's coming up. Gonna get a movement speed. Gets away from the overload. But now all of a sudden, Zenkux is in trouble. Nethergrass comes out. Barrel knocks him sideways. The poison is gonna bounce. He's got one. Chachi's running for his life, and look at those Voidlings. They're out for Ninja Blood. Vizicsacsi's gonna escape, and now Trashy, he's found Hylissang.
Oh, Wonder's still alive.
Coming up close. Wonder still alive in the back line. Exhaust comes down for Hilly. Trashy flashes onto move. Wonder's looking for more. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Get in my tummy. Hilly's running for his life. Now, Vizicsacsi, it's so much trouble. He survived. Vizicsacsi survives.
They didn't get the sight on Chachi because the audio cue wouldn't have really mattered because they were hitting things anyway. So he got his recall interrupted, but he just stands there and he's like, well, if I just stay quiet, nobody'll see me.
I don't care if Chaos style is not a thing. Somehow Unicorns inject chaos into all of their games.
I mean, I do kind of care that it's not a thing, like, because I'm strategic play.
Chaos style.
No.
Chaos style.
Okay. You bring Chaos style up against the likes of like Rocks, and we'll see how that one goes.
Don't care about that. I just think it's fun.
Oh, no, okay. That's fair. That's fair.
So where did Exile actually join from? I'm looking at the minimap. I was not tracking that the first time around.
He just runs up and then ults, I believe, into kind of like this weird spot in the lane, but it's enough. Yeah, there's the initial... Under tower. Okay. I think he was just trying to buy time for Chachi at that point. So here's the Malefic Visions plus the Voidlings kind of bounce across and end up taking out Exile.
The silence just connected.
Just connects. And then the run is on. Then the big chase. All the way down the lane. Wonder was kind of out in the middle of the jungle just farming up. Another tower goes down.
It does indeed. So Splyce able to even out the gold lead, get themselves some crucial kills. Trashy's had his jungle itemization accelerated. Senkax is involved as well, killing 2 assists. And really important to know, Wonder got away with his life. After that whole start to this 3v1, and Wonder's Gangplank this time around. There you go.
Punch again.
Powder Keg goes down. Wonder's going to keep chasing. He's fighting minions. Trashy's also coming from the jungle. So if Chachi goes down, he's going to run into trouble. Prey Seeker will not find a target. They're not done yet. Cannon Barrage will force the flash.
Chachi's out again.
And that's worthwhile. They're just to survive with his life, but they get the Summoner Spell.
They do. They get the Summoner Spell, and they also kind of push a wave up into the top side now, but Unicorns should be able to react to that. But this has been a silly game.
Oh, I love it.
It's been a silly, silly game of chase the entire time.
Like we said right at the beginning, First Blood came 19 minutes and 35 seconds quicker. and the punches just never stopped. Just kept landing. All of that early game lead that Unicorns have built up has kind of been dissuaded. Observers showing us just how good Trashy's network of tunnels is, all the way through this top half of the jungle. A lot of options when it comes to mobility. And he's going with that traditional sort of Tiamat build once more.
Yep, looking for that Titanic Hydra. Gonna get that. Nearly at the Ghost Blade for Wonder as well. So that's, again, the point where he's going to start taking over the game. Chachi this time not quite having the same impact that he did in the last game. Like, Chachi was able to kind of shrug off everything that Wonder was doing. Wonder is going to be really mad, I think, at the end of this series, just with how many GP barrels Chachi actually ended up taking from him. So we'll see what we check in with him at the end.
The thing is, though, even with all those barrels going down, Wonder is still having a fantastic impact on this gangplank and doesn't feel like he's under pressure. The problem is the rest of his team is still behind. You know, they're still having some trouble. Down 40 CS in the mid lane, down nearly 50 CS in the 80 carry. A full item difference. Frozen Fist plus Mirror Mana, look at that, 1,600 gold, nearly 1,000 gold. There's big deficits that Trashy and Wonder need to overcome. The bright side is, with Trashy on the front line, if he makes the right calls, when paired with the Bard, can do so.
Even Senkux is now down on the itemization. Chachi is going to get out for now.
Oh, Cannon Barrage comes down, Trashy's running him out. There's no flash, remember, and Wonder gets the kill credit. We said how those are the two that need to lead the way, and that's what Splyce are doing.
This time, he only escaped for a moment until he was taken out. Exile, however, has pushed the top side. He's going to go aggressive onto Senkux.
Oh, this is going to be a little bit of problem. Teleport coming onto the Voidling. Actually, I think that was cancelled as Wonder gets away with his life. And so does Senkux.
This is a crazy, kind of weird, hectic game. There's not a lot of set plays coming out from this. This is just teams saying, okay, who's out of position? Let's go, try and fight.
True Shot Barrage? Not available. Not available.
Not available. No. Nearly Veritas got him. You can see just how strong or how much damage can come out of Veritas already. He has such a good lead right now and is getting stronger and stronger. This game.
Right, but what happens next, Stress? We've had 20 minutes of chaos and intriguing decision-making.
Yeah.
But now we've got fully activated champions. Morella Nomicon, Essence Reaver, Ghostblade, Triforce on the side of Splyce.
Well, what happens next is Unicorns have kind of got to the point that they were looking for. They've got themselves the Rise that has 2 items. You've got Ezreal, and now you can start to skirmish really effectively. You've got the Gragas, you've got the Shen, you've got the Tahm Kench, all able to kind of close the gap fairly effectively. And if they can catch Splyce when they don't have like both TPs available, that is the kind of moment where perhaps where Unicorns can look to fight. Problem is they do still have GP ult for any early skirmishes as well. So kind of keep that in mind when you're keeping track of the globals. Just to keep
Why not? If you can, go for it.
I think he was trying to eat the cannon creep, but I'm not
And
sure.
we get into this really interesting mindset equation where Unicorns have a fantastic, what is effective level 1, really. Get themselves a bunch of kills. But in the ensuing fights, like this one, start to lose some control, start to lose that lead. Keep in mind their composition still needs time to scale, still needs time to power up.
Oh, well, we just about hit it, because there's the Mura mana has changed. No Archangel yet.
Abyssal, was that cancelled?
Yes,
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was cancelled, so it's not the full cooldown. If you don't take the Abyssal, it will give you a very short cooldown. And Hylissang now has it available. Wonder has to flash.
Exile flashes forward, Barrel comes out, manages to get the movement speed, but not going to survive this time. Where the Wonder was caught by Exile, or he thought he was catching. Wonder finally goes down. This could open up the tower. This Trashy
at
takes
how
a lot
annoying
of damage. True Shot Barrage is available. Hilly's actually going to devour Veritas and take him away. Unicorns, they keep the siege up.
And Trashy doesn't have any armor really to speak of. He has a little bit of health and a little bit of MR, but you know, facing off against this Ezreal is going to be tough. Here goes Hilly.
Take a look. Hylissang jumps onto the back line. Stand United has been delivered. 8 seconds till Wonder's up. The tower falls. Grey
Hilly
Health
died.
is not popped. Hilly's gone down. They've taken Senkax with him though. 1 for 1 and the tower. Teleporting Cannon Barrage. Let's see if they're comboed. There's the Cannon Barrage onto 4. A lot of damage, but the Realm Warp out. Unicorns do it again.
Right in the middle of all of the crossfire. You've got shots coming from above, shots coming from in front. You know, just beam out of there. I guess that's always worked for Kirk and Co. See if it'll work for the Unicorns at that point. Just get yourself out. Unicorns, that was a lot of damage that was incoming.
It really was. And Exile's done that actually multiple times in the past in Baron play. So here's...
This is the kill on Wonder.
Wonder may have been watching mid lane.
May have. He was just trying to clear the ward, but I mean, I just don't think he was expecting that much damage, just in general. Then we look over at mid lane. At this point, Trashy's already been pushed back, and in goes Hylissang. Doesn't pop the Grey Health, as you said. My Spot ult keeps Exile so far back in this fight that they're not able to just completely run over Splice. And this might be one of my favorite plays so far of the day. That's so good. That's nice. Just standing in the damage to get out. Risky play, but I guess you're just timing that Jhin can't fire all 4 shots.
That's it. Need to get
amount
that
of
cooldown available. And one positive play from Unicorns. They once again regain the lead. They still have item advantages in nearly every lane, with the exception of top. I really like the fact that Movie's gone fairly heavy AD tankiness. Got that Frozen Fist, got that Ninja Tabby. You expect them to build up some MR now as well to at least thwart some of what Senkax can put down. But it's Splice playing defensive and Splice playing on the back foot.
Bottom side of the map, the top lane is going toe-to-toe. Abyssal Voyage is in behind Trashy here. Moves here.
Move. Good flash from Trashy. Hylissang.
Good lockdown.
Not going to find anybody just yet. True Shot Barrage has already been fired. But they got the Cannon Barrage and Trashy's flash. Mickey, great Cosmic Binding. Managing to pin Unicorns against the wall.
Just get themselves out, because that would have spelled the Baron for Unicorns as well. They did chunk Trashy, and they're going to start it anyway.
Right.
They know there's no Void Rush available.
Farm Alarm was used a few seconds ago. So Trashy cannot jump in with Void Rush. Baron cancelled. Still a lot of damage, and Unicorns, they're now in control of the map. They're dictating the tempo in terms of who needs to respond and where and when.
We're looking for that Baron, and they'll make a play for that again fairly shortly. They're going to do this very often when the Tahm Kench ult is available. Try and always go in behind somebody like Trashy, try and catch somebody out, and suddenly you've won the fight before it ever really begins, because you combo it, you pick up the Gragas, you get the Shen ultimate on top of it, and you appear with like 3 people. Suddenly everybody's there.
Luckily for Splice, Mickey was able to do small outplay with no real room for error anymore. Both Splice and well.
Here comes the TP in behind this time.
Away. All right, teleport coming down for Chachi. He's looking for a target. Mickey has flash available. Very good unburrowed. Then the flash comes up. Mickey, Tempered Fate is available. Teleport coming down, this time for Wonder. He jumps in from the Grom. Chachi gets knocked up by Trashy. Very good Devour. And that's why I like Tahm Kench into Malzahar. True Shot Barrage does not do a lot. And Chachi's able to escape with his life, but Veritas and Move, why are you here? Veritas has got a good way out, Move does not just yet. Flash away from Wonder. Senkax somehow goes down in the front line, just out of sight. Stand United will bring Vizichachi back into the fight, and Splice are crumbling. They've lost 3, and you are well, they're peeling back for Baron.
They just can't turn the damage back on fast enough. Ooh, careful as Veritas goes forward, nearly catches out Mickey. Tempered Fate is still available, but I don't think it's going to really be able to do anything in this scenario. There it goes, onto the Baron. It's going to delay for just a moment, but that's about it. They eat up the low health move, spit him back out. It's going to be an easy smite on the Baron, and Unicorn's second game in a row, they are looking a lot better in this series.
The aggressive plays. It all starts with a teleport here from Vizichachi.
Again, it's all about Unicorns starting this fight off. They have so many globals or gap flows or just abilities to get in. Nice block from Trashy to stop the taunt coming in from Chachi, and then it looks like Splyce feel like they want to go on this. As you said, Tahm Kench now into the Malzahar. There was already a bit of a knockback there that allowed Chachi to get out a little bit quicker. Now Unicorns turn from this. Getting the damage over the wall from Veritas onto Wunder allows Exile to cut in through the top side, take out Senkos, and follow on with the rest of this fight. As Moon gets the Shen shield, is able to get into the fight, and suddenly a double kill for Exile opens up the Baron.
So important to note, Splyce picked Rek'Sai over Shen in the first rotation. There's a Chachi 1, 2, and 4 coming back into that fight. And of course, the early game decision making, right? Mickey feeling like that bush was clear, allowing Ezreal and Ryze and Chachi on Shen to accelerate their itemization. Unicorns, they've got such a good foothold in game number 3.
They have, as Exile's going to push down the bottom lane. To look at itemization briefly before we have another fight, Kobbe is going for a very unorthodox build on Jhin. Typically you see the Ghost Blade, you end up seeing the Dusk Blade come out alongside it. Kobbe is going pure crit. This is the type of build that when I was talking to Gypsy Lord, the champion designer for Jhin, he was talking about just how much damage you can do on the 4th shot and then the 4th shot from the ultimate. It is based purely on critting hard and is an unreliable build for most circumstances in comparison to what we've seen with Jhin. So Kobbe is looking to just one-shot somebody off his guaranteed critical strike. And again, Chachi blows up the barrel again. Oh,
3 for 3.
Oh, that
Gonna get the 4th one. Shadow Dash, Taunt, Spirit's Refuge gonna block those auto attacks. Now Chachi in a little bit of trouble. Wunder's gonna turn the pressure on, gets the kill. A little bit of overconfidence. You can see the face palm from Vizicsacsi. The rest of the map is still under pressure though. So Splyce may have bought themselves just a little bit of breathing room. But it doesn't feel like it's gonna be enough. Vizicsacsi just a tad overconfident there.
Little overconfident, to say the least. Was trying the 3rd time's the charm on the barrel,
Yeah.
didn't get it. And oh wow,
A lot of damage from that spell
so
flux.
much damage. I guess it's a 5 and 2 rise with 4, like almost 4, I think. So it's to be expected this late in the game out of Exile. Again, look at the experience advantage for a couple of Unicorns. I'm going to cherry pick some because there's some for this place too. Exile was 2 levels up, now only 1 level. Veritas was 3 levels as I started this. He's now only 2 levels, but still, the experience advantage for the Unicorns alone.
The top duo is still strong for Splyce. Wunder and Trashy, but they're not strong enough to overcome the 7,000 gold deficit. Because the other 3 members of Unicorns, Exile, Veritas, and Hilly, are just in another tier above Splyce's bottom trio. Second, Cloud Drake will be picked up. Next one will be Elder. 4,000 gold on the Baron power play. I mean, it's just great proactive play from the Unicorns. And maybe it's a little risky, maybe it's a little messy at times, but they're making the forward plays. They're pushing Splyce against the wall, and Splyce are falling apart.
Yeah, Splyce are really struggling up against the Unicorns in these last 2 games when, consider game 1. Game 1, Splyce looked like they had Unicorns downloaded pretty much.
Yep.
They were, matching everything, taking better fights, getting better objective trades. And suddenly game 2, game 3, Splyce have struggled against the global presence of the Unicorns.
Do you know what they did in game 1, Stress?
What did they do in game 1?
They banned Shen.
That's true.
Now,
That is actually true.
sometimes we get a little hung up on small details, but it's so clear what a difference Shen brings to a gameplay. You know, Chachi, who's on his game, he's playing the side lanes, putting all the pressure. Even though Wunder has had such a good matchup, with an early advantage, it's still not able to thwart what value Vizicsacsi brings the rest of the team.
And it gets to the point now of you have to question, how much overconfidence is it to lose once in a matchup because of the way it was played across the rest of the map? Accept it again, and if you don't see a Shen ban in the subsequent game, have it potentially backfire again?
Yeah.
That would be Splyce just being way overconfident.
The other question is then, let's say hypothetically it wasn't a share. Let's say we go all the way down to that early game decision making.
That was no damage.
Some trouble. Stand United
that's-
comes up. That's a lot. Stand United will deliver. Visit Chachi. Curtain call. 1 on to move. 2 on to move. Double knockup. 3 on to move. The crit goes wide as the Shadow Dash manages to put him to safety. Trashy will not go quietly into a loss. He gets the kill credit. Now all of a sudden, Wonder's just way overextended. Devour should be available, not going to get used. Cosmic Binding, locks down Bizachachi. True Shot Barrage flew across the Splice boys. Very good Devour. Trashy's looking for 2. Bizachachi and Hilly's on the back line. Here comes Exile. Trashy will go down. Mickey will not get the stun, but does get the slow. Kobe will not find the magical journey. Instead, Exile does. There'll be a lot of damage onto him, and 3 members of Splice run away. They simply got caught out.
Kobe looked like he was trying to just get away, but thought, oh, I'll get the journey for the shortcut. He was dead pretty much either way, going left or right in that situation there. And Unicorns, it looked rough to start because Exile just eats the ult and is thinking, okay, I'm actually not too bad off. The Shen ult comes through, but look at all the rest of the damage that comes out from the Splice guys, and then hit them, don't quite hit ult shot number 4. That's the big one they were looking for with that crit build. But, from here, Splice are able to kind of bring Unicorns into this choke point here. Unicorns go on to Wonder. Wonder gets himself away from the taunt and then kites back up to the ramp. Unicorns are back and forth on this, thinking they want to go aggressive, but Veritas isn't able to put out the damage. The exhaust there is actually what slows him down so much. Kobe uses his flash to try and catch on to the Ezreal, and that's what inevitably means he cannot get into the magical journey. Ends up falling to Exile. Exile has been the one that Unicorns can build this game 3 of the series around.
Yeah, it felt like Kobe was just half a second to a second late on the call. Everybody else had backed away, and he took 2 or 3 extra steps forward. Ended up costing his life.
So close. I was about to say, nearly got a Flame Horizon on the 80 carry.
Okay. 245, 337. Almost there.
Almost had to get it. I'm getting a little too excited.
Well, we both are. And so are the Unicorns. Which is probably a little bit why they got caught out there. Jumped out a little overextended. Baron is live. Elder's up in a minute and a half. There's no support here for Senkax, so this is slightly optimistic.
So I want to go back a little bit talking about this build that Kobe has gone for. A lot of it is to do with the number of tanks on the enemy team right here. You can even include Ryze in among that because he is fairly tanky. Has a big health pool from having that Rod of Ages and the shield from some Archangel. So it's all about getting crit, armor pen, get all of these things, and that is a bad ult to check the Baron.
Yep, very, very cheeky play. We actually saw SKT do that during their playoffs in LCK. Really cool, just delivering people with the Tahm Kench, hopping over the wall with all the mobility. Splice sussed it out though. I think it's fairly obvious at this stage in the game.
Oh, they're trying to go on Wonder. He pops the Ghost Blade.
I think they're going to successfully get Wonder. How much time can he buy?
Splice aren't doing anything really other than Senkax in the bottom lane on Chachi, which is fine. Malzahar into Shen, you will catch him.
Yeah, eventually. Rylai's is going to run Chachi down. GA needs to get burned through. Will Senkax chase forward? Wonder's going toe-to-toe with Veritas. Veritas will easily get the kill. Chachi's GA is not even popped, but Splice will at least get a tower as the only victory.
36 minutes in and they just get mid outer tower. This has not been the best of series for mid lane for Splice. Senkax has looked fairly quiet in a lot of games here. Game 2, 0-0-0.
Still remember, he picked Malzahar into this team comp. Right, 30 seconds before Wonder comes up. Baron is being dropped down. Curtain calls fired across. Trashy's on the back line. The rest of Unicorns, they've bailed out. They've turned their attention to Mickey. Tempered Fate's available. He couldn't even use it. Baron has reset. Exile's taking a lot of damage. There's no curtain call. 15 seconds before Wonder comes up. Trashy, can he be the Splice hero?
Oh, he's
gone into the pit. Got in a little early. Before he steals it! He steals the Baron! Splice managed to pick it up, but he loses his life. The only cost for this, though, is it only stands on one member. Kobe will be the only one, I believe, has the Baron buff.
He went in so early and still got it. Hang on, Wonder just killed Exile as well out on the map. And man, Splice what should have been the brink of defeat have just held on. Trashy getting the steal. As you said, they have it on Cobby. And that is the only remaining member.
More importantly, Unicorns do not have it.
Yes.
It is a tool they cannot use. All right, there's a teleport coming down here for Visit Chachi. It's just to help secure Elder Drake.
Abyssal Voyage used as well.
Yeah, definitely want to get that buff. Deny. It's not going to be the most beneficial, but it's going to help them out in fights. Wonder, oh, you got way too forward. Forced to use that flash. And now Mickey's coming in as well. Splice, they fancy
They
this.
don't have Trashy,
Senkax
though.
is coming from behind. He's looking for Veritas. Instead, sets his sights on Hilly. Great health can't be used. Senkax gets knocked to safety. What have Splice done? They've got themselves
got
two.
Chachi.
They're looking for a third. Curtain Cole's going to get Arcane shifted away as Visit Chachi gets run down. Splice have got massive, massive death timers. They might look to push.
4 versus 5 against the Elder Drake buff. Splice have just taken out the Unicorns from what looked to be a certain game for the Unicorns, the way that they were pushing this down. Splice have turned the game right around, and now with Cobby in the middle lane, they can at least hold their own for now. The Baron buff is still active on him. Unicorns have been deterred for a while. It's not Splice winning the game right now, but it is enough to turn it back around. This was the engage around the Baron. So this is the initial one. Look, Baron resets. It's at 3k health here, and there's no real vision after this pink ward dies for Splice. They couldn't get further vision after this gets turned on. I want to see what the damage was that went onto Baron here, because it holds at 3k. Trashy goes in. So Trashy Qs for the empowered auto, smites, and there was no smite out of Move during that whole sequence. So Move was trying to hold his smite for the perfect smite. Trashy goes in, gets some damage down. Oh, and it was the cheap field. Okay, nice, nice. I was wondering how he killed him, because he was in base, but I guess if you think about it long enough, you
Cannon Barrage.
tend to realize that. So here we go. Move is a little low. Chachi's full health. Veritas full health. Hilly's full health. How does this turn around? There was a TP from Senkax into the bottom lane with Home Guard. Veritas got chunked early on. And Senkax just goes in, hits the silence. Oh, hang on, we're into a fight.
Oh, jumping out of this one, Unicorns pushed all the way in. They managed to get the inner turret before the fight broke out. Malefic Visions, not going to be enough to pick up a kill, but there's that 4th shot crit. Trashy gets sent forward. Devour used onto Visit Chachi. Now Splice, they're running for their lives. They're still behind 6,000 gold. Yes, Splice have had a series of magnificent moments, but they are not in the lead. They are not in control. This is still Unicorn's game. You have to look at the differences, the kills, the towers, the gold, and of course, that Elder Dragon, which helped them out for just a few minutes.
This has been a ridiculous series when you look at it. Back and forth fights time and time again. We are 40 minutes into this game. And as we take a little breather, there's no Elder Drake. There is no Baron available. So we are into a quiet period. There is no real reason why a team should be pushing out on the defensive like Splice. They shouldn't be going into Unicorn's territory, because otherwise they're going to get Abyssal Voyaged.
Well, they are indeed. Cobby is able to run away, and somehow Wonder gets out. Trashy interrupts the taunt. Nope.
Oh, Mickey
That's a
said.
kill onto Mickey. Devour onto Trashy as well. He's got no flash available. Curtain Call will buy some time. Good damage onto Veritas. The Nethercross wants to move. Malefic Vision's not going to spread just yet. GA has been popped. Call of the Void not going to apply the silence. They trade 1 for 1, but it's a jungler for support. Not done yet. Realm Warp is already used, and Unicorns are running for their lives. Very good dash away.
Here comes
There's a
Trashy.
Chucky
Look, he
stays
Void rushed
alive.
in.
Can he find Exile? That's the question. Goes in, gets rooted, won't find the knockup yet. There's no flash available.
it.
Support comes out. Wonder's looking forward. Stand United is down. Senkax has flashed forward for that one. Now all of a sudden, Splice, they're only 4v4, but they're knocking on the door.
Yeah, exactly. It's the jungler that is down and the primary engage. Chachi tries to go in alone. Can't quite get it. Doesn't have his Guardian Angel. Just absorbed the Duskblade coming out from Wonder. Unicorns are getting slowed down here. No Realm Warp quite yet. Chachi does have his TP, but can't get in behind them.
All right, Mickey's been able to respawn. Tempered Fate just about to hit max rank as Mickey's level 15 on the crest of hitting level 16. Baron is up in 1 minute 45. And you just feel like that could be The game-changing play.
And this was nearly Unicorns punishing Splyce for moving way too far. If Exile TP'd into this one, they catch out Mickey, take him out. And Unicorns are able to just deal enough damage to push Splyce back, but then go right in towards this Nether Grasp. The ult from Cobby, the damage coming out is insane. And Move ultimately falls. He's taken down. Close on the Cannon Barrage. He's taking this one out. So many low health members. Splyce barely hanging on in.
And it doesn't matter what happened 40 minutes ago in the level 1. It doesn't matter what happened in the laning phase. Because now it's about vision around these objectives. And it's about who's going to play out these fights better. Baron, as we mentioned, up in about 1 minute's time. Wave is pushing super heavily towards Vizicsacsi in the bottom. And somebody from Splyce will have to catch that one in the top lane. So I want to see who answers that. And then you can already see Mickey on the minimap starting to set up some vision in around the pit, clearing it out as well.
The difficulty Unicorns have is that Exile and Veritas aren't really getting much stronger from where they are. Unless they sell boots and go for a different 6th item, they are at their peak. And when they had the Elder Drake, that was pretty much where they were at their peak as well. Whereas there's still another item to come on Cobby. There's still another item for Senkux when he sells that Doran's.
When he sells that door.
We have 44 minutes in, he's got a Doran's ring. Doesn't want pink wards, so...
Senkux will eventually get rid of that item.
Hey man, he just needs a little bit of extra.
It helps, dude. It's, what, a quarter of an auto attack at this stage? But the main thing is, will Unicorns have enough damage with just their 2 primary damage dealers, or will Splyce have enough survivability with only their 1 true tank? These are the questions that we're going to find out. Move, throws out the barrel roll, captive audience, all of a sudden Wunder's down. Wrong side of town. This should open up Baron. It is live. Wunder way out of position. No Cannon Barrage and 55-second death timer.
See if he can do it again for Trashy. Somebody may have to stop Chachi if he sticks around. This may just be a bait out of Unicorns.
Tag number 1 hits, 2 does not. Tempered Fate's already been used, so that will dissuade the rest of the Baron attempt for now. Still 35 seconds before Wunder comes back up, and the rest of Unicorns, they're onto the Baron.
Splyce just did use a lot though. 3k. Trashy can't go in there.
Not this time round. It is secured by Unicorns, but at what cost? Splyce cannot take anything else, and that might be all Unicorns need. They get Baron, and they get out alive.
There was a moment where Chachi went over the back that if Trashy had gone in, and Chachi hadn't matched him with a taunt, there was the potential for Trashy to go in, but I believe he opted to use his smite elsewhere, likely on. Yeah, as he was coming back out, he just couldn't get into the pit again, so Splyce will be on the delay again. Wunder is back up.
I don't know if they can for that long now. Max level Shen, GA, even picked up a Tiamat, getting some damage to boots. All of the poke that comes out of Ezreal at this stage of the game. Splyce have to defend for 3 minutes, 2 minutes 40, as Baron still stands. Luckily, they have inhibitor turrets to work with, but they will not last very long.
No. No, they're not going to last very long at all. The only difficulty Unicorns have is actually pushing up, because Ezreal, good at poking and sieging people back away from the towers, but actually stepping up to auto the tower, fairly difficult.
Move gets caught by Cosmic Binding. No additional follow-up though. Exile waiting in the wings. Realm Warp is available. Abyssal Voyage is available. Knowing Unicorns of Love, a tower dive is available.
I hope not at this point. I hope they do not opt for that on its own.
As the play-by-play in the group, I hope they do. Mickey, by the way, has been zoned away. He's down to 20% HP. I think he went toe-to-toe with Exile. Tower's already down. Trashy's zoned away. Here comes Senkux, holds onto the Nether Grasp, and Vizicsacsi's pushing the top lane. Call of the Void just trying to, push away the minions, push away the champions, but it is so, so tough if you're Splyce.
And that was what they needed to do. Get somebody low so Splyce didn't have the numbers to defend. Exile just got bottom tower as well. Now they continue the push onto multiple inhibitors. Bardol goes wide.
Yeah, Tempered Fate finds no one. Arcane Shift is going to get Veritas to safety. Realm Warp, actually, slightly awkward from Exile. Doesn't use it this time around, but it allows an inhibitor to fall. So Unicorns have already accomplished their goal. Second one falls a few seconds later. And this lead is now completely cemented.
Where's that going? Abyssal Voyage got cancelled.
I guess top lane or Elder. Those are the two options.
Yeah, looked like it. 5 seconds on that Elder Drake until it spawns. So Unicorns are going to back away. They're going to bait. Oh, they're going to bait. Ah, okay. Great.
Yeah, Tremor Sense will also help from Trashy. Vizichachi's on the front line. GA is available. Senkax does not get taunted. Interrupt on the knockup. There's the Devour. That means it's on cooldown. Look at Exile on the side. Mickey pins him against the wall. The stun and the exhaust is there.
Exile, he's
him
dead.
down. It's a shutdown. Supers will be making their way to the base soon.
They got
but Move's in trouble. GAs are popped everywhere. Wonder's looking for a kill. Move's trying to get away. Body block. Copy's on a killing spree. 2 members of the Unicorns are down. The Elder Dragon is available. Veritas might be able to get Mickey, and he does. It's a 2-for-1, and now Veritas is running for his life. Running low on mana as well.
TP.
Teleport comes down. Senkax finds Hilly.
He's not full health,
The
though.
rest of Unicorns are here to support. Wonder and Kobe looking for more. Senkax goes out, really trying to find a kill. Malefic Visions might just kill him. No, it
Yes,
will not.
just.
Oh, it does at the end. Senkax gets the kill. Now Chachi's in trouble. Spirit Refuge buys time as he taunts over. Elder Dragon is hired to help out. But it won't matter. And Unicorns, they get enough kills to make it not matter.
Splyce just barely got the lead at the beginning of this fight, but then lose their heads coming into the second phase of the fight where Senkax would teleport in. So Senkax manages to stay alive for long enough as Chachi is going aggressive. Unicorns, however, now fighting in a choke, in and around a GP ult. You've got the Jhin ult coming out as well, but Exile gets knocked up by Trashy. The damage comes out. It's insane onto the Rise. And from there, 2 GAs. One gets chunked through again. His move ends up falling, but look at this. Senkax recalls from his... does he actually recall or does he just TP down? I don't believe he even channels the recall. Yeah, he just TPs in behind here. So ends up half health. TP in response from Vizichachi. Hang on. Elder Drake is live. Baron...
It is live indeed. Elder Drake, it is
stolen.
secured by Splyce. They take it. This game just will not stop. Unicorns running for their lives. Vizichachi completes the stand united, and Splyce are running away. Senkax was left to defend the base against 2 lanes of super minions. And the 7,000 gold deficit at 51 minutes no longer matters.
The Bard ultimate slowed down the Unicorns just long enough for Splyce to come in, and suddenly Kobe over the wall is able to just put damage down, take away the Elder Drake. And man, this has been one crazy game in a crazy series.
Crazy game, crazy series with so much on the line. 2 Nexuses need to get killed before either of these teams can go to Worlds, can go to San Francisco. And in dramatic fashion, game number 3 is going all the way.
So, good Bard ult. Smite into the connection.
Yeah.
Whew. A lot of damage coming from that Jhin now. You can see how much that ult does. Hang on, we're back into a fight in the live screen.
We are in
Every time we go to a replay.
These teams cannot for control. Cam is the name of the game. This is a good Tempered Fate, but it's support in the top lane. Move gets rooted in place. Trashy's trying to buy time. That's a kill onto Move. It's a 5v4. The Splyce boys are fighting back. Vizichachi's going to be in trouble. Knocked up by Trashy. Flashes away, but can't get away from the deadly flourish. The Malefic Visions continues to tick down. Hilly's going to try get away. Realm Warp delivers him and Chachi to safety, but Move is down. Body block comes out and Chachi survives. Just the kill for Splyce.
Hylissang goes in to save the only original remaining member other than himself of the Unicorns. They won Worlds. It's their second season in the EULCS, and Hylissang wants to try and help get them there. Man, Unicorns just holding on in some of these fights. Splyce have had a miraculous turnaround, though.
This is the closest UOL have ever been. They lost 3-0 last year. They have a lead and a game to their name in this regional final. But 20 seconds before Move is up, Baron is live. Splyce, they're trying to rush it, but they don't have the full contingent. Wonders in the bottom lane, starting to recall. Cannon Barrage and TP's available.
He has his TP. Here comes Exile on the side, though. Move is not there. This has to be a miss smite from Trashy to take this one away.
There's a Chachi, not going to get done. Splice secure Baron.
Here comes Wonder.
Oh, this is a little brave. Look behind. Chachi could come in from behind. Tempered Fate was used, but didn't work. Not going to manage to connect with anybody. Curtain call.
Double knock-up.
Connect 2. Move has now rejoined the fight. Trashy's running for his life. Blade of the Rune King slows him down. GA is popped, and Hilly's running out. The Visit Chachi's got Malefic Visions. No kill. Rooted in place by the Flourish, and now Move is piecing out. Unicorns, they are rooted, but look at the supers. They're in the base. Spice might lose an inhibitor.
They will lose this inhibitor by the looks of it. It's so very
Trashy can interrupt. Trashy can interrupt. He saved it. They've saved the inhib.
Just with the smite, with the combo of the 3 from Splice rushing out with the home guard. Barely had enough time. Thanks all to that empowered recall. If that had been an 8-second recall channel, Splice would have lost their bottom inhibitor. Whew, Splice have turned this game around. It all came from that one Baron steal, and then every fight that followed from Splice. Just getting enough, just enough, like holding an even fight.
Oh my word.
It's not even like Splice have dominated every fight since. It has been back and forth, but it has been enough to drag the game so very long. 54 minutes, nearly 100k for both teams.
This is the longest game of the summer split on 6:15 on this patch by a long way. We have a Warmogs, Hylissang, Tahm Kench.
He's got a QSS.
That's 1, 2, is that like 5k HP? 4,600 before Greyhound. That is terrifying. Yeah, those 4 matter. Deadly Flourish finds nobody. Move is waiting in the wings, and Senkax has got teleport available. Splice have got to be so careful. I don't care what anybody says. Unicorns of Love have chaos style. It brings the craziness into the games. And now with Baron and a minute and a half, what can Splice do to counter it? Will they have the control to pick up a 2-1 lead in this best of 5? It looks like now Splice, they have to somehow make it back. They've got empowered recall.
Abyssal Voyage is available, but Unicorn... Ooh, Veritas. He will heal that back up fairly quickly. Abyssal Voyage is up.
Oh, now all of a sudden, Unicorn's on the wrong side.
Yeah.
Can
and now
catch
Splice
the
is just pushing mid.
All right, Tower in the top lane's under pressure. Senkax pushed that one in. Nobody from Unicorns is trying to cut off this mid lane wave.
But Unicorns had pushed the wave back far enough that it allows them to regroup. Unicorns just pinged the inhib and then the Nexus towers of Splice. Is Chachi looking to make a play down there or something? Splice is getting top tower. It doesn't matter because Senkax is clearing out bot lane.
Production ready. The base race graphics. Yeah. This might be a thing. Empowered recalls coming out. Splice back away. They've still got 30 seconds of that ability.
It won't be a base race right now because it is Senkax that has cleared out the bottom lane. It was a massive stack of minions looking to push down into that bot in here, but Splice do not feel like they can push too far up because they know Hylissang will just ult in behind them every single time, and if they can't kill Exile at the beginning of the fight, Splice are in trouble against the Unicorns, but they've managed to the last few times.
Can they keep it up? Can Splice maintain this momentum? From being down 10, 12k, now being down 3k at nearly an hour.
And every fight now for Splice is practically 5 versus 7. Because the 2 GAs, hang on, here goes the engage.
Tempered Fate! That's going to catch Exile!
That's the important one!
He can find him! Gets rooted, look at the damage! Very good Devour. Veritas though, he's jumping under copy. This fight has become split. Splice have regrouped. Nether Grasp is still available. Veritas flashes away for his life. Arcane Shift rather is the spell. No flash available. Now Splice are backing out. Stand United was not used by Chachi, so UOL, they could re-engage. Cannon Barrage still available as well. It is so tense.
So tense, they trade the flash from Wonder for the flash from Exile. A couple of ults and summoners used in there as well. But it's going to be the defense, and as everybody backs away from this, Splice is still just poking, just trying to edge out any kind of lead that they can.
This one game is getting closer to game time than all of the series combined for UOL previously. They so handily won the previous rounds, and now they're in trouble. Hylissang gets caught up, but that's not the target you're looking for. Follow Move on the sideline. He body slams over. Visit Chachi's caught up. Cannon Barrage comes down. Grey Health is huge, but the crit damage is massive. massive. Hilly flashes away with his life. Vizicsacsi gets his GA pop. Now Splyce, they're looking for more. Move has still got that explosive cast. He can try to disengage. Devour saves Chachi once more. Move stays alive for the time being. Flash is available. Gets through the base gate. The door is closed. The gates are shut. Hold the door, Unicorns yell. And Splyce get nothing.
And for now, they have held. And, you know, Splyce, they're putting so much focus onto Hylissang because if they don't focus him down at some point early on in the fight, he's going to save Exile. He'll save Veritas the later it goes. So that's why a lot of these Jhin shots are heading straight for Tahm Kench because they have to take him out. We are so late into this game, though, that Hylissang has so much health through the Grey health. Yes, the fourth shot half health the Tahm Kench through that shield, but still it takes so much time to kill what is essentially a 4.5 item Tahm Kench right now. He's not even at 6 items. He's going to get tankier and tankier. Oh man, Unicorns. I mean, it's not like Hylissang has too many options of where to go. He can maybe build a Mercurial Scimitar out of that QSS. Stuck here, Mickey.
Oh, Mickey's dead.
You're not
Mickey's
so
dead.
fine. You're not so fine. That blew your mind. And that's going to be Elder Draco Baron.
55 seconds to Baron, 1:15 to Elder, 65 seconds before Mickey respawns. Can Splyce defend 4v5? They have to, if they want to pick up another win in the series.
Oh, Abyssal Voyage. Here's the channel.
Coming in
They're
from
on Senkuts.
behind is going to deliver Chachi. That's a 2-man taunt, but there's no damage to follow up. Remember, it's a 2-damage threat. It's in trouble.
turn.
Cannon Barrage comes down. Curtain Call is being fired. There's no GA. Wonder's got one. They turn their attention onto Exile. He's the target. Rooted in place.
low.
Not just yet. Call the
three-man.
void. Silences them. Hylissang devours Veritas, but Exile's down. In a 4v5, Splyce get 3.
That could very well be it. Veritas is looking to just poke from the side to slow them down. He missed the first Q. He was looking for just any damage that he could, but now he's on his own. Hylissang is actually just beside him. He healed up so much.
Look at Splyce. They don't even know what they want. They push forwards. They fall back. They push forwards. They can't afford to get the wave cutter off.
Oh.
Veritas is in trouble. Nethergrasp is on cooldown. Good Devour. Hilly's going to run away. And Senkux protecting the minion wave.
Wonder is leading the charge here. They want to try and break open the inhib. There's still 40 seconds on the death timers. Splyce have themselves a small wave and a lot of damage. Veritas ult is coming up very soon. If he can just kite back, maybe he can cut the wave. No, he's dead.
He's caught out. Devoured by Hylissang, but the damage is still delivered. Wonder's forcing away Hilly. Splyce, turn their attention to the Nexus. Splyce boys, tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Slam the Nexus down, and you might be world-bound.
The relief on Mickey's face at the end of that game tells the entire story.
I am exhausted.
Ooh.
I am exhausted.
That was one hell of a game. Back and forth. A very messy, very unorthodox game.
So, what will the answer be? Sivir, so that at least denies the Shen plus Sivir. In theory, Wonder could run Shen now, but then what does Chachi run into it?
I would quite like, on this rotation, to go Shen Gragas. Get the fight starting for Trashy. He could also go Elise, but you know Move will react with the Gragas. Splyce were in this situation in, I believe it was game 1 or 2, and they just picked the Lucian. They picked Lucian in this rotation both games. But in game 2, they picked Nidalee with it, and I don't really
The Nidalee did not have that impact. Like, Trashy, yes, he had a CS advantage, but as the analyst desk was also alluding to, the lanes were not able to take advantage of Nidalee's ability to push in and apply pressure. So, Elise or Gragas is something that we'll be looking at.
Gotta take the Shen here.
Oof.
This
Again
is
with the
overconfident if they don't.
I mean, look, the Gangplank eventually worked.
Yeah, 60 minutes into the game.
Because Shen teleported away to give kills elsewhere. Or does Wonder pull a rabbit out the hat and do something that's not Gangplank in this game?
Wonder's played the likes of Fiora in the playoffs as well, so maybe he wants something else. The GP is there. It is a fine matchup. It theoretically does well in the late game and is able to control the waves as you push in. So I don't mind it, but Chachi has shown us that he is better on the Shen side of the Shen GP matchup than Wonder is on the GP side. For 2 games, for the majority of both games as well.
Yeah, and you also have to call out like all of the micro things. Visit
Killing the
Chachi
barrel.
killed so many powder kegs, and yes, Wonder had a good game in game number 3. You can argue it's because of all of the inconsistent calling that allowed that to happen.
And it's very rare that I would say this for a team that are currently in the lead in a series, but I really hope Splice aren't doing what H2K did against Splice, which was refusing to adapt. And if they don't adapt properly in the way that they play in-game, this one could be another tough one. So we got Trundle down in the support. We've got the Gangplank, and we're looking to counter pick mid.
Luckily, the Elise plus Gangplank top can do very well into Shen plus what we're expecting to be Gragas.
Yep.
So that like 2v2 duo is very strong on the condition that Trashy lands his Cocoon. And then all of a sudden you can, give that Gangplank a very strong advantage.
If we don't see the Gragas, we may very well see the likes of the Hecarim. We don't see it all that much here in Europe anymore, but with the combination of the Shen with the Sivir would pair well for team fights. I don't know whether I want to see Move play Nidalee, I'm going to be honest.
Tell me why.
I feel like Move is already such an inconsistent jungler at times that I feel like a jungler that is based on carrying alone and does require strong lanes that are winning, well, we're going to find out now. I don't really feel like this is the confident pick. I feel like Move has to be, and he has been counter jungling, but I really don't like this for Move.
So the advantage here, the lanes are more in favor. At the very least, Shen should be okay against Gangplank. Sivir plus Bard are going to be able to shove in against Lucian Trundle.
Yep.
And then obviously the Karma mid. It's the first time this series. The one thing I am seeing, another sort of lack of team damage if Sivir goes down. Right? Like, yes, Sivir can do a lot and does a lot of AoE, etc., etc.
Karma does have a surprising amount of damage. Pre-20 to 25 minutes, like, Karma will hurt every time she hits, but the later you go in a game, can be difficult to get the damage down. Splice have themselves a Malzahar to round out the composition, so again, a little bit about that push in the middle lane. Should be able to at least handle the Karma, but it's fairly a skill matchup. It's not so much one that either dominates. And that means that Move now doesn't quite have that push in the middle lane the entire time. Like, it will mean Sencrux has to trade his mana out to push back in response, but this is going to be a real important one for Move to get a good start and transition into helping his lanes as well.
I think that's where I'm going to be looking as well, is like, how do the rest of the lanes interact, especially Veritas and Hylissang on Bard, because Hilly's Bard, we've seen it a bunch. 6 games. He's got a decent win record on that champion, but it's not amazing. It's not something that I think of and actually associate with Hylissang.
Yeah, that's fair. But then Mickey just played his Bard, and that's Mickey's champion, right?
Left a lot to be desired, right?
0, 8, and 7 in that game. So we'll see whether Hilly can maybe make it his own.
Well, we'll find out. Hylissang has to make it his own. The Unicorns of Love, if they do not pick up a win here, they will once again fall at the final hurdle. Ladies and gentlemen, if you really want them to win, send them your support, send them your love, both in the crowd and online with that hashtag UOLWin. Or will the young upstarts of Splice debut on the international stage over the Unicorns of Love? We're loading up for Game 4 of the Regional Qualified Finals.
In game after a 60-minute epic game. Yeah, epic to describe the game time, perhaps not the level of play in that, but nevertheless, it is the hand we were dealt.
The entertaining.
Yeah, it was nice. You got some 90s references in there, you got some, you missed some.
I'm just very happy I got to do the Spice Girls, Spice Boys merge. I've literally been sitting on that all split, and I decided to save it for an epic moment, and I feel that was the most epic I'm going to get.
Someone just
Someone got hit by that javelin toss.
I was going to say.
They got hit by that javelin toss.
To give people some extra behind the scenes, if you have something like that, this is one thing Trevor did, is he saved that one for a long time. Because if you tell the other casters what your line is, suddenly there's like a time limit on it.
Yep.
You with your Smitty J, that Deficio sat on for like 3 weeks,
I mean, let's be
trying
fair.
to use it.
It was not the most innovative of one-liners, regardless of that fact. I got to say it, so na-na-na-na-na-na.
Yeah, Deficio was so mad. I wish you guys could have seen that. We'd have had a camera on Deficio.
Hey, look at this. Mickey and Cobby, they put a ward down this time round.
They learned.
But they're in a matchup that's going to be very tough. Sivir and Bard into Lucian Trundle.
Cobby already gets hit by the Cosmic Binding.
At the very least, until 6, this will be very challenging.
Yes, it will do. The race is on. Just trade those autos into the wave. You can see Splice will, for now, have the advantage, but the Ricochet bounces through, suddenly tidies up 4 or 5 minions, and it turns all the way back around. So Chachi, again, we see Shen into Gangplank. 3rd game in a row, and like I said, is this overconfidence by Splice?
Well, we'll find out, because this time around, Trashy's running Elise. I like the options of Elise plus, you know, Gangplank plus maybe a teleport from Senkux on that Malzahar. 2 teleports on both sides this game, which you've not called out. Also, first Infernal Drake, you know, right at the gates in terms of the first dragon. And I think crucial, if you look at the minimap, all 3 lanes for the Unicorns are pushing towards Splice. So where does move go? What does move do? Wonder, it always back away to minions and a barrel, and Chachi wisely decides not to engage.
Chachi's just being annoying in this lane as well. Moving up to the barrel when Wonder moves away from it to the point where Wonder's out of parley range. So it means he can easily clear the barrel, despite moving past the minion wave, because he hadn't actually aggroed the minions by auto-attacking Wonder in a while. It means Chachi just sneaks up, takes out the barrel, moves back away. So you can see just how familiar with the matchup Visit Chachi is. And now 3 games in a row on stage. Real good performance for him.
He's just going to magical journey out to safety as the wave is being shoved in. Big CS difference. Senkux under pressure in that mid lane. He's got about a wave and a half or 2 waves to farm. And we'll see how well he can last hit. Still missing just a couple. This is a terrifying matchup. I actually learned much earlier in the year. Karma into Malzahar. For anybody that watches the additional content streams. I got absolutely bodied
on
our April Fool's show.
You were playing against GBM.
It didn't go well for me. And right now, Wonder going to enlist the help of the Winions. Flashes forward, Thunderlords as well. Helping out, but here comes Move. Minions coming in to help out, remember, Move. Oh, the barrel popped way too early just for the additional movement speed. Flash has already been used by Wonder. The Cocoon flashed away from, but the burn, the tick, the kill not secured. Wonder survives with his life, all flashes blown.
Everybody flashes, nobody dies this early on. Double TP is going to come out, but Trashy has actually kind of just maybe made this a little more difficult for Wonder. They were trying to push it all the way out to get it as fast as it bounces, but it does mean Chachi will be able to absorb a lot of that farm. It will bounce back for Wonder, it'll be fine in the end of all things, but still, Wonder will look at that and be like, whew.
The micro decision making, and immediately within 5 minutes, both Move and Trashy top lane. So we had theorized that was going to happen, and it has. Good boomerang from Veritas will push Cobby away so he actually doesn't engage. And Mickey going for a good chomp trade onto Hylissang. But overall, Summoner's down, so it's the next gank we want to watch for. Will Trashy or Move decide to pay a visit up top? And will it set up either top laner for a strong play? Barrel gets popped. Very good shield there from Chachi.
Yeah, and Chachi decided there, he was like, okay, I can stop this barrel, or I can auto Wonder and actually deal damage in response. Chooses to take the trade there. Cobby is kind of struggling every time we come down to this bottom lane. Not actually struggling much in farm, but when it comes to trading health away, it is tough. Trashy hanging just on the edge. We'll show now.
He's just going to brute force this one. A show of force, I feel, because of the amount of pressure Cobby and Mickey are under. They've been shoved in deep a lot.
I'm pretty sure it'd already been spotted out, though, on the wards that Hylissang had placed a little earlier on. And he's, again, being tracked fairly heavily throughout this early game.
If nothing else, it relieves pressure from Cobby and from Mickey. Looking at Trashy, he's not even behind on CS yet. Still equal with moves in Italy. And it was around 4 or 5 minutes that Trashy accelerated his CS when he played Nidalee earlier in the game. So let's find out if Mook can do the same. He's just going to steal away this Raptor camp. So step 1 in the farm a lot with the Cougar plan. Didn't really know, yeah.
It's okay, it's fine.
How to just stop. We're 4 games in.
There
Not
was
all of them are
60
going to
minute
land.
game.
Not all of them are going to land. So.
You miss every shot.
Yeah. Some shots shouldn't be taken though, like that was one of them. In the middle lane, shots are going to get taken. Cocoon and Javelin toss available.
Level 6
Senkax
GP.
getting pounced on. Here comes a Cannon Barrage. Move is the target. First blood to Wonder.
Both top laners use their ult, and what that means inevitably is Wonder stays around. Cancelled his TP though. Chachi comes out of the lane, but it's Splice that come out ahead from that. They get the first blood, and they get the push into the tower now. Chachi's going to lose a bunch of experience and minions up in the top lane.
Oh, a little bit of pressure on Cobby and the tower. But I think important to note, Stress, that this game, Trashy has been everywhere Move has been.
Yeah.
Up until, ooh, a lot of damage on the Cobby. Boomerang goes out. Got to be so careful. We'd anticipated Trashy to sort of read and counter gank and react to his opponents. This is the first time that we're truly seeing it multiple times in the first 10 minutes.
Well, that's what we normally expect from Trashy. That is his play style, and you know, this is the aggressive play here. Exile gets the Shen shield, but it's Move that needed it in reality. Exile would have been very low without it, though, still.
And props to Trashy, whether that was predicted or whether that was just 2 champions stacked, throwing the Cocoon out, turning their attention to Move instead of Exile, who obviously received the Shen shield. So very good heads-up play. It allows Splice to get a kill on the dude that realistically needs or wants it more than anybody else.
Yeah, really does. Important note here, the itemization. Different build from Cobby this time. Going back to what he did in game 1, looking for the Ghost Blade. So the more standard Lucian build. Reason for this, you look over at the Unicorns. Nidalee's not a tank, Karma's not a tank, Bard not really a tank. He does get health a little later. So again, only the Shen is going to be the one that he has to chunk through. Laughing at me.
I like that, not really a tank.
Well, not really. He
That's a good
gets
one.
a little tankiness, but not a whole lot.
Down in the bottom lane, Illusung's taking a magical journey. Tempered Fate, and Mickey tries to juke it. Unfortunately, will get caught out. Now, Cobby's going to go toe-to-toe. Teleport from Exile onto the backline. Cobby's going to flash over, looking for support. Here comes Splice. Cocoon onto Move, but they've lost one already. With Cobby down, can they get more? Mickey's looking for Move. That's a big shield from the Defiance. Mickey loses his life. All of a sudden, Splice are running for theirs. Red buff is up. Flash available for Senkax. Nether Grasp is there. Cocoon onto Exile. Who is the target? It's Exile once again. Boomerang Blade comes out. Nobody dies. 150 hit points for Exile. Cannon Barrage is available for Wonder, but he might need it for himself. Spirit's Refuge blocks all of the auto attacks. Wonder's going to get some damage down. But Minions flashes away. Chachi can flash as well if he wants to. Decides against it, and Unicorns get themselves 2 kills.
Chachi didn't want to flash there because he knows if he holds his summoners and he's also got his ultimate, it means Unicorns will be way stronger the next time they look for a fight. Senkax is going to do what Malzahar can do here and set up the Baron, the Dragon, sorry, the Infernal Drake to get this out. I was trying to come up with something a little funny with the pets that are all taking down the Dragon, but it's too long into the series and my brain's not working.
I think we both need to play it safe.
Yeah, I know.
Here
We
and
just
out.
need to...
Which is what Splice want to do if they want to go to Worlds.
Yes, and not do this by pushing up in the bottom lane. They had a couple of wards there in the jungle as well, but Cobby and Mickey just way too far up, not really respecting the Unicorns, but in came the turnaround. Move would drop fairly low off this and ends up getting the Karma Shield. Mickey kind of getting baited into the kill there. Exiled just enough to save him from that TP, and then Splice had to back away from the tower.
Luckily, Senkax survives with his life. Despite not getting those Malefic Visions down, unable to pick up a kill, we jump back to live, and all of a sudden, Wonder's in trouble. Teleport coming down from Senkax. Exile and Chachi, they decide against the fight. Teleport will complete here for Senkax, so very important. Both mid laners no TP. Exiles, however, about a third of the cooldown has already ticked over.
Again, another messy game out from these two teams. It's Cobby and Mickey pushing too far up in the bottom side, then top lane just constant fighting from Wonder and Chachi. And it's Wonder that's the one that has the kill from that mid lane play that we saw a few minutes ago. But Senkax has been all around the map, and he's down CS because of it.
Look at all of that vision. Observer's just toggling the wards. Trashy's actually going to find Exile. Stand United's being channeled. No flash for Trashy. Gets taunted up. This should be a kill. Repels up, drops to a minion, manages to survive. Not just yet though, as Chachi goes forward. He's under tower. Tempered Fate will not interrupt Zencax because his passive blocked it, I believe. This Malefic Visions. Shield will not kill him. The minions, the Voidlings, they're running for more. They're taken down and Vizichachi escapes with his life. Here comes Kobe looking at Exile. Not going to get the damage just yet. And Splice, they get nothing in return.
You are absolutely correct. Spell Immune from the Malzahar passive was just enough to hold through the Bard ultimate. And Unicorns, they picked up Trashy. They lost move, but have defended mid. Teleport comes up top lane from Chachi to get in there against Wonder.
Fight, fight, fight. Vizichachi's going to look at Wonder. Gets the Shadow Dash taunt. Let's keep this up, boys. Wonder's not going to be able to return damage at Spurt's Refuge. Gives a little ginger love tap on that parlay.
Oh, dear.
And Vizichachi, he's not stomping his lane, but he's in control of it, dealing with Wonder.
Fight, Chachi, fight is apparently the chant going out in that top lane. It's a fairly universal chant, but Chachi now just gets another barrel. Oh, I wish we had like somebody that was
counter.
tracking that.
Yeah.
I really wish we did.
We'll have to check if there is a way to do that.
I believe there isn't.
Not just yet? Okay.
I remember there was some technical speak about how there are certain things that don't count as an event in the game, and that's why...
Stats benders need to make it happen. They do.
I'm sure I'll get told whether that was true or false, as Trashy gets told that he shouldn't be in mid lane for this. Nice repel onto the minions, but Cosmic Binding comes in, Chachi flash into the attempted kill. There was a spell immune, you can see it just underneath the announcer text there. Just enough to keep Zencax alive. You can see how low he was. Would have been able to keep the rest of the Unicorns a little bit healthier if they hadn't have done that, but nice little play.
Net gain, 1 kill apiece. Both jungles going down. Itemization being picked up, so Morella Nomicon, Essence Reaver, Eye of the Watchers on the side of the Unicorns. Sightstone and Lucy Boots for Mickey's Trundle. Ghostblade, Morella Nomicon as well. So like those first spikes have been hit on both sides. And I'm going to come back to what we were mentioning earlier.
Okay.
In their first professional year as a League of Legends organization, and from Challenger to 1 game away from Worlds, Splice are on the precipice of an international appearance. Because of course they qualified last year as Dignitas EU. You mentioned this much earlier in the day. It was a trying series.
Oh, that mouse series.
Where, you know, they didn't really know what they were doing. Splice picks up a young organization in spring, and the whole org has been very outspoken about like growing and building the right talent, you know, finding synergy. And that's come together in summer of this year.
Yeah, it absolutely has, man. That mouse series was back when Dragon just gave you like numeric stacks.
Yep.
And would stack up, and it just was all about who could take 5th dragon. We had something like 25 dragons in 5 games.
I think we had
Easily.
more dragons in that series than the whole Challenger series split.
I think so. Something ridiculous like that. But Splice grew through spring to be, you know, a team that at times looked like they were a contender, but then just failed. Ooh.
So much damage, but Malefic Visions, minions, the shield comes out, Zencax is in trouble, the poison, the tick, the damage! They trade 1 for 1. It's not done yet, as Jungler's going toe-to-toe. Stand United's coming out, Wonder can't just help just yet. Chachi won't find the taunt. Trashy's already used his flash. He's running for support, and Stand United is secured, at the very least, or used. So that's a small victory.
Wonder used his ultimate again. It's the top lane ultimate trade coming out from here. Hittersang wants to try and get onto Mickey, try and bind him against that wall, but can't quite get it. Move on no health is going aggressive, but look, it's because he's got the wards around the jungle. He knows, and the ping actually went down. Hang on, here's the bot lane.
Tempered Fate this time flashed away. Mickey realizing he's in trouble. Teleport was cancelled, so Exiles is on cooldown now.
Yeah, Exiles was the one that was channeled there. Wonder still has his. Chachi's is nearly available, but Splice have both TPs. And if they drag Unicorns further up this lane towards their tower, that is when Splice can potentially look to strike. But I don't believe they have a ward in position to actually engage, so it's not really an easy play. This was the engage onto Zencax from Exile. And look, it's all about how many the Voidlings have actually already spawned, so the damage is being dealt onto Exile so significantly for the early onset of this little engage. Move nearly gets away, nearly gets killed, but gets away just in time thanks to that Stand United. Trashy gets out as well.
There's no hesitation here. Cannon Barrage, Stand United, support from the lanes. It's just coming in instantly. Now in the bottom lane, Mickey and Trashy, they've caught themselves Hylissang, but wait, maybe they are the ones that have been caught. Starting to peel away because Exile had roamed down into the river. Mountain Drake is the target, and it looks like Splyce is going to give this one up.
The problem is, I think the reason that everything is so go, go, go with all of the ults, all of the, you know, teleports coming out, I don't feel like either team is actually planning for the next 2, 3, 4 minutes of the game. It's not looking at what are we doing next, it's who's out of position, who are we trying to fight, how are we trying to catch people out, and this is something that really went away in the top level of League. You cannot afford to just live in the moment in the game. You have to be looking forward, looking for set plays using summoners, looking for the next objective, the next advantage, not just what is in front of you right now.
And that's something that Splyce can do pretty well now. 2 teleports, Cannon Barrage up. There's a window of opportunity where Exile in the mid lane cannot respond. The only frustration, of course, is that there's no objective just yet. Dragon was secured. It was a mountain, locked down by the Unicorns of Love. And despite Splyce being in 1,000 gold deficit, because of the CS differences in mid, jungle, and ADC, however minor, it does mean that Splyce, they're still scaling up. You know, they want their 2-item spike on Lucian. They want Wunder to get his Ghostblade as well. And then they want to look to go toe-to-toe, I feel.
We'll see if Splyce, with that Infernal Drake, can kind of hold on and look for some of these different skirmishes. Exile wants to go again.
He does, but he's going to have support this time around. Hylissang's coming up from the river. Stand United from Exile as well. Flash away. Shadow Dash under the tower. The tower is removed from the engage. Nethergrasp will help out, but there's no follow-up damage. Here comes Wunder. He finished the teleport. Powder Kick's not going to get popped just yet. Manages to escape. Wunder's rooted in place. Trashy's looking for Chachi. Wunder gets dropped down shortly as Move pounces forward. Exile sinks in the killing blow. 6 kills to 3, and Unicorns are winning the skirmishes.
Again, the Unicorns, they're happy to live in the moment. They have trained for 2 seasons for this. Chachi, again on Shen, is turning these fights around. Now they push for the mid tower. It's only Mickey and Trashy. They cannot defend against this properly. There's just the 2 of them. They're going to try. That tower will go down.
Wave clear. Tower as well. Tower first blood. 2 extra kills. A bunch of summoners. And Unicorns have got a strong 3,000 gold lead.
This is the same type of start as the last game for the Unicorns. Again, they're able to get this kind of advantage in the beginning of the game. Exile constantly trying to go aggressive on Senkuk. Sees that he's fairly low on mana, but at this point, Exile's going aggressive. They know they have the Shen ultimate coming through. Omrecker style Bard ult comes out from Hylissang just to deny the tower for now. Wunder tries to go aggressive. Oh, you're trying to chase a Karma. I'm sorry. That's not really going to happen.
I'm going to change my tone a little bit because my initial feelings when I see this, like, hey, that's Shen. Shen again was led through. I would like to speak to Splyce later and ask them whether they win or lose, why they let Shen through the whole time, and was Shen as important as maybe I feel it is, you know?
Yeah.
Because that's a play that maybe Chachi can't use Stand United to save Exile's life. But then again, maybe there's no Gangplank either. So,
yeah,
you know, what is the snowball effect of banding that out? Exile forced to flash away from a gank by Trashy, and the Unicorns is taking a little slower than the previous games, but at 20 minutes, they've stamped authority on the game. Ardent Sensor picked up for Exile, going all in on the Veritas damage, making sure that Veritas will be able to close out team fights. And in this next sort of 10 minutes of gameplay, his team composition can really enable that sim.
Yeah, it can. And, oh, Trashy, gotta be careful, he won't get taken out at this point. That Ardent Sensor, the common build that we see on Karma is, as you said, a lot more about facilitating. It still has damage, a little less than the Randuin, not Randuin's, Rabadon's build. But this is less about being in the side lane now for Exile. Yes, he's running TP, but this is more about giving benefit to his entire team. and Veritas, as you said.
Making sure that he's going to be the guy to finish things out. Rod of Ages build this time around for Move on his Nidalee, going a little more tanky, a little more AP. I quite like that, because I think they need some additional sources of damage on the team composition. And small misclick there from Veritas. If you're watching the itemization, he picked up another Zeal, instantly undid that, picked up a BF sword. Wonder, no flash. Gonna try run down Chachi. Cannon Barrage. No, just donate another CS. Why not?
Let's get some more gold. Just add to it.
Okay.
Sis.
I want to see now Unicorns apply a little bit more of a measured approach, because they have a team comp that needs to group around Veritas, or wants to, and they have no room for error. They have to win this game to force the deciding game 5, to bring out the Silver Scrapes, to get one more chance at making it to Worlds.
Oh, Wonder, please.
Just too slow on the draw. Dodges a lot of skill shots thanks to the movement speed increase there.
I mean, the funny thing is, it's really on Veritas in that. It's a good block on the barrel. Like, I'm saying Wonder, please. It's just, it's happened so many times that I'm feeling the pain for Wonder in this.
It also, it says a lot about how comfortable Chachi is into the matchup, right? Shen versus GP, it's something that is so heavily discussed. And we'll continue that in a moment. Tempered Fate comes up, finds nobody. Mickey's able to sidestep, teleports this time around from Senkux into the middle lane. Not used by Wonder yet. Cannon Barrage is available, but has not been fired. The cannons are on hold, as Wonder's going to keep pushing out the bottom lane. Now, Splyce is still 4,000 gold down, and they're trying to defend this top tower. It is a 4v4 because Exile's pushing mid.
Yeah, Wonder pushing down the bottom lane though. So, as you said, cannons are on hold. Run out the guns.
Helasan gets caught by the Cocoon. This time Cannon Barrage comes out. Trashy's in trouble. He's going to get taken down on one last hit by Veritas. The damage dealers are falling. Cobby's dead too. Veritas is running down more. Look at those critical hits. Here comes Wonder. He's not going to be able to do much because he's got no team to fall back on. Exile's chasing forward. Nethergrasp was already used. Call of the Void. Poison, Parlay, Voidlings will not kill Exile. Helasan's going toe-to-toe. It's a portal combat with Mickey, but Mickey's going to come away with
Senkux.
Senkux is in trouble. He flashes into the team, gets dropped down. Splyce might get an ace. Mickey's the target. He's running for his life, and Unicorns extend their lead further.
The tower is already down. That's all the Unicorns needed. Are they turning for Baron right now? Look at how healthy Chachi is. This is the Unicorns in the same fashion that they have for the last 2 days, taking absolute control in this game. And this is what the Unicorns need to hang on. This is what the Unicorns need if they want to get to Worlds.
Exceptional fight. Fantastic tower dive. And another 23-minute Baron. This is how it all started.
This is how it starts, and the Unicorns go aggressive. And this is a little too early on for this Cannon Barrage to deal massive amounts of damage. You can see Trashy drops a little low. There is damage coming out from it, but remember, this is a team with a Karma on it. The shields are so significant in this fight. Watch this auto from Move. Saves this fight practically as Move denies another barrel from Wonder over the wall. Knew what he was anticipating, and if Move had died, he wouldn't have been able to obviously connect with the spear that inevitably catches onto Senkux and allows them to continue this fight to go down. Hylissang is zoning Mickey from the side. Mickey has no mana either, so there's nothing he can offer. The Unicorns take down the tower. The Unicorns might be about to take us to game 5 if they can do, you know, just enough to close this out.
Well, they've got enough of a lead. They've got Baron on everybody, and they've got a team composition that can win in the next 5 minutes. Without any doubt. And now we just need to see them pushing. On the Hunt was used by Veritas. This should allow that bottom inner turret to fall. Yes, it is being chunked down. It'll take another minion wave though, so decent defense here by Splyce. But look at Wonder.
And that was after Wonder connected with a parallel off Chachi.
He got one.
Gets this one.
Chachi doesn't care. Randuin's and Sunfire and Ninja Tabai.
Here's Trashy though, he might care about that.
2v1. Cocoon. Gonna connect just yet. Red buff is the name of the next
dodged the Cocoon.
Buys a lot of time. Chachi should get run down though. Red buff. Parlay. Here comes Move. There's the support, and Chachi gets out. How does he do it? Unicorns are everywhere. The tower in the bottom lane gets taken down, and now Veritas uncontested for the time being, trying to drop the inhibitor turret. There's no support. Unicorns, they might get baited into the craziness. Exile's locked in place. Culling goes down. There's not enough damage to kill him.
Veritas dies.
Veritas dies. Bites off more than he can chew. This is crazy. This is chaos. Unicorns find some control. Chachi's going to try get away. Stand United was actually used. I don't know if that was onto Veritas or not, but either way, somehow, Splyce stopped the
still going.
pressure for the time being under the tower. And
Calm down, Chachi.
oh, come on, I don't have enough breath, people. Mr. Chachi, not going to get fought just yet. Finally backs away.
He's opening up such a big window because nobody can kill him. He is so tanky. Unicorns are now just going to take a Mountain Drake the other side. This is going to exacerbate the problem that Splyce have already got. They're nearly 10,000 gold down, just under 9. So, man, Move takes another dragon. 2 Mountain Drakes now on the board. And Unicorns, are they really about to do this? Are they going to put themselves 1 game win away from Worlds? This is how Veritas dies. Pure is just getting hit by the ult.
Yeah, and he flashed at the end. Hashtag not worth.
No,
Definitely not.
not worth.
All right, so it is a small mistake. All right, small mistake in the grand scheme of things. Unicorns, fantastic game 4. Even mid-game, they answered all of the pressure that Splyce are putting in the mid lane. And Unicorns have taken complete control of the game. What is that tower down in the bottom? It's about 10-15%. 700 hit points out of 3,300. Slowly regenning. But if Unicorns just wait for some minions, they can shove that in and open up Splyce's base.
I was a little unfair, I think, on Move. With regards to the Nidalee, he's had a good game on it. Unicorns have been in control. The dives they've set up by throwing the spears out have been fairly impressive. So coming from Champion Select, I think there were hesitations, but Unicorns have played this game out as they've needed to.
Yeah.
So this actually does change the jungle priority now a little for the potential last game if the Unicorns close it.
I still feel like Chen is such a big deal. I still feel
Oh,
like,
yeah.
especially in the like pre-15, pre-20 minute skirmishes, those Stand Uniteds had such a big impact.
Kobbe,
There is some damage being tagged. Kobbe got caught out, forced to summon a heal. I think Hilly just caught him with a Cosmic Binding against the wall. Hilly's Bard this game as well had noticeable impact. We'll touch on that in just a little bit because Unicorns, they're not relenting the pressure. They've got a 9,500 gold lead. They've got Baron coming up in about 2.5, 3 minutes. And pressure on every single lane. Look at all of the vision in the jungle. I really cannot praise Unicorn's vision enough because for 4 games in a row, they have littered the jungle. This is a great show. Thank you, gentlemen.
good. It's nice. We had a moment.
Thing is, it's all series long. It's not
Yeah.
just now. You know, every time there has been a player in a moment, Unicorns have consistently kept up their vision.
And say what you will about the Unicorns and strategy and anything like that. There's a lot of criticism out there. The thing you cannot deny from their performance in the Gauntlet is currently they are a top 4 European team. You cannot deny that. Whatever that says about the region as a whole, you can make your mind up yourself.
Vizichachi said yesterday, playing against G2 exposed a lot of our weaknesses. And keep in mind, they went toe-to-toe with G2 in the semifinals
Yeah?
for a few games. Before G2 could adapt and then, you know, took them out in the last couple, or at least game 4. And Unicorns have gotten better since then. The question is, have they gotten enough better to not throw a 10,000 gold lead again? Because they did it in game 3.
Yeah,
It is a harsh word, but it is true as well. They had a fantastic advantage, and they got sucked into those crazy, crazy moments.
But with all due respect to the Unicorns on this statement, this is a lot easier comp to kind of like push one team fight with. When you look at like a Sivir compared to an Ezreal
Yeah.
and a Ryze, where, you know, Ezreal Ryze is a little bit more like precarious. Ryze is typically okay, but Ezreal, a lot of like maneuvering around a team fight to try and get that damage out. Sivir, you hit W, you hit Q, you auto, you just get everybody in team fight, and now they're gonna go. You do that. That's how you do it.
Q, you get Kobbe and you might just get the base. Stand United's been channeled on Hilly. Mickey's locked up against the wall. Trashy gets dropped down. It's a double kill for Veritas. It's a triple kill for Veritas. And Splyce are left with their solo laners. The inhibitor turret in the mid lane is being dropped down. Cannon Barrage will only buy a few seconds seconds of time. And remember, the bottom tower was so low from all of Veritas' work earlier. Unicorns decide Baron may be better.
It's going to be the Baron for the Unicorns with Trashy not available. There's almost no way of Splyce turning this game around like the last game. Credit to Trashy in game 3 for the Baron steal. Not happening in this game. This Baron is dying so quickly, and the Unicorns are on the verge of tying this series and being one game away from the World Championships.
For the first time, either the European or North American regional qualifiers this year.
Good
in the last
binding.
2 days, they're so well played.
Really nice binding. Now Veritas, all he has to do is stand and auto-attack whatever's in front of him. It doesn't matter who it is. He's got enough damage to just go straight through them. Take out the inhib, get the Baron after. Unicorns going to game 5.
And, you know, Stress, you were talking about the composition. To narrow it down even more, it just revolves around protecting Veritas.
Yeah.
You know, it's lead from the front, make sure Vizicsacsi and move or drawing some attention, and use every spell you can to save Veritas.
And this was the first pick, and
Yep.
had previously been banned in this series. Like, Unicorns banned it in game 3, so that Splyce couldn't ban it, couldn't pick it. That'd be the wrong way of deciding. But anyway, Unicorns want to keep pushing forward now with the Baron up. Veritas is going to the top side, which is not something I agree with so much here. Just because, as you said, you're running 2 TPs. You've got yourself a Karma that can protect the Sivir. It's all about being there and kind of stacking as a group. But nevertheless, the Unicorns are significantly far ahead, like 13,000 gold up. Realistically, as long as they don't get killed, they're going to be fine this game. They will win this.
And this will be the closest Unicorns has ever been. We've just gone on after 9 PM, and Immortals versus Cloud9 will follow this series. If you guys are watching from North America, Unicorns of Love have never been closer to the World Championship than they are right now. Moving a little bit of trouble. Look at this tower will drop.
Wonder.
Wonder takes a lot of damage. Tempered Fate finds nobody, and Stand United still not used. Vizicsacsi
Veritas.
holding on to it. Is not going to use it just yet. Very big shields coming out from Exile. Stand United still not been used. Vizicsacsi,
He's got it. Towers down.
well, opens up the base.
Even dodges out on the barrels and now looks to the inhibitor. If Splyce can't find Veritas, this game's done.
Nethergrasp is going to get needed. If Senkax and Splyce want to win a fight, but I don't think they can. Move's in trouble, running for his life. Move might just drop to the poison, and he does. 5v4, Stand United is finished. Cobby's trying to kill off the Super Minions, and 4 members of Unicorns pushing into the base. Super Minions coming in from middle, and now from top. A sidestep from the top, but it won't matter. Senkax gets dropped down by the autos of Vizicsacsi. Very good cocoon under the tower, but Chachi's still got GA, and he's still got tanky stats for days. Turns his attention back onto the Nexus turret. Now the 4-man Splyce unit, they're trying to defend. Veritas needs the support of the team. Will turn his attention to the inhibitor.
TP from Exile comes in. Chachi comes in now as well. They want to finish this while they've still got Senkax in the respawn.
30 seconds before Senkax comes back up alive. Very good taunt onto Wonder. The second Nexus turret goes golden thanks to the Tempered Fate. A lot of autos coming down from Veritas. The Supers on the hunt. The Baron. Everything is being thrown at the base. The Nexus is being chunked down. And the Unicorns of Love will force one last game.
For 80 carry, there's not a whole lot left.
I mean, Splyce have heavily prioritized the Lucian early pick. With Sivir off the table, they went Lucian again. You know,
Gotta be Shen, surely, from Splyce as a first pick here.
Rek'Sai is not available.
Elise, possibly.
What does Splyce agree on? Gnar is up and available as well. So an alternative pick into the Shen, something that has not been available all series long.
But I want to see that as a reactive pick. First pick Jhin from Splyce is putting so much stock into Cobby. You just gave away Shen. You gave away the jungle matchup. The Nidalee is available for move as well. The Karma is up to flex. That is a ridiculous first pick that they have forced themselves by trimming the pool of 80 carries. Specifically, we've seen a lot of Jhin into Ashe as well. So if you were looking to first pick that, I don't know.
I mean, Veritas has had a good series. Veritas has had impressive games, and while, yes, the Shen from a play style has had an impact, you also cannot deny the fact that that buff Veritas comp from Game 4 was hugely effective. And they've got the makings of that once again. Karma plus Nidalee. Shen is still up in the pool, as is Gnar, as we've already mentioned.
So Trashy looking likely for the Elise or the Gragas on this rotation. Unicorns saving their top laner, flexing the Karma, again, mid or support. The reason they're saving their top lane for now is just so that Splyce either have to pick something and blind pick it. If they pick the likes of a Gnar, we know Chachi plays the Aurelia. He plays the Kennen. These matchups that he can play into it. So there are alternatives. So Splyce may go for a blind pick mid laner here. Taliyah is available should they want it, has previously been banned in this series.
And then, of course, that will allow Unicorns to flex the Karma. Doesn't have to go in Exile's hands. Hilly's played it as support. And obviously, we've already seen Exile's hands in the mid lane. Ryze is still another option, something that Exile has used multiple times this series. Okay. And Trashy's going to go back to a comfort pick. So back to Gragas. The Bard is locked in as well.
And this is basically a forced Bard pick. If they pick Braum there, Unicorns go through the rest of the draft and either pick Bard in the next rotation or last pick it and get the good matchup into the Jhin. So for now, Splyce are banking on having one side lane matchup go their way here. The problem is you don't know whether that Karma is going mid or support still. So if Unicorns leave it for a mid flex or support flex last, they should be able to get the beneficial trade here. You'll kind of take an acceptable loss if you pick the Shen here and end up against the likes of a GP.
Acceptable loss. Will not be the case if it ends up losing the game, though. But both teams got a lot of power to work with, and with the 80 carry pool pinched so hard, where does Veritas fall back to? Lucian is up Tristana.
We saw Tristana from him yesterday. It actually did very well against Fnatic. And the reason I say acceptable loss is because we just saw Unicorns take control of the early game with the Shen. It has a period in the game where you are ahead, where you have something to build from. It's not a straight-up losing lane. So the fact that it loses later in the game is completely fine for the Unicorns if they build around that.
And that's definitely feels like something that they've done. Karma can still get flexed to support once the final team composition here from Splyce is locked in. Senkux hovered the Ryze for a brief moment, so we know that it is a consideration. Malzahar the safer pick than the Taliyah, in my opinion. And obviously, it's going to be the matchup once again. GP and Malzahar. We'll find out whether or not that is the pivotal matchup. And more importantly, we'll also find out what level of impact Kobbe and Veritas are going to have, because those are the two roles that have changed the most. You know, everything else that we've seen in this draft thus far has been fairly standard, matter of fact, for this best of 5. And now we're going to see Wunder on Jhin. He played it in Game 3. It was the 60-minute game. He went for that full, heavy crit build. High Edge Essence Reaper.
And I have to take a moment here to echo the sentiment of Yamato himself when facing off against Prolly, talking about coaching and, the refusal to adapt. And there have been some adaptations from Splyces, not the same comp time and time again. But unless you somehow are having your players focus on turning around these early skirmishes, which is very difficult against the Shen, then this could be the sword that Splyce fall on. If, for a 4th game in a row, Wunder cannot find himself into a comfortable spot in this GP Shen matchup.
And we'll find out whether or not it's the case. I mean, we keep harping on about Shen over and over and over. Visit Chachi. 9 Shens out of the last 11 games. He went 6-0 in the regional qualifier. He's picked up 2 wins out of this best of 5 already. And now Unicorns of Love, they've got a very limited damage comp. This is a, well, let Lucian do the work.
We're going early diving here. Put your swim trunks on, because Unicorns are going under towers at this point. Alistar, you've got Shen, you've got Nidalee to poke people down.
And you've got a champion like Jhin and Gangplank as fairly easy targets. Low mobility. If Splyce are not able to respond, Trashy, there's going to be so much pressure on him to read this game and to respond to these potential dives. for the last time in Berlin, Germany, here in this studio for the 2016 season, Sheepy and Yamato Cannon shake hands and walk off stage. 2 enter, only 1 goes to Worlds, only 1 goes to San Francisco, and for both of these teams, it'll be a first-time appearance at the World Championship.
I'm happy to see Trashy back on the Gragas. I feel like it's been one of his better picks. He's been able to easily track the enemy and start fights. But Move just showed us a good game on the Nidalee. It's all on this.
Let's hope both teams show us a good game as Splyce and Unicorns go toe-to-toe in Game 5. Welcome to the stream for anybody that has joined. We've had a chaotic, crazy series thus far. The TLDR, GP versus Shen, has been the flavor of the day, over and over and over. And both Splyce and Unicorns have had a strong win and some messy games in and amongst the previous 4. But for both teams, it'll be a first-time World Championship appearance with whoever wins this final deciding game.
And for any NALCS viewers that typically do not tune in to the EU LCS, Splyce are a team that only came in this season. In spring, were in promotion relegation matches. Through the summer split, went on an insane winning streak after fixing a lot of macro issues, playing smarter, better League of Legends when it comes to macro play around the map, taking control of multiple lanes, would play second in the split to G2, but are struggling against the Unicorns of Love, who have been somewhat consistent, but have always had questions, whether it was their bottom lane, whether it was, you know, the way that they reacted to plays on the map. But they have forced out so many fights in this series to take us to a Game 5 between 2 teams that seem very evenly matched.
And Stress, if we step back and look at the compositions once again, the AD carry pools are just pinched so heavily. Hobby's now got his hands on Jhin once again. Veritas on Lucian. What are we looking at in terms of this matchup? Obviously, Jhin plus Bard. This is just going to be so frustrating for Veritas and Hilly in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, Cobby's going to walk up, hit that 4th crit shot on somebody. They're going to follow up with some auto attacks from Bard, and somebody's going to be half health.
Ooh, just short.
Narrowly missed, but this is what happens when you end up playing Alistar into a double-ranged matchup. Fairly tough, actually, to do anything. They have to respect the Q flash at level 2 when they actually get it, but it's a long way off. There's that 4th hit.
Yeah, minions, though, eating the Cosmic Binding, so Mickey unable to put any more poke down. Catching a quick glimpse up top. Wonder going to be jumping around. Now, Chachi's done very well all series long of killing those powder kegs before Wonder can proc them on his opponents. And I want to keep track of that, how this laning phase will play out. Chachi really wants to get rid of that keg, it looks like.
Too much he wants to get rid of it.
Yeah.
He's the problem with what Chachi is doing right now is Chachi is playing... He's playing in the mindset of the previous games as well. Like, he's not just in this game currently. He's like, okay, well, I've done this time and time again, so I can do it again, right? And he has to be careful that every game is a little new, and you can see in the bottom lane is going differently now.
A lot of minions. Yeah, but look at the minions.
Instant
Wonder. And a cannon
yep.
creep.
And this is what I mean, is Chachi is playing like he is already ahead in this matchup. And yes, Shen does have a decent early game against GP, but you cannot go that aggressive and try and take these trades because it's giving Wonder the better early game right now. But Chachi will be able to take out the additional creeps as we go later.
Looking elsewhere on the map, still even CS numbers here in the middle lane. Going to be a bit of a farm fest until either party gets involved. In the previous game, there's a lot of jungle ganks and roams into the mid lane, which allowed Unicorns to take the lead. And down in the bottom lane, CS is still even, but important to note, Veritas is out of consumables. There is still a wave pushing towards him, so they'll be able to even up that CS difference. Wonder just out of range of the tower.
Barely.
That was very close. But I think Chachi's still got the keg, though.
You can see now it's in a position for Chachi to make that play. He's traded a lot of health off Wonder and survived through. So he's actually okay, but he's going hunting. He's going to try and... I think he's just trying to stop the recall here, but Wonder goes to the furthest push.
Should get his hands on that Sheen, right? There we go. Sheen, refillable potion. Instant TP back. Keep the cannon creep alive. Will be equaled. seen this a couple times. Chachi. Oh, there we go. No real damage though. No taunt either. And instant citrus chomping by Wonder. Takes a lot of damage though. Just trying to see how that one played out. No ultis available, but the Malefic Visions and Voidling really doing a lot of damage into Exile.
Gotta be careful. We saw in the last game it backfired a couple of times when Exile went this aggressive in the lane. Got a kill on one with the rest of the team for a dive. Move crosses the ward. Not going to be able to pick up anything on Senkux for now. And back to the bot.
All right, so Stresh, looking at the team comps here from UOL. Kobbe, when he played Jhin previously, went for that crit build, as I've mentioned.
Yep.
Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, etc. More like a auto attackers style build. He'll do that again.
He doesn't necessarily need to this time. A little less on the tanky side. There is still, of course, an Alistar, a Shen in this mix. But you can see Wonder is already fighting Chachi back once again in this.
Thing is, it feels like Wonder's got more control of the lane this time around. Pushing Chachi back into tower, keeping his HP low. Throughout most of the rest of the series, it's kind of been Chachi that's been shoving into Gangplank over and over and over. Maybe some of that concentration, maybe some of that pressure is starting to get to the guys.
Move, importantly, got a ward down onto the Krugs, where Trashy just was. So they've been able to get a little moment now where Chachi knows that he can stick around in the top lane. He isn't under too much presence. And for once, it's now the Shen that has the ultimate available before the Gangplank. The last couple of games, we've seen Wonder hit that level 6 first, but Wonder is now back up to the top side. We'll get into the lane and be able to take it down. This is a much slower pace than the last game. Last game, we were going balls to the walls all the time.
Yes.
This one's a little bit slower.
If I recall correctly, going back to game 2, it was around 21 minutes for First Blood. A lot more controlled, a lot more passive. Exile's going all the way forward. Good damage. Nethergrass plus Malefic. Senkux cancels it early.
Has
to dodge the Javelin. Trashy was waiting in the wings, so if Move had gone further, Trashy could have joined the fight, but not this time around.
Not this time. Trashy, however, is at least keeping up with Move on CS. Typically, Nidalee's early clear. It's easy to get a lead. The problem is the experience advantage. Ooh, Hylissang locked down again. But it's this bot lane as well, though. Even though they're trading health, Unicorns are keeping up in CS, so all they have to do is just avoid getting caught out. Avoid actually getting killed, and they should be okay.
Look at the difference in stats here from game 4. This was the Protect the Veritas comp. So, obviously, when you have all that additional support, you're going to come out ahead. But just great performance from Veritas, who is another player that has been criticized and been looked at throughout the course of the split, you know, in terms of the impact that he's had and his ability in game.
And it's very weird that he was an AD carry we were criticizing, talking about how, you know, he seemed to do a lot better on the utility AD carries. We end up in a 2 versus 2 meta, and Unicorns end up like one of the better teams at actually playing out the early game, which we'd spoken about was one of their worst aspects. Like, when we were in lane swaps, there were just mistakes, there were issues. Like, I remember games where Chachi was like pushing up and dying. 1 versus 2 because he didn't ward properly and didn't really pay attention. But Unicorns have been so much better now. They go on Hilly.
Oh, Kobbe's in so much trouble. Mickey wasn't with him. Tempered Fate, not already used, finds nobody. First Blood's going to be available shortly, but Mickey, he got the stun. Don't kill yet. Cannon Barrage comes out. First Blood to Trashy. Kobbe goes down after, but here goes Visit Chachi. It's Splice that pull the trigger first. And they get 2 after what I think may have been a mistake. In that replay, I really want to see if Hilly just went for that engage. But man, Splice come away 2 for 1.
And this was Splice finally being able to react well to the early Shen presence. Again, it was ultimate for ultimate, but the position on the fight that they ended up in meant that there was just no real way of the Unicorns getting too many more people in that engage. Now Move and Mickey going toe-to-toe, but it's just going to be a little bit of damage traded back and forth. But when we do see that replay, we'll be able to check for you. There's Wonder and Chachi. Wonder now back up. Chachi now back up to top lane. He TP'd up there, so has now used that teleport. So this was the engage. So Hilly goes aggressive into this play. Onto Kobbe, knocks him back and dodges out the bar. Ult, they go through. Hylissang looked like he got body blocked by Chachi on the onset of that play. Ends up getting taken down by the cast from Chachi, and Senkux is roaming first. Exile was out of lane. it had been shoved up to his tower, so Splyce easily moved between lanes.
Very controlled decision-making this time around. Allows them to interpret the situation well. And I think that's important to note. Splyce with an early advantage in what feels like the first time in a while. It feels like Unicorns have been the team to strike first, have been the team to, you know, pull the trigger first, land the first punch. And
Misses a spear, misses a jump.
ooh, pressure, pressure, pressure.
Yeah, maybe it's getting to move.
Root as
might
well.
just
Move
be
might be in
dead.
trouble. He's trying to pounce
He's
away.
dead.
Get the Dragon for help. Dragon gets tagged. Fourth and final
That's
shot.
fine.
It's done.
Oh! From all the way downtown, Cobby snipes him out. Move just from the
First
jump.
pick. First pick, Jin. That situation, the amount of pressure on Cobby. After that game, we looked at the stats. And this time around, Cobby comes out, he gets the kill. By the way, watching Mickey do that warding mission, while it worked out great, obviously, with a kill onto Move, Mickey was guilty of giving up very, very, very many deaths throughout the course of the split by going on those solo warding missions. So we need to keep track of how risky his positioning is, because it is a problem that he got better at. He resolved some of those issues.
He did, but then you look at his other Bard game in this series, and he had more deaths than assists. He actually was 0-8-7 in that game, and really got picked off so frequently. So we'll track it. We'll keep an eye out on those warding missions.
We have to. And it's getting into the game now where you have to start wondering, you know, who are the pivotal playmakers here? Who's stepped up when the pressure is on? And
Just caught out. And this
For a
wall
pink
steps.
ward?
Yeah, for a pink ward. But unfortunately, like, I think you have to go a moment further back. Got him.
the super slow-mo.
Super slow-mo.
Super
Observers,
painful.
I could tell what the observers were trying to do there. They were trying to get it before the shots. They could, like, follow it in.
The problem was Jin was
Yeah.
in frame, so when they hit the Jin number, it didn't cut to
it didn't
him.
cut. I know. Observer.
We
thing.
get you guys.
Sorry,
No, it was
observers.
good.
Hey, you've had some great ones this game. Again, you miss every shot you don't take. That would have been fantastic.
Except for Cobby, he hits 3 out of 4 and kills Move.
That's true. That is true.
And that means he's got a Ghost Blade.
It does, which is the difference between that and the full crit build that we saw out of him earlier. The Essence Reaver, Infinity Edge, like Phantom Dancer with Armor Pen as well. Basically, trying to one-shot tanks doesn't really work.
Move. At it again. Stand United's available, though.
Again, a pink what is his undoing.
If shenanigans break out, support can come down. Cannon Barrage and Teleport's available for Wonder as well. I'm just getting excited at the potential juiciness that has not unfolded yet. Trinity Force just picked up by Wonder. So laning phase goes out. Move and Trashy fairly quiet. Move even on CS with Trashy's Gragas. In the previous game, we had anticipation. Maybe more negative anticipation about the Nidalee.
Well,
I want to see how he plays these next few minutes.
this is the spot that a Nidalee doesn't really want to be in, where you only have one winning lane. Wonder couldn't quite get that. Now they've traded sides, so
Keep trading back and forth. Chachi comes away in the better position, but minions will help out Wonder.
top lane, Chachi kind of has a lead in, but it is a lot more even than the last couple of games have gone. Mid lane Exile is still in control of, but Veritas and Hylissang have been fairly heavily pushed back in the lane at all times. They have farmed out fairly well despite that, but with such low health bars a lot of the time, you have to be careful that, you know, this dual lane doesn't just get engaged upon. So Move doesn't have a whole lot of freedom, so when he goes into the enemy jungle, the push isn't quite there for his team, and that the territory hasn't been controlled yet, so it's tough to make it work.
And that was the same problem that Trashy had when he played Nidalee earlier.
Yep.
The lanes just don't work in your favor. So 3 kills to 1. It is a small 600 gold lead. CS is even for top and jungle for the most part. No, that's a lie. 15 plus to Move. He's actually built up an advantage. Tempered Fate flashed away from.
Gets the flash.
Summon a spell. That is very important against the likes of a Gragas plus Malzahar combo. Really easy to set up a kill on that mid lane. And of course, that's a CS difference that you sort of expect. Karma bullying Malzahar. That's not really a big surprise.
No, we saw that in the last game as well. Kobbe forced back away from the tower. Now Unicorns have started to push out. They've got past, you know, the point where Kobbe and Mickey alone are enough to push them back. So maybe Move will start getting a little bit more presence. Nice dodge out by Wonder. That means he saves his heal.
Spirit Refuge. Not going to block too many autos because Wonder just gets away. This time around, just trading, and you can see the evolution of this matchup.
Only took 4 games.
Just keep going over and over and over. And it's very exciting. We actually saw the drop down earlier. Vizicsacsi 8-1 in his 9 Shen games throughout the postseason. And of course, played a whole bunch of those today. Remember, no Flash Exile. Remember, Trashy can get an easy one. Flash forward, Nethergrass, Barrel, Cannon Barrage, Exile. There's no way of getting away from that. Taunt comes out from Chachi, but we're going to cut bottom because Mickey's the target. Deadly Flourish will root down Hylissang. Nothing further. All right, critical. 1, 2, 3, 4. But no kill from it.
No
Just
kill.
like counting, because Jin counts 2. Unbreakable Will was not used. Hylissang has the ability to go
Here
forward.
comes Move.
And he has Ignite. Mickey gets tagged, but it's Kobbe that goes down.
Yeah, Move just getting into the lane in time to turn that one around. And Splyce were looking aggressively into that bottom lane to try and catch out Veritas or Hylissang, but eventually the numbers game is just too much. Trashy was mid lane and wasn't able to come bottom in time. And now Unicorns are looking to get themselves tower first blood here. This one's going down.
Not just yet.
Ooh, yeah,
Stress,
they're
there's
going to get pushed
defense.
back. Hang on. Trashy and Senkuks.
Roam their way
Yeah.
down, and Splyce defend their tower. That's very important when you look at how close the gold is. Even in kills, no towers yet, no dragons yet. It is a mountain as well. It's a juicy dragon worth fighting for.
Mickey just gets engaged upon. Exhaust goes down onto Veritas. Veritas couldn't actually close the gap to get the damage down, so this is a good start to this, but now Splyce have to kind of concede the room. If you don't see where Move is, he likely had just tracked through some of these wards, so maybe just Splyce not communicating exactly where the jungler is. There were enough wards around that I believe he would have been spotted in the jungle.
But Move gets away with it, gets an assist on the board. And the Unicorns of Love, they're not done yet. They've still got a team composition that will spike very, very heavily in the mid game.
This is a little frustrating for Splyce. They just had to move Kobbe and Mickey back from mid lane, back down to bottom lane. They'd already conceded bot tower in their minds. They'd already kind of given up tower first blood because they were running up mid lane. Now they came all the way down, and it means they're about to get dove. If they stay there, Kobbe and Mickey will not get anything from the situation. But it's top lane, we're going to see a TP out in reaction.
There's two
Cancelled.
things to this. They get the summoner spell. They also slow down the bottom push. The tower first blood still to Unicorns.
Yep.
Very proactive play. May even, actually it will open up an uncontested dragon here. And that's just going to be all sorts of worthwhile for the Unicorn squad.
I wonder if the TP out of Exile was just to show presence around Chachi so he didn't get dove for the tower. Like, I don't think Splyce would have got tower first blood, but still there would have been that presence around it. Unicorns are once again starting to take control of a game. If you're a Unicorns fan, it does start looking pretty tasty for you.
But it is controlled this time around.
Yeah.
The pace is much slower. Calculated, I think, is a better word for it. Because it seems like there's a much clearer decision-making process. And for me, it's now how do Unicorns open up the rest of the map? They've got Shen, which is going to be great at helping out. Karma plus Lucian, get them all together. And obviously use that combination to try and out-pressure Splyce, who've got a lot of scaling on their side.
They do, and that is the danger for the Unicorns. Their real damage threat is this Lucian for Veritas. He only has 1 kill right now. He is ahead a fair amount when you look at just the CS, and that kill translates to about 600 gold. But unless they get more and more kills on him and snowball the Lucian alone, Splyce will end up with more damage than them in the late game. And that is not something that the Unicorns really can bounce back from very easily.
And so many threats. Shen can only taunt so many targets. Deadly Flourish, not going to find Exile this time around. 0-1-0 in his Karma. He went Ardent Sensor, then Death Cap in the previous game.
Oh, careful, Wonder.
Wonder's going to be
He's
in
been
trouble.
spotted, but there's 3 people coming top lane for you once that wave pushes forward. Hylissang's backed away. doesn't want this engage.
Yeah,
They-
spot on the blue trinkets.
Yes, he was spotted, but at the same time, it actually... it's because there's no wave. Okay, Wonder cut the wave. That's what actually forces this back away, because even if the minion wave pushes in and you've been spotted, with the Alistair, with the amount of damage that Unicorns have, they should have been able to get that, but without the minion wave to absorb it first, it can move misses another one.
Yeah, Cosmic Binding was already used though. Curtain Call, if it gets channeled, this could be a kill. Copy,
now he's
fire
got
it
a
up.
great
Hilly
chance.
or move. Unbreakable Will comes out. Damage reduction comes for a few tags. One
the
more
fourth.
shot. Wait for it to time out. We jump up top. Vizichaki
got
gets
judged.
killed by Trashy. And unfortunately, the Curtain Call finds nobody else. Splyce get themselves a kill when they focus UOL's attention. Tepid Fade actually tags the tower. No further dive was available, and Senkux fancies his chances. Decides to back away. Splyce kills number 5.
Kill number 5, objective only number 1 for both teams right now. 20 minutes in this game. There is, however, a mountain on the Unicorns. Wonder is a lot better off in this matchup this time around. It's taken 4 games, but finally he looks a little more comfortable. Splyce want to push up to this tower. Mickey's very low here. Got to be careful of a counter engage here for Unicorn.
The other side of the equation that we haven't asked yet was maybe Gangplank ban-worthy. We'll find out as this game plays out. Javelin toss onto Senkux. And Unicorns, they defend their outer turrets. 0-0-4 on Wonder's Gangplank. He's about to get his Ghostblade, and he's starting to take control of that lane against Chachi, obviously with the help of Trash.
The big difference between this game and the last 3 in this matchup, though, is that the Chachi Stand United play did not work in this game. They tried to get it, ended up losing 2, and it backfires on the Unicorns. That is the biggest change in this matchup. It is not so much about the lane specifically. Yes, Wonder has looked better, but still, as a team, Unicorns botched that first little engage, and from there they've looked really shaky, as Move hasn't been able to get much. Again, Chachi feels like he's so far ahead that he can go aggressive, and to some extent he is, but doesn't read the jungle. Body slam flash, comes out from Trashy. It's an easy pickup onto Vizichaki after that, and Splyce were pushing mid lane at the same time.
Yeah, they were indeed. Even though that tower didn't fall, they got a lot of damage onto it. Down to below like 10% basically, while Senkux's mid-outer is still standing. Item breakpoints continue to grow. Take a look at this. Ghostblade picked up for Kobe. We'll expand on that in a second. It's going to get taunted up. Senkux should die before this teleport completes from Wonder. No, he doesn't. Flashes away. Not dead yet. Vizichaki in exile. They don't have the damage. They do have the shields, though. And it looks like Vizichaki's made it away. Wonder's looking for exile. Tags him with the parlay. Look in the river. No fight breaks out just yet. Deadly Flourish comes down. And Senkux survived. I did not think that was going to happen, but Chachi not the greatest damage.
Yeah, Chachi also survived, though, at the same time, so didn't quite get too much, but the TP came out from Splyce from Wonder, and Senkux had to flash himself. So Splyce will, however, use that distraction on the bottom side to finally push that mid tower through. And this is one of the first times in the last 3 games that really Splyce have opened themselves up a lead at this point in the game.
2,000 gold. They've got a tower advantage, and it feels like they've figured out Chachi Shen for now. I also think we should highlight the fact that Exile are running this Karma mid. It was a very early pick. Oh, last second safety moment. That Karma mid, you see the difference not having the damage to help kill Senkux, despite the taunt, despite the Nether Grasp. But it's because his build and his itemization is to make Veritas better. Not really to solo or lock down for himself.
That's true. There's a there's like a golf clap in here for Chachi killing barrels. That's... We've moved
He
on.
deserves it.
He
deserves
does.
it.
Somebody is going to go back and count those. If I say that, maybe somebody will.
Okay, let us know. We'll make a graphic out of
There's
it.
some people that have a lot of time.
We'll do a drop down.
No, I'm not saying our people. I'm saying that...
Oh, I think,
like,
you know, we can come back in 2017 and be like, you know what? Chachi killed 217 barrels in a best of 5.
We'll open show 1 of the 2017 Spring Split with that.
If Chachi kills the barrel that wins the team fights, that then sends them to Worlds, I'm down. Right? He deserves it.
Hey, you're counting? Is that
No, I'm down to make the graphic.
Okay.
Or at least tell the graphics guys to make it. But that is an aside because Unicorns have to find a way back into this game. No roots onto move, but there's pressure on the tower. Culling goes kind of a bit wonky. Doesn't really have the impact that I think Veritas was hoping for. Black Cleaver, Ghostblade built up. his opposite number, Ghostblade and the Duskblade of Trakthar. So Cobby's in a pretty good spot to cut down the squishies. And again, this slower pace, this reactive style is very particular because that is the trashy play. Body slam flash, Veritas is down. Hylissang's got Stand United, will deliver Shen to the waiting hands of Cobby. Tempered Fate will buy more time as Move is throwing out javelins on the side. Here comes another teleport from Exile, but it's simply too late. Hylissang's run out of a breakable will, and he gets broken. Sent back to the fountain. Chachi's on the backside. He's going to get taken down as well. Wonder, Senkux, they're driving it home. Exile's the last unicorn standing before they go extinct. And Splyce have got a monumental advantage.
Unicorns are looking a little bit lost without the Sivir pick. You heard the analyst desk talking about it a couple of times, talking about how influential the AD carries were as well in this matchup. And without the team fighting, Unicorns have not quite looked the same in this game number 5. And after game 4, where Unicorns got the early Baron, and it resulted pretty much in a game win, Splyce are looking to do the same and are looking to put themselves among the greats at the 2016 World Championships.
This is what I was expecting to see all series long. Watching Splyce react, and Veritas, he had flash, he had heal, and he just did not respect the range of engage on that Gragas.
Yeah, and this is what has made it such a big pick for Trashy. He can track through the early game. He can engage very effectively as well. Catches out the AD carry, and from there, there's no damage here. Move is behind. Exile is building a utility build. Chachi has not had the same presence as he had in previous games, and suddenly Splyce go from looking very shaky in games 2, 3, and 4 to being in full control of their destiny in game 5.
6,000 gold nearly in the lead. Baron on everybody. 2 or 3 item spikes basically across the board. And like you said, control their destiny. From promotion tournament in spring to 2nd place. Taking games of G2 in the finals. And even though they've had to go the whole hog, they are just minutes away from a showing in the World Championships. But it will need to be cleaned up. They'll need to use this Baron effectively and not fall prey to the Shen engages.
Maybe go full hog, but you know, the last couple of games with Splyce making a pig zero of things. As they finally found this form. Exile taking on Wonder.
Well, should be able to get the kill this time round. Wonder doesn't have much support.
He's got one.
No, he gets it in a 2-on-1. Wonder shows up. The gangplank finally really stepping up, and Chachi doesn't care. Look, as long as Chachi's here, the base has been broken open. Splyce have done it. Veritas gets caught. Chachi knocks him into the team. Yes, they've traded back and forth, but the base is opened up. Now Move gets taken down. The barrel roll into the body slam. The inhibitors killed. There's still 30 seconds on the clock. Splyce have Baron. Splyce might be looking to finish.
Splyce want to push in. They want to put themselves in the World Championships. Hylissang alone won't be able to save the entire game. Splyce want to push this through.
There's so many minions to deal with. Splyce sick their sights on the Nexus turrets. They're dropping it down. Chachi and Hilly, they can't clear the wave. They can't stop the champions. This Spirit's Refuge does nothing to dissuade the kills, but Splyce play it safe. They get a Nexus turret. They get the inhibitors, and they get themselves out clean.
The Splyce section has come unglued a little bit here in the studio now that they can taste their spot as the 3rd seed from Europe. And again, it's just this finally Wonder is showing us why we've been calling him one of the top laners we've got in Europe. It's been a bit of a shaky series for Splyce, but finally, even taunting Vizichachi after this, just dancing in his face. And Splyce just shove a massive wave up into the bottom side. And they've done critical damage to the base now. Inhibitor is down in the bottom side. It doesn't even matter that Senkux gets taken out here because it's just all about Splyce dealing with member after member of the Unicorns. And again, Wonder actually died. A little too showboating in the top lane, but...
He was keeping Vizichachi busy.
Exactly.
Allowed the inhibitor to go down. A worthwhile sacrifice. Well, when all else fails,
do a Fnatic.
Pitch a tent, camp a bush, and hope for the best. 10,000 gold down. Supers, no Nexus turret on the bottom half of the base. It would take a mistake from Splyce for Unicorns to bounce back, but that is something we have seen. This has been an interesting series, right? There's a lot to break down.
Well, it's been a messy series, honestly. When you look at these two teams competing for the 3rd seed, there's been a fair absence of strategy.
This game, however, I think some credit to Splyce. They've really stepped up and won down. Step a little bit out of bounds here. Damage onto Veritas. Cannon Barrage takes him down. Still in the 1v2 with the help of Senkax. The rest of Splyce now starting to go a little wiry.
Veritas had heal and flash. Trashy, careful here.
Once again, Mickey's coming from the side. Cosmic Binding not going to lock anyone up. Tempered Fate is available. Mickey's not pulling the trigger yet. Finally uses it to save Kobbe. Kobbe's got flash. Flash is out for his life. But Chachi chases through. Splyce, they may have done it. They may have made the mistake that Unicorns wanted. Unicorns find themselves 4, and they might be able to run down Mickey. Baron's not alive just yet, but this will buy time. Just as we were praising Splyce, just as we were talking about the clean control of Game 5, it just comes apart in the 30th minute.
Wonder tries again to go aggressive 1v2, and yes, he gets the kill. He shouldn't have got it because Veritas had both summoners available. Really should have read that damage, but man, this... Why does Veritas not dash or flash or heal in this? So it wasn't really 1v2 because Senkax was there. It looked to be 2v1 to start this off. I mean, Wonder has so much damage that he can do this. Veritas ends up just dying on the edge of it. Thought he was getting out there. We saw him die to a spear in the same way yesterday when he, well, day 1, the day he didn't move. But Trashy ends up going aggressive. No ultimate in this engage. Chachi goes in. Really nice Bard ultimate at first, but Kobbe should have flashed earlier here. He was trying to get damage out and ends up giving his life because of it. Couldn't get away. Senkax comes in from the angle. It's 2 versus 4. Mickey doesn't have anything left to offer. Splyce is still ahead. They have a significant lead. But the Unicorns, is that the stall that they needed, getting the Baron off most?
For a little bit of time, at the very least. Splyce will need to make more of those mistakes for Unicorns to regain control. By the way, Kobbe stole red buff from Unicorns with a deadly flourish from just out of range, so that's why he's got red buff at the moment. Tower is under siege. Wonder, teleporting Cannon Barrage is available. He's down in the bottom line.
And he's going.
Sand United comes up. Tempered Fate goes way, way wide.
Oh, Veritas!
He's caught out. He flashes this time round. Stays alive for a few seconds longer. The 4th and final shot tags Hilly.
They got
That's a very good stun. Veritas and move. With Veritas down, there's no real damage. Deadly flourish under Chachi. He's locked up on the back line. Senkax is pushing forward. Malefic Visions, I don't think will kill him. It's a double kill for Kobbe. He's looking for more. Chachi's running for his life. Smug Yamato Cannon in Game 5, as it looks like Splyce will be going to Worlds. They just need to push into the base, and look at the Nexus.
Finally, a turnaround from Splyce. When you look at how they played this series, they've been a lot better in this game. They're looking for the inhibitor. They need to get bottom inhib down. It is still open. Mickey pushes forward. You have to take this slowly here. They get good damage down onto Exile. Trashy's still causing a nuisance. They've got to get that inhib first.
They really do. That's how you deal damage to the towers, waiting for that minion line to push in. At least one super minion with them, and again, playing it safe, playing it controlled, forgetting that you need to have an inhib down before you can kill a Nexus. I will forgive that minor lapse of judgment. But now, Splyce, Baron is live. Dragon's up in a minute.
Just be careful. Don't book the boot camp yet. TP comes out. Unicorns are going to try and rush this Baron down, and it is the last-ditch attempt. If they engage this, they are throwing everything at it.
Oh, Hilly saved Trashy! He saved him! Oopsie. I think that was a body slam, and then the body slam got headbutted.
Yeah.
Oh, what a difference that could have made. To be fair, there was a lot of support from Splyce coming up, so Trashy with Barrel, with all of his beefiness, would have taken a long time to go down, and UOL committed a teleport to that play. 2 teleports to that play, and it equals nothing.
Would this be the cruel twist of fate? Splyce brought back into the series in Game 3 with a Baron steal from Trashy. Would it be so cruel for it to happen in reverse. They got Wonder already.
Let's find out. Wonder's down. Move is the
Moves
target.
down.
Trashy gets him out. Senkax has got one. Exile get a gigantic shield. Stays alive.
Oh,
Mickey's
Mickey's down.
Veritas gets a kill. Chachi has got the
Chachi's
top
so
against Senkax.
tanky.
The game is turned around. It's a double kill. Those are tears now. Those tears are turning to fears. And Senkax is getting run down. Unicorns of Love. They get an ace.
They're getting the Baron from this. They don't need move. They ace them. They have tanks to deal with this. Is this possibly the turnaround for the Unicorns?
Look at the player cams. Trashy is distraught. In 35 minutes, Unicorns of Love clean up the fight. They get Baron, and they've now stalled the game. Can Unicorns take control? They were so far behind. This is a play that levels the competitive field. It doesn't give them the lead yet.
Just one or two too many disrespectful plays. Hylissang goes right in, catches Wonder. Wonder gets taken out before he can react with anything. Did get his ultimate down, so they get some damage down in the fight, but Unicorns, Veritas is alive for this. Moving forward in the fight. Trashy gets a good knockback, but there's nobody there. Chachi is holding a lot of the damage. Senkax and Kobe were both pushed back by this Shen, and Unicorns take the Baron. One too many overconfident plays, perhaps. Wonder dying around there. Look at the damage Veritas finally found in this. Whew.
Magnificent performance in the fight. But the thing is, again, reminder, still 6,000 gold down. Supers still to deal with in the bottom lane, so this will give Splyce some breathing room, but no room for error. The front line has to be trashy. When Wonder gets caught out by the headbutt Pulverize, you see how quickly he goes down. One by one, that's how Unicorns want to pick their target selection. Guardian Angel is up for Chachi. Tower number 3 falls. 8 towers to 3. But Unicorns are closing the gold lead.
And here comes the gold swing. As you said, they're closing the lead. They will continue to push. Chachi will hold bottom lane against the super minions. They can deter and push back the aggression with the gangplank for now.
Whew. There is 1 Nexus turret and 2 teleports in the side of Splyce. If Unicorns make a mistake, if Unicorns pick a bad fight, they will lose the game. They will not go to the World Championship. The same can be said for Splyce.
Chachi's ult is available. His TP is not. Wonder has his Cannon Barrage. And both TPs from Splyce. If Unicorns make a mistake and commit to a fight in which Senkax and Wonder can TP into the base, into those minions that are pushing into the bottom lane, there is the backdoor potential. That is why Chachi has to push this wave so far away from the Nexus. He has to get it all the way out of the base, and that means Unicorns have to just stall out this Baron buff for now. They would love to be pushing more, but the GP is deterring them far too easily.
Deterring, but that doesn't win the game. Splyce, how do they get themselves back into this? Baron will be timing out relatively soon. Dragon is...
It's an Ocean.
And then Elder, so it's a long time away from that.
Exactly, and that is actually maybe a bit of a boost for Splyce here, because while this time that Unicorns have the Baron buff, pushing away is normally the one where you pivot out and look for the Elder Drake. We have 6 minutes. Baron will be live before that Dragon is live once again. Big stack in the bottom lane.
The deciding game, the final of the 2016 season, is coming down to this. Senkax and Wonder trying to chase down Chachi, and they bail away as Unicorns find some support. At this stage in the game, the 4,000 gold lead doesn't mean anything. What matters, exposed inhibitor and 1 Nexus turret down. Also, will Unicorns run out of damage? They've only really got Lucian.
Oh, Hilly, they're going on Senkax.
Senkax is in so much trouble. Tempered Fate locks down Veritas, and this has become a messy fight. Nethergrasp onto Chachi, the rest of Splyce running away. Chachi's going to have his GA popped. Curtain Call comes out, second shot, tags Hylissang, third 2. Fourth one. Shut down Vizicachi. 1 minute death timer.
1 minute death timer. Unicorns have got to get away. If they lose anybody else, it could be curtains for the World Championships. Hilly gets locked down.
He does indeed. The deadly flourish locks him out. First pick Jhin paying dividends. Wonder's going to push forward. Inhibitor exposed in the bottom lane. They're in a 5v3 for another 40 seconds.
It's going to be the mid-inhib for Splyce. It's the wave that is pushing up because with the backdoor protection still on that bot inhib, it takes a long time to get down to Splyce. Want to deal more damage and then rotate across. But that wave has pushed so far away. Splyce want to get this mid lane. They got Exile.
Body slam comes out. A lot of damage on the Exile. He's rooted in place. He's down.
But Veritas
gets him. Veritas may get something on the
He's
reply.
dead.
It's Wonder. Veritas gets dropped. Splyce have done it.
No, he's not.
Tempered Fate comes down. Veritas sidesteps. It's a few seconds longer. Shut down goes to Mickey on the board. It's an ace. The Unicorns are down. They're losing their base, and Splyce, they just have to push it to the Nexus.
It's only going to be Chachi against 4 members of Splyce as Splyce are pushing in to look for the win.
4 versus 1. Chachi's going to get taken down. Nethergrass locks him out. It is just a matter of time. Rooted in place by the deadly flourish, and Hilly's going to buy all the time that he can. It simply will not matter. Splyce looks through, take down the Nexus turret, take down Hilly, and Splyce, they dispel the Unicorn's magic. Splyce, they control the chaos, and Splyce have qualified for the 2016 World Championships. It was a crazy, crazy best of 5. And in the end, Splyce come out on top.
Splyce out on top, but you even heard the team say it themselves. We almost lost, but nevertheless, the result will stand. 3-2. Splyce, in their first season in the LCS, have got themselves a World Championship seed.
Promotion tournament in spring. Championship finals in summer. 3rd seed at Worlds. A regional qualifier. And all kudos to the Unicorns of Love. This is a team that is more often criticized than praised. But nobody can deny that they have a phenomenal impact. Regional qualifier finals 2 years in a row. They just got to repair and rebuild.
It doesn't matter whether you're giving them sympathy or regret, you will give them your respect after this run through the gauntlet. 1 game shy, but it is Splyce that have come out on top. A team that looked so good through the regular split, so good in, moments of the playoffs, and a shaky moment or two here today. A couple of games that didn't go their way, but I'm looking forward to a boot-camped Splyce that can go out, train against some of the best teams the world has to offer.